All right, guys, just before we get this going, I'd love to just see if everybody can hear me okay. Just before we get things going. Good morning, everybody. Excellent. Good. Excellent. Good. All right, I want to do a quick little test of the screen as well. So I'm going to do a little test of the screen and check you can see that as well. I'm just working on one screen right now, but you should be able to see my PowerPoint as well, I hope, which is good, and see all that coming up, which is good. Excellent. All right, great stuff. All right, well, with that in mind, what we're going to do here, guys, I'm going to just take a couple of minutes here, and we'll start in literally a couple of minutes. All right, not going to take long, and we'll get this show on the road. Wonderful. And if you want to as well, just make sure you have all on your chat, make sure you have all panelists and all attendees. Okay, and that way you can share everything. But we'll go through that in literally 2 minutes. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Visual and sound check. How is everybody doing? We are ready to start this. How are you guys? Doing okay, I hope? All right. Excellent. Good. Got some familiar faces in here as well. Well, let me, before we do anything else, officially welcome you to the very first Stockability one-day event. My name is Sam Evans. I'm CEO, co-founder here at Stockability. Great to have you here. People are coming in literally as we're doing this, and we wanted to start on time. Just give everybody a couple of minutes to do everything, and as well. And great to see you guys. Now, just before we begin, a couple of little housekeeping things for you. We're going to keep this informal, but we're going to keep it formally informal. Does that make sense? We're going to keep it formally informal. What I want to do on here is I want to have fun with this. It's a long day. We're going to go from 10 till around 4:30, and I'm going to give you the full running order of everything as well as we go through the day today as well. So you'll be able to see everything that's going on throughout the day as well. We are broadcasting live on YouTube as well. So again, I'm working with a multiple amount of screens here, lots going on, lots of guests. So if at any point I'm like, give me a couple of seconds, I'm going to do that. I'm going to just say, guys, I need a couple of seconds. I'm going to try and hold this all together from here in my studio here on the East Coast as well. So it's just gone 10 a.m. here, Philadelphia bound as well. Really glad that you're here. Thank you so much for taking the time to come as well. And we put a lot of thought into this as well, enhancing your trading and investing performance. And I wanted to mix things up a little bit too as well. So to get the most out of this, I want you guys to be as interactive as possible. There's two ways to interact. The first thing is if you go on here and if you go onto your Zoom, I know many of you are familiar with Zoom. Okay, many of you are familiar with Zoom. So go ahead and on the chat box, do me a favor, go ahead and actually select on to all panelists and all attendees. Okay. And by doing that, by all panelists and all attendees, the really neat thing about that is it means that I get to see it, the panelists get to see the questions, and so do your fellow attendees as well. I would also say to you as well, there's a Q&A button that you should all notice on as well. Okay. This will be a great way for you to put your questions in. So you can put little comments in, great. But if you've got a very specific question that you're asking, what I'd love you to do is go ahead and use the Q&A feature on here on the webinar, because that way I see all the questions coming in order. Okay. So that's how I would love to do this as well. Thomas Galvin, you've already done it, and I'm going to answer this live. Unfortunately, I cannot say till 4:30. Would it be available on demand? Yes, we will be doing that as well. All right, so there you go. Thomas, great use of the Q&A button. Let's keep this interactive for our amazing team on here as well. And I tell you what, guys, I just want to get the most out of this as this whole day comes and have a lot of fun with you as well. All right, so that's pretty much it. Are we going to be taking regular breaks throughout the day? I'm going to take little 5-minute breaks here and there, just so I can refresh, so the team can refresh. All right, so give us a few minutes. We're going to take about a 15-20-minute break in between sessions as well, around lunchtime before Ryan goes into his session as well. Okay, so we will do this. We want to be able to give you guys a little bit of breathing space as well. All right, so let's go through this as well. I'm going to give you the running order. And one other thing I'd like to do on here is I want to just go through the running order here. And literally, we're going to hit the ground running. I'm going to tell you exactly what we've got in store for you. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go and share the screen. So just let me know if you can all see my screen right now. Is that coming up, guys? You should be able to see my PowerPoint. Is that good? Can you see my PowerPoint on here? I'll ask you on there. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. So on this, and with the way this works as well, I thought I'd do is the subject of this was enhancing trading and investing performance, a special one-day event. And I really, and the team really wanted to do things a little bit differently in this. And what do you mean by different on that? What I mean is, let's face it, guys, everybody loves to talk about their strategy. Everybody wants to say, hey, here's my way of doing it. One of the things that we pride ourselves on Stockability is we help you find your way of doing it. Yes, do we teach people specific strategies? Of course. But as you're going to hear from the team here, Ryan Watkins, Dan Bustamante, Christy Geiger, all of these great people we've got coming on here as always, this is about finding your way. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if it was as simple as just simply, hey, take a strategy and follow it, well, anybody with the ability to follow a set instructions should be doing really well in the markets. Wouldn't you agree, guys? I mean, that would be it. Easy. Take a strategy and do it. But we know it's not quite that way. And we want to explore that because it comes down to true performance and finding your path and walking your walk in this, okay? And that's what the theme of this is. So rather than spend the next 5 hours just going through, here's my strategy, yes, we're going to talk a little bit about that, but we're going to talk about on the mainly today, the number one thing that is going to have the biggest impact on your trading and investing. The number one thing. Can you tell me what that is? Anybody here? We've got any smart cats in the room who knows what the biggest difference maker is? You know it, your mindset, you can have the greatest trade plan in the world, but if you don't choose to follow it, it's a waste of time. You might as well tear it up and throw it in the bin, or at least delete it off your hard drive, whatever you want to do. And that's what this is all about. I want to delve into that world here. And I tell you, like Clark, exactly. And being consistent is so hard for so many people because they don't have a system that they can follow and they don't know what's going on up in their heads up here as well. So with this in mind, guys, you know, this is our speakers. You're going to see a real theme going on through, and I want to run this through with you and give you a great idea on this to see exactly what we're going to be coming up with. And we've really mixed this up quite nicely. Take a look at what we've got. Obviously, it's just gone 10 a.m. right now, and we're in our kickoff session with myself right now. Kickoff session with Sam. Okay. kicking things off, starting things out on here again, and we're really had to have it. And I wanted to give you a really good rundown on everything that's going on today as well. So we've got all of that. And that's obviously my part that we've got on here. In literally about 5 minutes or so, we are starting with psychology. Now, the Stockability instructor team, Ryan, Dan, Graham, myself, we've probably taught over 100,000 people in our careers. That's a lot of people we've taught. And we know definitely if we had our way, we'd start with what's going on in the brain, in the mind. And so I thought, how good would it be rather to build up to it? Let's actually get a professional on this event with us today. And I'm going to welcome Christy Geiger shortly, who's performance coach with Synergy Strategies, who not only works with helping people on their performance, but has actually been the performance coach of Mr. Ryan Watkins. So Ryan's actual performance coach is going to be on here in about 5 minutes with me. How cool is that? So we've seen the big man do his thing, but you're actually going to hear from the person who's been behind him. And I've had time working with Christy over the last couple of days, and I'm really, really happy to welcome her on this one-day event. And again, make the most of that as well. So we're going to be doing that. Then, you know, I want you to hear from real people who are doing this. Okay, at 10:50, we're going to be doing a piece called the Discipline Difference Maker with a good buddy of mine, Don Tibbs, law professor and trader, student of Stockability, student of my own, who's got a very unique approach to the market. Great guy. He's going to be joining us from Miami, Florida, for a little chat with me. Then yours truly, I'm going to be talking about how to build a futures income system. What goes into building a futures income system? What are the things that you need to be doing to build that futures income system, okay? And to start giving yourself a real shot in the market. Then at noon, top trading performance factors every trader needs with Mr. Ryan Watkins himself, lead coach at Stockability. That's going to be at noon. Ryan has got a ton of material he's going to be sharing with you on that as well. 12:30, enhancing trading with multiple income streams with Andrea Galitz, realtor, trader, wife, and mother. We're going to actually be talking about how do you fit trading effectively into your life? How do you fit this into your life with other things? And the great thing is she's a great, very experienced realtor. So we're going to talk a little bit about the real estate world because, guys, while this is all about trading and investing, man, isn't the real estate market crazy right now? So I thought it'd be pretty cool to actually get somebody in, a professional, to talk about that, and also how she does everything that she does and fits it into her lifestyle, the approaches that she takes. There's a lot of different ways to slice the bread. We're going to talk a little bit about that with Andrea. Great lady. I've worked with her extensively over the last few weeks. Looking forward to bringing that on. At 1 p.m, we've got something special for you, a live Wealth Wednesday GTS. Here at Stockability, we have live trading sessions 8 times a week. Every Wednesday at 1 p.m, we have Wealth Wednesdays with Ryan Watkins. We're going to share that and let you guys see it. Everyone in this room can actually watch it as it's delivered to our Stockability students. And he's done a special theme on that, stretching your retirement dollars, all those performance enhancers that are going to matter on here. So double dose of Ryan today. Then at 2:20, maximum performance using a small options account with Daniel Bastamanti, co-founder and lead coach at Stockability. He's going to show you how it doesn't take a lot of money to increase your performance in the market. We specialize on helping people use small accounts when they first start, because if you can't make money on a small account, you're not going to make money on a big account. Okay. 3:15, treating trading and investing like a business. We need to be able to understand the best ways to structure our trading business. So I'm going to be joined by Chad Sakonchik, co-founder of betterlegal.com, one of our partners, who's going to talk a little bit about that. And it can be quite overwhelming. So we're going to take about 20 minutes and he's going to show you the best things and things to be aware of as you build your trading accounts, your investing accounts, and why setting up an LLC is a great thing. And then to wrap things up at 3:45 Eastern, Stockability Roundtable, live Q&A with all of the Stockability coaching team, Coach Graham, Coach Ryan, Brian Doomer, student momentum coach, myself, and maybe a few other little guests as well, taking it through to about 4:30 as well. So a packed day of really cool stuff, I think, as well. Okay, so this is all being recorded as it stands right now. Okay, this is all being recorded as it stands as well. And we are, yes, Robert, exactly, going to be having this recorded because, man, it is a lot of stuff. Wouldn't you agree? A whole lot of stuff that we've got going on here as well. So thought I'd give you that little bit of a rundown. More and more people coming in the room as we speak. Man, this is exciting. And remember, guys, this is also broadcasting live on YouTube as we speak. So pretty cool. It's all happening on here. Really excited about that. And I would say you're supposed to be working right now. You know what, Robert? So am I. But you know what? Here I am. This doesn't feel like work. This feels like having a little bit of fun on here. So I get it's all good. Now, I appreciate as well that a lot of you guys do have jobs, have busy lives as well. So that is why this is also going to be recorded. We love having you on here live because you can answer questions. Use that Q&A button in here as well and do that, okay, to take advantage of it. But if you have to dip in and dip out, that is perfectly fine. And yes, we will be sharing the recording, Amish, as well. Great to see you guys using the live Q&A button there because it does help massively as well. So good day to call in sick. Absolutely. And this was Ryan Watkins' idea, this whole event as well. So kudos to you, Ryan, as well. Now, like I said to you before, I'm sure some of you guys have seen people do these. We will take a little bit of a lunch break as well. Yes, we will take it after Ryan's session, probably around 2:15. We'll take a little bit of a lunch break as well before we come back. Okay. So I'm going to take a little bit of break and I'll find some times to do that as well. So, good. All right. You're in a man. Excellent. Truly worldwide. Love this. So let's just go into this a second. Again, as I said to you before, I also want everybody to enjoy this, thoroughly enjoy this event. So listen closely, everybody. We've tried to encourage everybody to register for this event, and many of you have. Some of you might be looking at this as a live stream on YouTube right now as well. And this recording will be on YouTube. It will also be available to you guys as well. However, I want to say this, please go ahead and register. Let's all breathe a sigh of relief. One of the things that Stockability does is we like to break the mold a little bit. We like to do things differently. And doing things differently means that, hey, we're not all about the same shticks. We're not all about the same, what's the special offer going to be? We want to enjoy today. We want you to get something out of this. We want you guys to understand who we are, what we do, and why we feel our approach is really, really making progress with our students. So we want to just focus on having fun, learning some cool stuff, and opening our ideas, our minds to new ideas. Okay. Therefore, what we're going to do is if you've registered for this webinar, you're going to receive a very cool coupon or a cool offer to actually get involved with our education if you want to take this further. But we're going to send that out to you after this webinar. Probably going to get it tonight or tomorrow. Okay. And if you're looking at this live on YouTube right now and thinking, well, how can I get that? Just go to the stockability.com webpage, register for this event. You'll be in the email list and you'll get that and you can peruse that and talk to one of our student consultants afterwards. Because today it's all about you just enjoying it. Is that cool with everybody as well? And we've got all of our programs, everything that we do is all on the website anyway. It doesn't change. But now and then we do some special offers just to motivate everybody to kind of take a chance of, a nice window of opportunity to get involved with what we do. And we're going to do it like that because we just want to focus on getting some really good information out there. We want to focus on just making the most of this as well. Okay. Good stuff. All right. Excellent. Wow. I need a breather already. Now we're going to keep this real. So I'm going to be taking regular sips from my Stockability branded Yeti. Okay. A little bit of product placement on there. You can't forgive me some of that. I need to be able to do that as well. Do I sell them? They are coming soon, Barbara. Look, every time I show, but you can't get one of those ones that says Sam Evans, founding team member. Okay. You can't get one of those ones on there, but you can get maybe a Stockability one. Okay. So they are going to be soon available on the website as well. Maybe we can make that happen for you as well. All right. Good stuff as well. All right. Excellent. So listen, I'm super excited. Let's get into our very, very first piece of today because time is of the essence in here. Our first piece today is a sharper mind for sharper results. That's the title of this piece that we've put together as well. And I'm so excited to welcome a lady who has been working with Mr. Ryan Watkins for quite some time now as well, and who I was so excited when she said, hey, I'll come on here and do this with you and everything. And her name's Christy Geiger. So I'm going to just ping Christy on here and ask her to bring up her video so she can see, we can see her as well. And Christy, I'd love to just see if you can hear me as well. So are you hearing me right now, Christy?
Hey, yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I can't see you yet, though. So have you got a video up there as well that we can do?
So it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I'm going to make you a co-host then. Here you go. I'm going to upgrade you at the click of a button. And now you're going to be able to bring this up, I think. And we're going to be able to see you on there. There you are. Excellent.
All right. Perfect. Good morning. Ooh, I look really washed out.
It's because now you're in Texas, are you? I believe.
Yes, Texas.
Mm-hmm. And where in Texas are you?
I am in Austin. Sorry, I'm going to adjust I look like a ghost. So hang on one sec. I'm going to grab this curtain down and see if.
There we go. It's okay. Guys, it's live. We love it. This is it. This is what the essence of it is live. This is how we do it. There's, oh, look
okay,
at that.
There, that's better.
Perfect. Listen, never complain about the sunshine, right? Especially in Texas, getting ready to move there ourselves. So we've got a little way to go. So I look forward to
awesome.
actually not just having to meet virtually, right? So yeah, we all love Texas. Christy, thank you for joining us so much. And I've already kind of like been so excited because obviously, you know, Ryan, you've coached Ryan, and people say, well, if somebody like Ryan, who's literally taught tens of thousands of people in his career, why does Ryan need a coach? That's just the first thing. I know we talked a little bit about what we discussed, but why does a coach need a coach? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, Ryan is amazing in his own right on many fronts, but good question. So why does a coach need a coach? I always say that years ago, coaching started about 20 years ago, kind of birthed out of counseling and consulting. And often when people would hear about what is a coach, they would think of a coach more as a sports coach. And it's a fair analogy because if you are a hobby player, you don't usually have a coach. You just kind of figure it out yourself. You bumble along and whatever happens, and you do self-learning. If you're serious about the game, you have a coach. And you have a coach to see your blind spots. You have a coach to challenge you in areas that you're not seeing, to push you in areas where you might not be pushing yourself. Your coach is that strategic thinking partner to go to that next level. And so when you're professional and serious about your game, you engage in a coach, not because you need a coach or because you're failing, but because you're excelling.
Absolutely. Again, well, all the top people, and people do, they always relate it just to sports. It's always like, oh, it's a sports thing. And it's not. I mean, in every area of life. And I think we all need to be held accountable as well. And, you know, I think for some people, you know, and let me make this really clear. We may have brand new people attending this webinar right now. We may have people who experience. I think we can always do a little bit better. There are always things that we can do that we can improve on, right? So I guess it's all about taking it to another level. And anybody of you guys who don't know Ryan personally, he's a very good friend of mine. He's a partner in the company with me. You know, he's always about upping his game. So I know the importance of that and understand completely. But, you know, I've long been in my years of teaching, I've always been kind of recognized as somebody who loves to talk about the psychological stuff. And we were chatting just the other day, weren't we? And you were like, okay, you're really into this stuff. And I'm not at your level or anything, but I was so excited because, you know, the simple fact of the matter is so much in life begins with what's going on up here. Okay. And trading and investing, let's be honest about it. And again, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat as well. And you'll be able to see this too, Christy, but it's one of the most challenging things you can do. It's so simple. Markets can go up, markets can go down, right? That's it. Yet we make such a complex mess of it in so many ways as well. How much what does emotions and psychology really have to do with trading? And why is it, you know, so many people can't seem to get a handle on that, Christy?
Yeah, it's interesting because on one hand, I can see how it seemed like trading is a tactical, fundamental type thing where you learn the skills, you learn the tools, and you put them into practice. What's really interesting is that neuroscience, and I'm sure all of you, and you do talk, you know, we were talking earlier, right? There is all of this around our mindset and neuroscience. So neuroscience is a big deal. And to not go scientific on you, but I'll just do overly simple. There's two spots of our brain that are always kind of vying for some attention, and we're using our whole brain all the time. But to simplify, you have your prefrontal cortex, the executive center. And in our executive center, that's where you want to show up. That's where you're doing problem solving, strategic thinking, your big picture thinking. And so when you're in really good space and you're following the process and you are doing what you need to do and you're in your wisdom, you are likely more in your prefrontal cortex. The challenge is we also have something called the limbic system. In the limbic system, at the very center of that is the amygdala hijack. And you might remember that way back from your psychology courses in high school or college. But the amygdala hijack is where you have the fight, flight, or freeze. So if you ever can think of a time where you might have been trading or you are doing something in life and all of a sudden something happens and you're like, oh my goodness, did I make a mistake? And then you have this initial response where either you're like, sell it, get out, and you quick need to make an action, that's a flight, or you freeze and you're like, I don't know what to do. And you just feel stuck and overwhelmed. That's a freeze. But we go into this emotional center of our limbic system. And the thing that's kind of crazy about your limbic system is the limbic system is this emotional center, and right attached to it is our entire subconscious mind. And our subconscious mind, scientists will say, actually control about 95% of our behavior, which is a lot. So 95% of our behavior. So you think that you got up and you're like, okay, great. Here's what I'm doing today. Here's what I'm doing with my trading. I've analyzed the market, whatever. So you think that that is the majority of your thought. It's not. So that is up here in your executive center, but in your limbic center and in 95% of that subconscious mind is actually filtering your thoughts. So when we have these emotions of fear or anxiety, or we're thinking about the past or the future, it begins to influence what we do. So when you manage your mind, you manage your performance.
When you hear about the fight or flight, it always reminds me of, how can I put it? I used to say to my class, a lot of people in my classes, be the zebra. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, you got to be like a zebra. And like, what do you mean? I said, well, the problem is as mammals, we've got that choice, we're that more advanced of the species. But you think about a zebra, out there grazing on the plain, suddenly a lioness comes out, goes to attack the hunt. The zebra's going to run. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Instinct go. Let's say that the lion doesn't catch the zebra, and let's say that, they give up the chase, the zebra survives, the lion disappears off. Now, the zebra, what does the zebra do? Goes back to eating, goes back to grazing, probably in exactly the same spot. I saw this on safari many years ago. They just go back to what they were doing, Christy. And it's like, they don't sit there and think, oh, I'm not going back there again because the lion might get me. Because if we were humans, us human beings, we are humans, but if we were the zebra, we'd be like, I ain't going back there again because last time I was here, I was going to eat. And I say, you've got to be the zebra, because too many people, when they make a trade, what they then do is they attach, the outcome of that trade to a previous experience they have. And to a degree, every experience is kind of unique. I mean, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. I don't know, but be the zebra.
No, you're right on.
When I hear you say fight or flight, that's really what's the key way of looking at it as well. So, I've heard you talk, Ryan said to me, you've got to employ, astronauts need to get more growth thinking. And I'm like, okay, that one I don't know about. So tell us a little bit about growth thinking and the concept of it, and that can help a trader as well.
Okay, cool. I want to respond quick to something that you just said with the zebra and the lion. That's really good. Is you're right that the zebra would have gone back, but as humans, we don't always do that. And we don't do that because we are conditioned by our experiences. And sometimes we can be conditioned by our experiences in a good way. So we can create habits and routines that create really positive success for us. And we have to be intentional about that. Right. But also to your point, when there are challenging things that happens, we subconsciously create, can I call them bad, air quote, bad routines? There's a really great book just to grab or notice. And there's a couple of books that I might mention today. And my email is christygeiger@gmail.com. And if you email me, I'll go ahead and shoot out a list of those books. But one of the books I want to mention is Positive Intelligence. And there's actually a website that goes with Positive Intelligence that you can take your assessment, and it identifies your saboteur. And your saboteur is that part of your mindset that hijacks your executive center. So whether it's perfectionism, whether it's overanalyzing, whatever it is, it identifies one of 9 saboteurs that are common in the human mind, and it helps you to identify which saboteur is it that gets you out of your executive center, which is your high performance. So with the zebra, he went back. But as humans, we don't, because you would have developed a saboteur that told you, don't go back. That's dangerous.
I know,
but
right?
You have to go back in order to move forward. So it's a really great book, Positive Intelligence, to check out and then to take that assessment on their website.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I thank you, Shane. And I know at the end of this, already people are messaging me saying, "Hey, this is awesome." Chris is going to give all of her details. She actually got some really cool recommendations. I also think you've got a cool little book as well. You're going to be able to reach out to people on as well. So we'll make sure all of that is covered by the end. And guys, it's just, this is live. So I know a lot of you are looking at this through Zoom right now, but many of you I'm checking are on the YouTube site, watching it through YouTube. Brian and the whole team here, I know we've got Brian on here, we've got Rob DiNapoli and Rosie are going to be answering your questions on YouTube as well. So please, if you do that as well, don't worry, if you put your questions in there, if you're looking through YouTube, and we'll be answering that. Rosie, Rob, Brian, and the whole team will be answering their questions through there as well. So excellent. We've covered the zebra then. So tell me a little bit about this growth thinking, because that I'm intrigued about. I'm not familiar with the concept, and how can that help a trader?
Yeah, so growth thinking is interesting because, and some people are familiar, some people aren't. It is originated out of Carol Dweck. The book that goes with that, if you want to dig into that more, is called Mindset by Carol Dweck. And she really wrote it, she's a psychologist, and wrote it more in the lens of the education system. So when students have a growth mindset, they're open to learning. And even though they don't know, they want to learn, and they're more the type that's going to fail forward. Versus humanly, the opposite of a growth mindset is a fixed mindset. And the fixed mindset tends to, and it comes really from our ego. And our ego, in order to protect ourselves, needs to know. So we'll be like, oh, I already know that. Or there's an example that Carol uses in her book, and she talks about a student who said, when the teacher says, and they ask a question and nobody raises their hand, that's a little bit more in the fixed mindset, because why do we not raise our hand? We're not raising our hand because we're afraid to be wrong. We're afraid that we're going to say something that's embarrassing, whatever. Versus a growth mindset raises their hand and they don't care. They answer. And if they know that if it's wrong, they're going to learn and get new information. If they may say, I don't know, but I'd love to know, can you teach me? Or they might ask a question. So growth mindset is always in this position of forward thinking. Fixed mindset is kind of in a survive and protect, because as humans, we're naturally survival creatures. But an interesting stat about fixed and growth mindset is that sometimes when we hear this, nobody really wants to be fixed mindset. You want to be like, oh no, I'm growth mindset. Yeah, I'm a learner. That's why I'm here, learner. Yep. You want to be growth mindset. But the reality is 40% of people are rigidly fixed mindset. That's almost 50% of our population. So it's worthy of our reflection. And then Carol Dweck actually says nobody is fully growth or fixed mindset. So even if you're growth mindset, for myself, I study this, I love it, but there's things that I'm fixed mindset about. And you can stop and reflect on that. And even in your trading, it's a really great thing when you're doing your journal and you're doing your reflection after a trading day and you're assessing, you can be looking, excuse me, for where you've been fixed mindset today, because fixed mindset leans to that fixed mindset is about how do we address our challenges? Do we embrace them or do we avoid them? If I lost today, do I kind of start questioning what I'm doing? Do I feel like I am learning things wrong? Do I start to internalize it and send negative self messages? How do I handle challenges? How do I handle obstacles? How do I view effort? Sometimes when people, have you ever gone, oh, that's too hard, I'm not going to do that. That's
many times, mindset. Right? Yeah.
That's it. Growth mindset is it's worth it. Okay, go ahead.
And it's interesting. Well, that's a little bit like procrastination as well, I feel, because, I always say to me, it's not that we're necessarily lazy, we procrastinate. And people are like, well, isn't that the same thing? Well, to me, no, because I feel like procrastination is I've got that doubt of whether I can do it or not. So I put it off. Laziness is just laziness. It's like, hey, it's mulching season. It's like, I don't want to do it. It's not because I can't mulch. I can mulch just as well as anyone else. I just don't want to do it. I'm being lazy. But then if it's like, hey, I got to put this plan together, I got this business idea, I want to start, this diet, whatever, that people procrastinate because sometimes I think there's a bit of a doubt of, can I actually do it as well?
Yes. That's great. And I think it would tip into the fixed mindset. So when you're procrastinating, a great question to go is, where might I be having a fixed mindset about this?
Yep.
Because somewhere in there, and I'll put it in that email. There's some nice charts. Even if you just Google fixed versus growth mindset, you'll find all kinds of charts that put the
Right.
two against one another. And you can just go down it and be like, where am I getting caught in a fixed mindset? Because when we procrastinate, you're absolutely right. It's usually a fear that's coming up or some emotion that is coming up that we have gotten fixed. Which then if you're fixed, think about your feet. If your feet are fixed, you're not moving. When we're growing, we're going. So we're on the move. But if we're fixed, we're not. And when you're procrastinating, it's in that bucket.
Absolutely. Well, also, again, once you overcome that fear, then I guess, and you start doing it, and I think again, a lot of reasons why people struggle. I'm going to talk about this in my own piece, a little bit later. But I think one of the big reasons why a lot of people fail, Chris, is because they hear this thing of trading is simple, but it's not easy. Investing is simple, it's not easy. Oh, I need a trade plan. How many of you right now in attendance have said this? I've heard this. Oh, the problem is you don't have a trade plan, but you don't even know where to begin on a trade plan. And then there's so many strategies and so on. So, I hate that when people go, "Oh, you need to have a trade plan." It's like they don't even know where to begin. That's why I think, a system and a process is more important than anything else, recognizing what you need to do. And I think that can then overcome that procrastination. And that's something, the whole team's going to be talking about in more detail, guys. So hold that. But let's say we get into that mindset now of, we overcome the fear. We know what we need to do. Okay. There's still this pull because, when we're babies, we're either, hey, we seek pleasure, we avoid pain. Babies cry when they're hungry and wet and tired, but when they're fed and they're comfortable and loved, they're happy, right? So I don't think we're any different now. People want more and they seek the next level of pleasure. But the minute, someone's threatened that they're going to lose their salary, they're going to lose their income, they're going to lose their job. What's more important? You could say, well, I got a really good secure job right now. It's paying me 100,000 a year. I work like a dog, but I've got a nice roof over my head. I've got all the creature comforts. But my buddy wants to go into a business opportunity with me right now, which could quadruple my income, but there's a risk it might not work. So now you're like, well, yeah, you like the idea of the pleasure of having something bigger of your own, but you have a lot bigger fear of losing what you've got. To me, that's a difference between the scarcity and the abundance. And, that you can have that abundance mindset and then that scarcity mindset. And I think that some people go down the abundance pathway, some go down the scarcity as well. Is there anything you can add to that or anything we can think about, as traders and investors to help overcome that? Because I feel that that's a big factor in everything in life, especially trading and investing. Abundance mindset, scarcity mindset, Christy.
Yeah, for sure. And it is kind of a subset of the growth and fix because obviously you can parallel your abundance mindset to the growth mindset and you can parallel scarcity mindset to that fixed mindset. But the reality is we can go ahead and pull that out as its own concept. So with abundance, our abundance mindset is looking at what is possible, what I can do, versus our scarcity mindset tends to look at what is not possible, what I can't do. It can often get filled with regrets. Mm-hmm. What happened yesterday? Oh, I'm nervous to trade today because yesterday I lost a lot or it was a bad day or I've had a whole bad week. I don't know what's going on. So scarcity mindset begins to close up. You can almost feel your body shutting down and coddling, like you said, back to that baby where you think about the past and what has happened and you have regret. You think about the future and you have fear, anxiety, or worry about the future. And so scarcity mindset will get caught in those versus in this abundance mindset. And again, I don't know if I mentioned that stat earlier. I'm trying to remember what I said with the brain, but 80% of our thoughts are negative, right? And so that is more in that scarcity mindset. As human beings, number one, we are naturally wired for survival. Survival naturally tips to a scarcity mindset because survival says there's not enough. So in order to survive, I need to get the food for my family or they're not going to survive. So scarcity believes that there's not enough and therefore it makes me very competitive and it really drives up my ego in order to compete and achieve for myself and for my family, which today people don't want to think that way, right? We're about making a difference and adding value to others and givers gain. We're on this other side, but yet our little inside sometimes when that scarcity seed crops up, we get fearful. And so, and again, going back to that stat, about 80% of our thoughts being negative. It's something to be aware of. That's not you being a negative person. That's human wiring. And so in order for you to shift to the prosperity side, it doesn't happen naturally. It takes deliberate intention and focus. And so what that means is, what are you filling your mind with when you get up? Are you grabbing your phone and checking your email and you're like, oh man, this, that, whatever? Or are you listening to something that's motivational and inspirational? Do you have affirmations that are affirming who you are being and who you're becoming? Or again, what does your mind naturally fill in? It fills in the negative, like, oh man, I have this today. Wow, I hope I have a good trading day. We naturally think a bit more negatively. So you have to be intentional to do the prosperity thought, which is, what am I thinking positively? Which is great. And it's so easy. Another book, sorry, I love books because it accelerates our learning, but Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod is a fantastic system. Hal was in a car accident, really hit a bottom, and he went through and looked at all these personal growth and development teachers. And I agree, you go look at the oldies, you know, your Dale Carnegie and Brian Tracy and whatever, and then you move them up to contemporary thought leaders as well. But when he looked at it, he found visualization. So do you visualize, I see myself being a strategic trader today. I see myself reviewing my trading plan. I see myself making mindful and thoughtful choices, not emotionally erratic choices. So you put everything that you see yourself doing positively, that's all leading to abundance, knowing that you have everything that you need. And whatever happens, it is good. That is abundance thinking.
I feel that sometimes, and I've said again this many times before, I feel that sometimes, you know, our wiring, just, we're too smart in our core wiring. Like you said, so we're survivors. We are programmed to win. We actually are programmed to win. If we weren't programmed to win on a genetic level, we wouldn't be here now, you know, tens of millions of years later, right, from Neanderthals. But that problem is that survival instinct actually, I think, can affect a trader, because then when they're in a position where they have a stop loss and they're risking X to make Y, if it's not going in their favor, you know, they're like, well, I want to get out of this with something. I want to avoid the loss, because your brain's telling you to do that, because up until this point in your life, you've had all this association with making money's good, losing money's bad.
Yeah.
So I've had to constantly, so it's like your brain's working, doing the right thing, but it's not doing the right thing for you in the way that you need it to be doing it. It's so messed up. So it comes down to a lot of reframing, I feel, for me anyway.
Yes.
Of having a comfort in and an acceptance that, hey, I'm performing, or says I'm doing this routine. But again, I think it's very challenging for people because they don't do the same thing long enough to actually figure out if it's working. Because I would challenge someone and say, well, if you've got a system that works and you've back tested it, you won't worry about when it doesn't work, because you know in the long run it's going to work, right?
Right.
There's this
Yeah,
big 22 going on there, you know. But I think understanding the way we think helps us, right, to a degree.
Exactly. And it, right, nailed it. Exactly. And that goes back to the why, right? Why do we do what we do? Why are we doing this trading plan? Why are we doing this? When we understand why, it communicates to our brain better, because who does the why speak to?
Yep.
Is that executive center, your prefrontal cortex. And so now this is our strategic part of our mind that is understanding, why do we do what we do? So why are you doing these habits? Why are you doing the visualization? Why are you doing the affirmations? You're not doing it because it's some silly routine. You're doing it because your mind has a natural default track, and that default track does not necessarily serve you, because we have natural negative thoughts, because we have natural scarcity thinking, because we have natural fixed mindset. And so it actually requires more effort for us to have that abundance mindset in order to have that growth thinking, which requires habits and activities that are not necessarily natural to us, but we're doing it because when we do those things, it will make you more successful.
How then would, you know, a trader benefit from having like an unattachment versus an attachment mindset, you know, to summarize it, you know, right down in there?
Yeah, that's good, because that's another level down into abundance and scarcity. So abundance goes to unattachment.
Yep.
Scarcity goes to attachment.
Right.
So
Okay.
if we follow that, just for people who may be new to the concepts, right? that scarcity, if I feel like there's not enough, if I feel like there's 30 M&Ms for the entire class, and I'm like, oh man, there's 40 people in the class and there's only 30 M&Ms. Scarcity says there's not enough. So either sometimes people will go, well, I don't want any M&Ms. So that's a different, we're not talking about that. But if you really wanted the M&Ms, or you really wanted on the team, M&Ms probably aren't very compelling. Like you really wanted to get on the team, something like that. We get attached. And if you think about when you were dating, perhaps, and when you're dating someone, wasn't there kind of this phenomena that it felt like other people wanted to date you once you had someone, but when you don't have anyone, nobody wants to date you? There's kind of this like phenomena of, and the way that it's related, I'm sorry, I know that seems all kind of cryptic and not connected, but the way that it connects to unattachment and attachment is our own heart and our own mind and our own ego. So let's go back to trading for a second. So if I have set up my trades for the day, and I'm not a trader, so forgive me if this application isn't perfect, but so let's say I've set up my trades for the day, and all of a sudden I have attachment. Attachment is when I have I now have a very narrow and rigid focus that this must be successful. And because I start to do that, I lose my openness. I lose my ability to learn. I lose my up here, because as soon as I get attached, I'm moving into my limbic system, because I have become emotionally attached to something, which I lose perspective. Versus unattachment is, you know what, no matter what happens today, I'm going to learn. No matter what happens today, I'm going to improve. That's unattachment. So and obviously the game isn't to lose money, right? You're in day trading to invest and get better. But when you can stay in unattachment, you're constantly open to what can I learn? So even if in a trade I lost, I'm not upset about it. I'm not beating myself up. I do that when I'm attached to the positive movement. When I'm unattached and I'm more open to learning, I'm able to step back and go, okay, so did I follow the trading plan? Did I follow the system? What did I move too soon? Did I move too late? Oh, what was happening in my mind? Was I emotionally caught up in second guessing myself? Was I foggy because I was having doubt? What was going on? That all happens when I'm in an unattached space, because I'm unattached to the specific results. Even though we have a bigger game that we're going for, I'm unattached to the micro, the little a agenda item. But when we get attached, we almost sabotage it. It's like you create your own fears because you're so attached and you're hanging on so hard. Then it kind of falls apart.
I can relate to it. I can definitely relate to it. And I've got some great questions coming in as well, can we get a list of recommended books from this webinar? Absolutely. We'll get that over to you, Bob, as well. Curtis is just saying, sometimes it seems difficult to determine if a trade plan is a positive expectancy, or is it the trader getting in the way of the positive expectancy? Anything you can comment on this as well? Curtis, I'd love to kind of get into that in my section as well. It simply comes down to most of the time, Curtis, people haven't back tested what they've done enough. You know, I feel very good about what I do because I've gone in there like a computer and back tested it. I'm a big fan on that too. So we'll add a little bit more on that, on those sections too as well. And as those questions are coming in, we'll keep them coming, guys, because you know, I love it as they're coming in. A lot of people getting some great comments here too, Christy, as well. Looking forward to actually hearing more. And I'm going to show you how you can stay in touch. But look, I'm aware of the time, but I want to carry this on for a little bit longer as well, because there's a thing that I really like, and I want to get to some key takeaways. But before we do that, in just a second, I've said, you know, the only reason you ever fail at something, really, I feel, is because you quit. And people are like, yeah, but man, of pain you got to go through until that point. And there is that, do I have it in me to just keep going? Because some of the most, I'd say, relaxed, chilled people I've ever met have made great traders, you know, and they're not necessarily great business people or anything like that. They've just got this ability to just be like dogged, you know, just on. I guess the word I'm looking for is persistence, right? Mm-hmm. How much persistence, how important is that? You know, because I think that's what we all really need, isn't it? Now, again, this is granted that you've took a plan, you've tested that plan, you've tested your strategy, you've tested your system. Then it's about just doing it, right? How important is that persistence? How can people become more persistent? really?
Good question. Yeah, so how do they become more persistent? And another word, if I can add to that, to me, I think about persistence as grit. And again, sorry for all the books, but a great book, Angela Duckworth has the book Grit. And when you think about persistence and grit, because in order to persist, you need the grit, because the reality is there's highs and lows, there's ups and downs, there's good days and bad days. Honestly, I don't know if, do you think that it's possible to have 100 days in a row of not losing at all?
It's tough. It's tough. I'd like to say I've done it, but I haven't. I mean, and I'll say this very candidly on here, you know, I ups and downs. Like I had a wonderful start, you know, back end of March into April, you know, very high success rate. And then at the moment it's ebbed off a little bit, but I don't worry about that. Cause again, I think I've took a few enough punches, you know, that I'm numb to it. But yeah, I mean, I'd say probability wise as well. Yeah, it's low probability, but you've got to go into that with that comfort in, you don't know what's going to happen, but you know it will play out in the end. So yeah, to answer your question, it's everything's possible, right? I mean, but not in my world. It hasn't yet happened. I'll say that comfortably.
And that's okay, because that kind of feeds back into our persistence and our grit. Because sometimes in our mind, we subconsciously expect the perfection. We expect that if we hone our mastery to that level, that's what we'll achieve. When I think many people on here would agree that they see you as a master. They see Ryan as a master, a great leader who understands this well. But yet, I actually am really glad to hear you say that, because it's kind of the fail forward. And we have such a negative connotation about failure. I don't even like to say fail forward, really, because it's part of learning. You know, you've read the book, maybe Go for No, and it's like the 30 no's. And you have to, when it's for people in sales, and when people are in sales, they need to go for 30 no's, because on your way to 30 no's, what are you going to get?
You'll get the yes, right?
You're going to get the yes. But usually people get the no. So in their first 5 no's, their first 10 no's, they're like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. Something is wrong. So, you know, replace the no's with the days of trading, whatever. And obviously, if you have 30 days of negative trading, there's probably a skill that needs to be something that would need to be adjusted. But still, the point is that grit and persistence is about staying with it, even when the negative happens, because the negative isn't really negative. It's learning. And that you cannot actually have the positive without the learning negative. So it's not a negative. It's not losing. It is part of your path to winning. So you need the day, like when you've had a couple down days, that's great. Today's probably going to be your up day, because you've already had 10 no's. So you've had 10 down days. So now if we've been in unattached, growth minded, we've been analyzing, what can I do differently? What am I learning from that? Not just, oh my gosh, this better be a better day. No, we're looking at, what do I do differently? What am I learning? Which actually is what creates a better day, because we're always growing up.
And it works on the flip side. And it works on the, absolutely. And it works on the flip side as well. You know, I literally, so everybody knows this in the room as well. I literally was hitting on about an 80% success rate in my trading for about 3 weeks. And I was just like, bang, bang, bang. And I was like, it's coming. There's going to be a little bit where I'm going to have to wade through this, because this is unsustainable. So, you know, maybe I've been, again, doing it a long time, but I know that while I can get through the no's to get to the yeses, I have to get through the yeses to get to the no's as well. So,
yes.
Sometimes going on a winning streak's not fun. I mean, it's not fun, but again, you know, that persistence, I guess it comes down to the thing of how badly do you want it? And that's a question I would ask everybody as well. You know, how badly do you want it? Because anyone in the room right now struggling with anything that they've been doing in their training is, why is somebody who is successful at this different to you? They don't have a crystal ball. They don't have a secret. They don't know anything you don't know. And this is a skill. I don't care what anyone says. Ryan and I have talked about it. You need to learn how to do this the right way, but you have to develop the skill. And to me, the biggest skill you need to develop is your persistence and your own mental edge. To me, anyway. I mean, I'm not in your league, but I'm a man who's been doing it long enough to just have a lot of common sense about it, Christy. You know, and so in that respect as well. Just some of the comments on here. Patricia was saying your conversation with Merlin last week was helpful with dealing with trading losses. Absolutely. It's definitely, I was on a show last week, Christy, with a good buddy of mine who has a radio show. And I was on there saying, hey, you know, goes, what do you want to talk about this week? I said, I want to talk about my losses. And he's like, really? And I went, yeah, because you don't win all the time. And anyone who says you do, and that's an important reason why you have to treat this like a business. Businesses have good days, they have bad days, you have busy periods, you have quiet periods. And that's why you need to, whatever the weather is, weather that storm and be consistent. Because one of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of people make, Christy, in my world is when it stops working, people change the plan. And it was a perfectly good plan. Right. They were just ready for that set of data where it was going to maybe go against them a little bit. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Well, and there's always conditions, right? So again, this is the ego thing where our ego can really actually hyper focus on ourselves rather than realizing we're in a world of dynamic conditions. And so sometimes when the conditions or the variables change, our plan changes. So I always say, create your plan, but hold it loosely, which is unattachment as well. So I create my plan of what I'm going to do, and then I hold it loosely because the conditions that show up may be different than what I was projecting. And so you hold it loosely so that you can be adaptive and responsive, which is why another key I would say to persistence is really, what we've been talking about and what you've been talking about with your mind, but what you're doing to make sure that you're really centered. Because when we step to your desk to start trading, and if you've been in a fight with your partner, if you're having a bad day with your kids, if you are stressed about your finances, it is going to influence the way that you trade because you're more in the limbic. So even if you can visualize yourself getting set in your executive center and you can see yourself having your trading day, you do your affirmations and you get emotionally centered, you will trade better from an emotionally centered place. Another, and I know we got to wrap up here, but real quick, I like to think about our emotions on this scale as 0 to 10. And sometimes we live at a 10. We're stressed. We're, doing 1,000 things, running 1,000 miles, and we live at a 10. So when some variable happens that pushes us over 10, why do you think you melt down and kind of have some challenges? Because we live at a 10. So you have to be intentional. In order to be persistent, you have to be intentional about doing the activities to bring you back to a 4 or a 5, or maybe a 2 or a 3. Or maybe right now, if you could just get yourself down to a 7, that'd be cool, because that's mindfulness. That's, even meditation. And I know a lot of people might think that's just an Eastern voodoo hoodoo thing. It's not. Meditation and mindfulness is so proven in our minds. There's another book, Mind to Matter, that's fantastic and talks about the science specifically connected with how our brain works. When we can get ourselves down to a balanced neutral, the conditions that create stress can kind of ramp it up through the day, but you're not going to hit your 10 overdrive because you started at a 5 or you started at a 4. But when we live at a 10, you've got no margin for stress. Absolutely. So it's an interesting thing in order to be prepared.
I think people got to spend more time working on this and maybe less time working on some perfect plan, because as I'm looking at Ryan himself just typing in here, as we speak, as he's saying right now, create your plan, but hold it loosely, and again, it's about having that, but this whole business has been dressed up for so long as some perfect system, perfect business, and everything works out just fine. It's not always like that. It doesn't always go that way. And great. Jose just saying, Jose, this section has been amazing. Petra, agree, mindset is the most challenging part of trading. It is Christy's quote. That was Christy's quote. There you go. He's giving you the kudos. Create your plan, but hold it loosely. Oh my God, guys, take that one away right now. You got some high fives on the button there as well. This has been so useful. So useful in that. I guess the thing is now everybody would love to know, and I could carry on talking to you for another hour or so, about this. And again, I think I'm definitely going to have you back on Take Stock Live for sure. Because on our radio show that we do as well, Christy, because that would be a wonderful thing to do as well. But I guess, now, and I want to share obviously in just a second, some details that you've got, because I know you've got some takeaways for guys and how they can get in touch with you and things you'd like to send them, which I'll share in a minute. But just as a last quick thing here, what are the top things any trader can do right now to help their mental performance today? What little thing would you suggest? Maybe 1 or 2 little nuggets to take away to improve their performance right now, if I can get my words out.
Okay, perfect. So one more book for you is The Powerful Engagement. There is an
Powerful
institute, Jim
engagement.
Lohr is the author, institute in Florida that works with top performing executives and sports athletes. And the 4 quadrants that they look in is mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual. Spiritual, they're not referencing a faith-based spiritual. They're talking about your passion and why you're doing what you're doing.
Okay.
But so this thing for you guys, what I would highly suggest, number 1, mental. Every day, do your journal to reflect. What are you learning? What happened today? Did your emotions get you? Did they not get you? If not, why? What was going on with your day? So mental, do a journal and reflection every day because it allows you to learn. You catch yourself if you were in a fixed mindset. You catch yourself if you were attached. You won't catch yourself any other way. So number 1, mental, do the journaling. Number 2 is emotional. This mindfulness is really a big deal. There's so many apps that you can use if it's not natural to you. There's so many books, even going to a yoga class or going on YouTube and doing a 10-minute yoga session and doing deep breathing will help you stay more calm, come back to the 5, and really ultimately trade better because you're staying in your executive center instead of your limbic. So number 2 is the mindfulness, and that's part of your emotional piece. And then the third one, we really haven't talked about it today. There's so much research. All you need to do is Google sleep and performance.
Wow.
And
It's the simplest thing. I have a 3.5-year-old. I want more of it.
I know, but it's 7 to 8 hours of sleep, 30 minutes of exercise a day, even if you have to do it in 10-minute increments. It doesn't matter. Sleep and exercise, non-negotiable for your performance. If you want high performance, get your 7 hours, download your sleep app, track your sleep, see how you're doing, and do at least 30 minutes of exercise a day. Those 2 things, it seems unrelated, but it's completely related. There's so much science, and it absolutely will increase your performance.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. And I'd love to add a few of my own little tips on that.
Yeah, please.
Any of the students of Stockability know me. I'm big into my exercise. I love it. Thank God I built a gym in my house about 2 years ago. So during this pandemic, I was fine. You know, I had everything, but I'm a big believer in that diet and sleep as well. And, you know, I think that, you know, always remembering why you're doing stuff is key as well. And before I get to that, you'll notice I'm standing up here. I think you are too.
Yeah.
I work at a stand-up desk. I stand up pretty much all day. Like my legs are already tired right now, but it keeps you sharper because when you subliminally got to try and remember to keep your balance, it keeps you naturally sharper as well. So you see me jigging around here. It's a good thing. Yeah. There you go. You have to have one of those or wear your sneakers, right? It's all good. But another little thing I find to help, and this is just my own little thing, is always when you feel like you're deviating from a plan, if you feel like you're wavering in any way, shape or form, a really cool thing any of you guys can do is just remember why you're doing what you do. Just remember why you're doing it. And I'll show you that. That's an older photo now, but that's when my little one was about 6 months old. He's 3 years later now, but I have that sat in front of me. I was showing this on Merlin's show the other day, right under my screen. So anytime I feel like I'm wobbling and doing something stupid, I look at that and I think, why am I doing it? I'm doing this for him. So don't mess it up for him. It's always about just giving yourself a little slap back, you know what I mean, into reality there as well. Chrissy, I'm going to go ahead and share a screen here with you, which has got all of your details on here. And maybe you can tell the guys a little bit more about, you know, if they want to spend a bit more time with you, you know, on all of this and what they could do and there. So let me just share the screen. Hopefully you guys can all see this as well right now. Can you see the screen, everybody, guys? Can you see that as well, Christy? You should be able to see the screen right now on here.
Yep, I can see it.
Wonderful. And I'll let you walk the guys through that as well a little bit and how they can stay in touch with you now as well and do more basically with their own trading and investing too.
Sure. Yeah. And this just has the 3 last tips that we talked about with mental, emotional, and physical. And again, what you just mentioned was that last spiritual is what they talk about, which is your why. What is your purpose? And I was just simplifying because we know in performance, trying to pick one and start with one is your key. Don't try to do all of them. Just pick one. and then build on it. So for me, yeah, my business is Synergy Strategies. I do executive and performance coaching. That book right there, The Powerful Engagement, is also down the bottom to snap that. But if you go ahead and email me, and my email is glitching, it may or may not come through. So use my personal, which is christygeiger@gmail.com, and shoot me a message, and I'll send you a list of those books, and I'll share with the guys too, so that they can put that with this recording or whatever. But some of those books that we talked about today, I'll share that. I also have a list of 50 habits that help to increase your performance, and I'll shoot you that as well. If you're interested in coaching or just have a question, please feel free to reach out. I love this stuff, and I'm happy to chat or connect or respond.
Well, everybody's been very happy as well that you've been sharing it. I know that for a fact as well. I mean, like I say, guys, so if you've just joined us, because people are coming in and out as we're doing this right now, Christy is Ryan's coach. So you're getting the coach behind the coach here. I can't stress to you enough how important this is. Go ahead and reach out to Christy. There's all the details. Christy, you're going to go and type in the chat room as well, in the chat box there, your email as well. Because I know you said you're having some problems with your Gmail.
Yeah, I think Ryan got it.
Yeah, so we'll get that out there. I think the team will make sure that that's all shared out there as well. But I mean, I just love this. And I got a few questions on here as well coming through. Yes, to all those, to Bob, can you repeat the email? That's going to be typed in right now on here as well. You've got that. And Frank as well. Yeah, any books to share in this topic? All of that, if you reach out, the books are there on there. The Powerful Engagement is one of the recommendations, along with some others. So we put a nice little info packet together for you guys. Yeah. So if you either reach out to Christy or us, we can help you with all of that and make sure you don't miss out on anything, because there's a ton of information. You're welcome. A ton of information that we just went through there as well, and I wouldn't want anybody to miss out of it. So, and again, guys, what I'll do when we take a break a little bit later on, I'll bring this slide back up for you. Remember, this is recorded, but you'll be able to see this as well. I'm going to go ahead and stop the sharing here. Again, a lot of great comments on here. Thank you for being here. A lot of people saying a great info. Thank you, Christy, as well. It's been so helpful. I guess, people just don't pay enough attention, do they, to their mindset? The more attention they pay, the better it's going to be. Can we have you on my Take Stock live show in the next couple of weeks, please, Christy? And we can
I'd love to.
We can have part 2, and we'll have probably about 45 minutes or so as well. I'm a huge fan of this stuff. So again, sincerely from myself and in the team as well, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Have a wonderful rest of your day as well. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Christy Geiger. And Christy, I think you can maybe hang around for a few more minutes if anybody's got any questions for you. I know you're busy, but I'll let you do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Christy Geiger, thank you so much. Thank you. Have
a great day.
Lovely. Thank you. That's Christy Geiger, everybody, of Synergy Strategies on here. Again, the coach of the coach. What do you think about that? Pretty awesome, right? I absolutely love that as well. And I thought, if we were going to do this, let's just start it with really getting into that mindset. Now, some of you might be chart junkies and strategy junkies and all that kind of stuff. And that's great as well. So don't get me wrong, we are going to be talking about all that good stuff as well. Absolutely. But we wanted to make sure we really get into this mindset stuff as well and give you practical advice, because learning another, 1889 moving average Fibonacci numbers, moving average crossover strategy ain't gonna help you. Okay, learning a new strategy at 10:53 a.m. is when you get a reversal, ain't gonna help you. Okay, because all of that stuff can be a little bit kind of fugazi voodoo. That's not what this is about. This is about finding a process. And I tell you guys, over the years, I've found some very, very simple processes are the most simple things that work. And that's what it's really all about in here, is finding how you work in all of this, what works for you. And again, I'm going to be sharing with you in about 20 minutes or so, how to build a futures income system as well. Let's just bring up the screen on here so everybody can just see this too. This is the running order of what we've got for today as well. Excuse me. And so we just done our kickoff on here. So we just covered our first section here as well of the day, which was a sharper mind for sharper results with Christy Geiger. And again, Christy's hanging around for a little bit, but if you've got any more questions about her, great. I know some of you guys are joining us on YouTube, so the team are responding to your questions on here as well. Just shortly, I'm going to be welcoming Don Tibbs, law professor and trader, who's my man. Don is my man down in Miami. People always want to hear from students how they're getting on. It's great to hear it from people who are actually walking it, doing it, living it as students, and then kind of finding their own path. I think you're going to enjoy Don as much as I do. Every time we get on the phone, I just want to talk to the guy every week just so we can hang out and chat. And then I'm going to be doing this section here, how to build a futures income system as well, shortly. Before I hand over to Mr. Ryan Watkins in about 15 minutes, guys, everybody's waiting for him. Everybody wants him. You're going to get him. Be careful what you wish for. The big man's going to be on here, beard and all, doing his thing as well. It is at 9:58 Eastern. You are correct. How did I miss that one? How did I miss that as well? Shemaya just asked, how do our beliefs impact trading? Well, I'll tell you, I'll answer that question right now with you, not just on my own, but with a good buddy of mine, Mr. Don Tibbs. So I'm going to make a co-host on here and actually bring him up on here and say, Don, where are you? There he is. Oh my God, that was the smoothest transition in the history of Zoom transitions. My man, how are you?
How are you,
my friend?
Good to see you, man.
Good. You hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Good, absolutely. Couldn't be better. I mean, the way you just like slid into that, I mean, it was like an almost perfect radio segue. I love it. So people are going to think this is pre-recorded now after seeing that as well. Tell me where are you joining? It is Miami, isn't it, right?
I am in Miami, Florida. Yes, I live down in South Beach. I moved here a couple of years ago. Every day sunshine, every day water. It's a great existence. I can't complain at all.
Well, also, where did you come from? Tell the guys where you came from.
I moved from the cold winter of Philadelphia. I lived in Philadelphia for about 15 years, and actually met Sam while I was in Philadelphia. Started my training journey while I was there, and was able to move down to Miami based on my successes.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about that. And because I did this section here, the discipline difference maker.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things, the first time, and again, take this as a compliment, the first time I met you, you know, you're chilled. You can tell you're a happy guy, you're chilled, you're coming, but man, you're disciplined. Like, you know, and you know, you are, and I know you come across as a very chill guy. And sometimes people think that, you know, if you come across, you're really chilled, there's no discipline there. In fact, I think the opposite sometimes. I think like the really intense people, the most undisciplined ones, you know, and it's actually kind of like that quiet, relaxed intensity. And you've definitely got that. Now, your career is a professor, you know, you've been a lawyer, you are a lawyer, you're a professor of law. Now you're doing this as well. I know you're very complimentary about all of the things that you know, you've done as well. And great, we can go through that, but discipline's the big one. And I would love to know to you, you know, and again, we just talked to Christian. I know you caught a lot of that and she was awesome,
Yes,
but let's now talk about a student, you know, here, which is what you are, a student of the market like me. How much has discipline played a part in your journey? Because you've got some incredible things, a story I want to share with them, maybe your $1,000 challenge that you did. But tell us about discipline, Don, and what that's done for you over the years and how it's impacted your journey.
Yeah. So you know, so everyone knows a little bit about me. I've been a law professor for almost 18 years of my life now. And even after practicing law, I learned so much through that process of both teaching law to my students as well as, you know, practicing law, that everything is about rules, right? That you have to have rules, and that rules create the engagement that you're going to have. They also dictate the outcome that you're going to have as well. So in the process of learning how to trade, and I'll just be honest with everyone, you know, 3 years ago, I knew absolutely nothing about trading the markets. I actually found my way tiptoeing through this, just searching online and saying, hey, you know, I think I want to invest in some penny stock. I didn't even know what that really truly meant. And from there, It grew and it blossomed into learning how to trade the futures market. I didn't know what the futures market was prior to having some really excellent training from my man, Sam. So after learning and getting a better mindset and understanding what I was engaging in, I just tinkered with the process of trading. And one of the first things that you learn, I mean, Christy gave some phenomenal information. I'm not even sure that I can follow it up other than to say that this has been my experience as someone who went from not knowing anything about the market to really systematically putting the things together that she discussed and see them play out in my own real life. The process of trading is the thing that becomes far more important than anything else. Having the discipline to get up, do the same thing every day, over and over again, take the same trade. When you get that signal, take the trade. When you get that signal, take the trade. That discipline and building it into your life and having an idea of what your day is going to look like, having an idea of what your trading day is going to look like. And remembering that the most important thing is that you're not in control. right?
And that isn't
You're
that
not in
hard for so
control,
many
right?
people? You're not in control.
You're not in control.
Just
You're not in
accepting
control.
that.
Most of us as retail traders don't trade a position large enough in the market to really move the market. So that means when you are actually taking a trade, there's a part, what's really working for you is the probability of the success. And when you understand how probabilities work, you realize that there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. And what makes your system great, or what makes your system work, is that you have hopefully more winners than losers. But we've also seen, even in probability analysis, you don't even have to have more winners than losers. You have to have more, so your winners have to be larger than what your losers actually are. So when you really sort of pare it down and think very systematically about what you're doing every single day, your strategies, your technical skills, your charts, your price action, all of those things are doing nothing but giving you an edge in understanding what you think is going to occur next, right? Not what you know. You've got to let go of, you don't know anything, right?
You don't know anything.
It's really, really hard for lawyers, doctors, engineers. It's really hard.
I was going to say that actually, because that could be hard, because I'm thinking to myself, all right, you're a professor, okay, and you're a lawyer, and as a lawyer, you're all about proving a case. You're all about building a case, and then like putting everything behind that. Does that help? Does it get in the way? I mean, because I don't feel that there's the perfect person out there, Don, in trading, but does that help, or did you find it hindered you a little bit? Because when you believe in something to your core, that can sometimes make you do things that aren't necessarily the right thing to do.
So I'll be honest, it hindered me in the beginning. It really did, because of two things. A, I was used to being right. I'm used to being right in life, and I'm used to feeling that I'm really in control of the outcome. But one of the things I think that's great, particularly with practicing law, and I was a criminal lawyer, one of the things that's great about that is that you realize you can put a case on, but you're really not in control of the outcome, because you have this jury that's really going to be making the decision on the case. So
Right.
I think about the market slightly in the same way, which is, right, I'm putting on a case, I'm making a decision, I'm doing the best that I possibly can. But the market makers are really the jury, right? They're really dictating
They
the
sure
movements
are, right?
in the market. So if that's the case, right, then the only thing that I can do is present my case.
Yep.
Said differently, the only thing I can do is take my trade, right?
Yep.
That's the only thing that I'm really, truly in control of. And then I hope that the rules of law, the things I know about the law, that those things give me an edge in the probability of the outcome of my success. And the same thing happens with trading. It's almost the exact same replica, right? Your strategies, your technical skills, whatever you're using as the thing that's giving you the edge, it's just giving you a higher probability of success, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work all the time. So the day you let go of, I need to win every single trade, is the day that your mindset will flip and you will start finding your way to real successes in the market.
I know as well that, we were discussing this. There's two things I'd love to talk about here as well. And I've got a great question over there that Shemai is saying, how do our beliefs impact our trading? And I will get to that. I will absolutely get to that. But, you said to me just when we were chatting the other day, and we've talked about this multiple times, how getting in is the easy bit. The exits, everyone's all about nailing the entry. And I'm all about not nailing the entry. Some of my entries are like late, a little sloppy, could be better. To me, it's all about what comes after that. What did you say, Don? You said, didn't you? It's all about, really, at the end of the day, this is more about the exit than anything else, right?
Right. I mean, it's all about the exit, right? I mean, oftentimes getting into a trade is not difficult. Let's be honest. You push a button, you're in the trade. The real difficult part becomes to know when you should exit and to be comfortable with that outcome, right? So there's a lot of FOMO that sits on the other side of the exit, right? So for instance, you say, hey, listen, I traditionally have a target. I want to get 20 ticks out of the NQ. That's a really nice move. But then you take your target, you take your exit, and it runs for 30 or 40 ticks. That that feeling of, oh man, I could have gotten all of that money. I could have made all of that money. That's what FOMO feels like, right? And that's also
yeah.
what greed feels like. And nothing can be more destructive to your trading process than being greedy, right? Those moments where you go and you let that greed kick in and you think, I could have made more. Well, really, not really. You really could not have made more because
get over it. You really could not.
Here. So you have to take the exit and you have to be happy with the exit, because if your entries are great, your probabilities are on your side, then if you take the next trade, it should hit the next exit again. So really what happens is you start stacking up consistency, and that's how you start to slowly build the account. So it does, when you're looking at your P&L, and this was something that I had to really get over in my trading. When I'm looking at my P&L, it means when you're in the trade, you're live, you've got a position on. When you're looking at your P&L, it means nothing until you exit. It means nothing.
It doesn't
become your money. It doesn't become your money until you get out of the trade, right? And I know that a lot of people in this room have had the same experience. You watch it go up, and you're like, man, I got a runner. This is great.
It's never going to end.
And then it goes boom, and it turns around on you, and now you're looking at a loss. And you say to yourself, if I had just closed out that trade, I would have made $300, $400 instead of losing $200 or $150. That's the difference maker there. Take those exits. It's not your money until you close the trade. And then something that I learned from Sam and from Dan, which is it's also not your money until you move it out of your trading account into your bank account. So start getting into the habit of paying yourself, right? If this is your job, and this is how you are earning income, right? Then would you work a job and just let your employer hold on to your money in a bank account forever? No, you expect a paycheck. So I got in the habit of setting targets, being happy with the outcome of those targets, and every 2 weeks, I pay myself out of my trading account.
Well,
I move my money right into my bank account.
I'm so happy to hear that, because Daniel Bustamante, my co-founder at Stockability, is doing a piece later on at 2:20 Eastern. He's all about that. He's all about getting paid, because there's this stuff, and it annoys me to a degree, Don. It does. And many of you in the room here probably had education from elsewhere and done other things and all that. And I don't care. Like, I'm going to say, whatever you've done. That's fine. But one of the things we like to do at Stockability is break this down into the reality of what is this business really all about? And it's like you say, it's about getting paid, man. Well, like I've heard rules that you shouldn't look for a trade that offers you less than 5-1. Well, good luck hitting 5-1s. You will hit them. But guess what? You're going to have loss. You'll get a 5-1. And everyone's like, well, I'm breaking even. That's because you're searching for you're trying to hit over the fences every single time. And I always say to people, it's amazing how many opportunities have you had to be profitable, but you didn't take it because, number one, you didn't know where your exits were. Number two, you've been drilled into about this risk to reward ratio. Look, there should always be risk to reward ratio, but guys, I'm going to show you some stats after this session here of my own, where you're going to see it destroys that. This is about getting paid. And it's almost like blasphemy. It's like 1-1 sometimes is all you can get. 2-1 is all you can get. Breakouts are just fine. Oh, no. Dude, there's so many different ways to trade out there, but this is a business. Larry Williams, any of you guys, look up Larry Williams, multiple world trading champion. When interviewed a number of years ago, they said, Larry, what's your philosophy on this? It turns out he says, I go to the day market every day in a small window and I pick pockets, I get out. You know, I get in, I get out. I get in, I get out. I get in, get out. You know, that's the reality. It ain't pretty. But you know what? Some days at work, it ain't a pretty day. You go in, you get the job done, you come and think, that was a long day. And other days you walk in, it's the best day you've ever had. You know, I've had videos where I've shown people I'm making $100 a minute, right? And there's other days when I'm down, right? It doesn't matter. It's that process. And I think to answer Shamila's just saying, how does our beliefs impact our trading, which I'm answering right now on here? It's because I go into this and I think you've got to sign message like, look, I know that overall where I buy and sell is going to give me a good opportunity for profit. And then I kind of roll with it and go with it. And, you know, I don't beat myself up. If I pull out $500 in the market in a couple of minutes and it could have made 2,000, well, should have, would have, could have. It also could not have, right? So I guess what I'm hearing from you is you've got to get paid, right? You've got to get paid. And that changes. So regularly,
reason to do this. Why would you? Well, this is what the goal is.
right? I want to, and they're like, well, my account's too small. Here's what I hear all the time. This is an important thing for everybody in the room right now. I hear this all the time. Well, that's great, but my account's too small. You know, because I'm only working with a couple of $1,000, so I got to build it up before I make money. Well, there's a couple of ways around that. Number one, go get funded, because there's places that do it, right? You can go get funded. One of our students did it. You know, he didn't have the account, so he learned how to trade with us and he went and got funded. That's one way of doing it, right?
Yep.
The other way is, well, get out of that, because people don't think you can make a lot of money on a smaller account. Don, and you're a lawyer, so you're as real as it gets here. You wouldn't be on here. Don, you did something pretty amazing with your own account. That's proof that you can make money on a small account. Rather than steal your thunder, Don, tell us about what you did, because when you told me after training with me what you did, I was like, God, man, you got to share that. And you've shown me the results of it. So please destroy that belief that people think you got to have big accounts to make money out of this. Tell them all about it.
Listen, I used to think the same thing. The bigger the account, the more easy it would be for me to make a lot of money. And the reality is that when you don't have a system that works, the bigger the account, the faster you lose your money. That's all that happens, right? So one of the things that I decided to do was I said, listen, I have to get better at this. And getting better at this, if I'm really good at trading, I should be able to take a small amount of money and turn it into a large amount of money. That will really prove to me that I know what I'm doing, right? It will also prove that I have a strategy and a system that is consistently profitable enough to really earn an income off of. And it will also help in so many ways my psychology of getting over how to deal with losses and how to feel comfortable with taking the trades. So I took my account and I drew it down to $1,000. That was it.
So you took money out of your account and you
all
left
my money out of my account.
$1,000 balance. You hearing this, guys? $1,000 account.
$1,000. And the great thing about it is that 2-3 years ago, that wasn't possible. You couldn't do anything with $1,000, but now we've got the micro. And because we have the micro in terms of the equities you can make really good, consistent profits in the micro. Now, what usually happens in the micro to a lot of people is that you say, well, $20 is not a lot of money, right? Or $30 is not a lot of money. If I was in the full market, that would be 200, that would be 300. This is true, but if you don't have the size of the account to be able to trade the full E-mini, then $20 is a lot of money on $1,000. $30 is a lot of money on $1,000. And when you can consistently hit $100 a day, you are 10% profitable on your initial money in your account, right? So now go to the bank, take $1,000, go to the bank, deposit it and say, give me 10% on that every day, and watch them laugh you right out of there. So when you take that, when you draw your account down, what it did, Sam, is it really focused me on my discipline to take trades. It really focused my decisions because there's hardly any room for error, right? I can't lose money and throw money back into the economy. Technically I could, but that would defeat the purpose of putting myself through this process. It focused me on taking my trades. It focused me on my process, and it focused me on my entries and my exits. And everyone knows, anyone that's been trading for any consistent amount of time knows, it is not about the P&L, it is about the process. The process will get you to a successful P&L. It's like anything else that you train for, right? You know, if you've ever trained to run a 5K or a 10K or a half marathon or a marathon, you know, if I got any runners in the room, you'll really resonate with this. Your first 5K, you don't jump up and just run 3 miles. Your first 10K, you don't just jump up and run 6 miles. You build slowly and consistently. You build the muscles, you build a training plan, and you follow it every day until the day comes for the actual race. You are ready to go. And the other thing that really happens also for my runners, you know, you don't have to practice to run 26 miles to be able to complete a marathon. Really, the numbers systemically, you only got to be able to get to about 17 because
you might not even want to ever run the marathon.
Everything else will take you forward. So
maybe you don't want to ever run the marathon. I don't know.
I did the same thing.
I got into running. I'm all about high intensity cardio. I'll do like a 10-20 minute session of intervals instead of running a marathon. Right? That's how I do my training. Get in, get out, start, stop, bang, done. Right?
So this is what I did with my trading, right? When I took that $1,000 challenge, and actually I needed needed to prove this to my wife, actually. She said, I want to see it, right? I want to see you do this and be really, really consistently profitable at it. And it was funny because at that exact same time, since Christy was sharing books, I'll share just one that really resonated with me. A story, not really. You can read the book, you can watch the movie. I don't care. It's called Moneyball, right? And
Oh,
what
I
I
love that.
what I
With Brad Pitt and
yeah,
right?
absolutely. Like what I love about the storyline is that the idea was you don't have to hit home runs to win championships. All you have to do is consistently get on base. Because if you bring on consistent base hitters, then that means by the fourth batter, you should have a run, right? Whereas if you have home run hitters, you may have 4 or 5 people that strike out before you actually get a home run. So thinking more about consistency was really what helped me to build my $1,000 account. And sometimes, guys, I would end with $10 on a day, $15 on a day, but I was in the green, you see. And when you're in the green and you end on the green, that means that you have a consistent process. I'll also share this about my personal 1,000 account challenge. I also decided, pick a market, Donald. Pick one, right? If you can't be successful in one market, what makes you think you're going to be successful in 10 markets? Right? It's not going to happen.
If you can't be successful in one, you're not going to be successful in any, right?
That's right. So pick a market. And so I found my way. I really love trading the NQ. I know a lot of people are not big fans of NQ, but Sam, you know, we love the NQ because the NQ moves. And I love the way that it moves. And it's really, really consistent in terms of the volatility. So I started trading the micro NQ. And what I started with was one micro contract. That was it. So I was essentially using $100 of margin. I'm not even using the full equity in my $1,000 account. I'm using $100 margin out of my income. I'm sorry, I should explain this to everyone. I also trade using NinjaTrader.
Okay.
So I was using $100 in a margin from my account, and I was making, $120, $130 a day, and it would build up. And I had a rule system that said, only when you make so much money can you go up in contracts. So in other words, if I grew my account from $1,000 to $1,500, I could go up one contract. The next $500, I could go up another contract, so that I got to the point where the consistency was helping me not only gain my confidence in the trade, but I was also increasing my position size. And think about it, when I got to $2,000, I was officially no longer trading my own money. I was trading the market's money. And that is an amazing feeling that you have when you look up and you say, my account has $3,000. If I take my original 1,000 out, it's not even my money anymore. This is money that I have earned. I put that 1,000 back into my bank account, and now I'm working with my own money. Going up, that was my rule. Everyone else may set a different rule. Every $500, I added an account. And Sam, you've seen the numbers. I've shared this with you. You know it. In the matter of 4 months, by the end, I started it in May. By the time the school semester began in the fall, because I have the summers off because fortunately, because I'm a professor, by the time the school semester had done, I'd taken that 1,000 and turned it into 20.
Wow. $1,000 into $20,000. And that was a space
That's
of
a lot.
4 months.
And that's a lot of money. And then I took that money and now I trade the E-mini.
Done.
I've moved on.
It's amazing. I mean, and it's purely about discipline. And I remember you being in my classes, and look, I'd love to take credit for it, but I won't.
You can take credit for it.
I won't take credit for it. I guided you. I've mentored you. You've trained with me. You've trained with Dan. You've trained with Stockability. You've trained with me before. But I remember when I taught you, you just took what I taught you and you just built your process out of it. So the whole kudos and respect needs to go to you.
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot.
And I love it. And it's a beautiful thing. It should inspire anybody. And I wanted you guys to meet Don, to see, because to me it's truly inspiring, and then now here's the irony: not afraid to get a paycheck, not afraid to get paid. It might just be $100 a day. It might just be $50 a day, but you have to start somewhere. and you
That's
have to have
right.
a process. It's all in the process as well. Before I go into my piece, and again, I have to make room for Ryan at noon, so I've got a lot
Yes.
to get through here, and I don't want to,
Sure,
and I know you'll
sure.
be hanging out for a little bit, but just tell me this: what one piece of advice could you give anybody here on this event with us right now, Don? Because it is truly inspiring. What piece of advice could you give anybody, Don, to
I
take away
think the
from this?
biggest piece of advice that I would give people, what really helped me more, I completely agree with what Christy talked about with the sleep and exercise. So that is a part of my daily routine. I have a routine. I get up, have a cup of coffee, walk my dog, get my exercise, and then I'm ready to trade the
So
market.
get a dog, you're saying. Go for a walk and get a dog. That's the advice.
Get into that process. I also will tell everyone, pick a market,
Yep.
right? And stay with that market. Get good at that market before you try to move on to another market. Just if you're really a solidly good trader, you probably can trade one market the rest of your life and do really, really well and make a great deal of money in terms of the income, because it's not about the market. It ends up being about the position size ultimately.
Okay.
So for those folks who trade the NQ, I had a great day on Monday. I had an awful day yesterday. And then I ripped it this morning. And everyone that's trading the NQ knows about that rip that took off at about 9:45 this morning. I was in it based on my trading style. So, and I also found that I consider myself a 30-minute trader. That's what I kind of call myself, right? Which is
that.
From the open to 10 a.m., I've usually made my money for the day. That's it. Because the idea for trading for me is to work less and make more, not to sit in front of my charts until
And be
4
agonized by
in the afternoon.
agonized.
I might as well have a regular job at that point, right? So I would say, find a market, get a routine, find a market, set your profit targets, play enact your strategy, understand the best time frames to trade the market, and more importantly, when you make your money, walk away.
When you
When
make your
you
money,
lose, walk away. I go to bed I have no stress
beautiful thing.
trading the market, because I go to bed every night knowing exactly the amount of money that I will lose the next day. And if I lose that amount of money, I'm done, because I've got 240 days in which I can do this. So one bad day, there's another 239 good days that I have the possibility. So tomorrow is another day, and keep that in mind. And then I would say, finally, Sam, the best piece of advice that I could give you is you are not in control. And if you are not in control, I don't care if you trade stochastics, RSI crossovers, Keltner channels, Bollinger Bands. Like, I've seen all of them. I've tinkered with all of them. They're a great deal of fun, and they all work until they don't work anymore, right?
Everything works until it doesn't,
they don't work anymore. That's when you move on and you start looking for that holy grail. So that final piece of advice I really would like to give everybody, Sam, is take the trade. You're not in control. Take the trade, right? And if you have your parameters,
I wish I could say it as cool as you do.
Take the trade. Just take
I wish
it.
I could say it like you do. You sound so good. I'm a goofy git sometimes. I'm like, take the trade, people. You're just like,
take the trade. You will end up being a winner. If it's a good strategy, you'll know immediately, because those trades will work out for you. If it's not a good strategy, you'll know immediately, because those trades won't work out for you. But you can't know anything if you don't take the trade. And don't practice with more in the simulator and with a larger position size in the simulator than you're going to actually use in real life. You really want to see how good of a trader you are. Take your simulator money, which you can control, draw it down to your account size, and then build that simulator money. If you can do that, then now you're ready to move over to the live market. But don't trade with $100,000 in a simulator where you're putting on 40 contracts, because that's not going to be your reality, and you're not going to be able to do the computations quick enough in your mind to be able to associate the money differences, right? A 20 tick move with 40 contracts looks very different in terms of green on the screen than does a 20 tick move with 2 contracts, right? So it's almost almost like when you go to buy a house, they tell you don't look at a house that's outside of your price range.
Right.
Because if you look at a $700,000 house and you only have 150,000, you're not going to like any of the houses that you look at.
150,000.
So stay with your parameters, right? So I hope that really helps.
I did.
And I hope that everyone also knows that, you know, it's gotten to a point now where my friends tease me. They say that trading is my job and that teaching law is my hobby. I think that's kind of true.
Isn't that a beautiful thing, knowing why you're doing it in the first place?
It really is.
Don, just like Christy before you, I wish we could talk all day. But again, we'd really appreciate maybe if you could just hang in the panelist room for maybe 5 or 10 minutes if any of the guys have got any questions. You are an active Stockability student and member of our live coaching community, so I know a lot of the guys love it. You'll be back in, guys, in the room doing your thing as well, encouraging everybody with your own brand of just coolness. That's what I'm going to call it.
Man. Thanks a lot.
So thank you. Thank you.
Get along the queue.
Thank you so much, Don, for today. All right, Don, we're hanging around. But if you've got any questions for Don in the Q&A, go ahead and type them as well. They'll be able to see it as well. That's everybody. Don Tibbs, law professor, trader, and just cool ass dude, full stop. That's the man. I love it. Thank you so much, Don. Thank you. Oh, man, what a great time as well. I mean, just to have, you know, just great guests on the show. I absolutely love it as well. And it's kind of like now I've got to get in the way and do a little bit of a presentation myself. But he is an inspiration and a complete inspiration. And I love that, and just shows what it's all about as well. Thomas is saying, what is the trading platform software recommended for futures trading and options trading? I'm answering that now. It really depends on, you know, what style of trading you want to do. At Stockability, we use a combination of TradingView, TradeStation, and Thinkorswim. They're pretty much the platforms that we use as well. As you know, Dom there was just saying that he likes to use the NinjaTrader platform as well. So it really depends on what your style's going to be. But I really like Thinkorswim as an all-round platform. It is a little bit clunky. I've been using TradeStation for many years. It just can be a little bit unreliable as well. But, you know, Ninja I've used too. I mean, again, at the end of the day, all of the ones that we just said, they were really good. And we'll spend a little bit of time talking about that in our Q&A session at the end of today as well. Wow, can I just take a breather? Because I got about 25 minutes before I'm going to be joined by none other than Mr. Ryan Watkins. And let's just go through what we got. Running a little bit behind schedule, but that's time. That's fine. We allocated this as well. Top trading performances factors that every trader needs is going to be coming up with Ryan as well. You know, just making, I can't wait for that bit. And I don't want to get in the way because Ryan's going to be busy. He's doing that and he's doing his live GTS. You're going to actually see what the Stockability students see today, which is going to, and also going to be working and having a little conversation with Andrea Galitz, who is just an all-round superhero to me. Mum, realtor, entrepreneur, trader. What she actually focuses on to help her get where she needs to get as well. So really cool. So I'm going to get out of the way. Let's get into my piece right now. And let me know when you can see my screen, ladies and gents, because I want to share this. And again, I want to make sure, let me know when you can see the screen. You guys will see my desktop right now, I hope. On here, please let me know if you can see that. And that's all working out fine for you. Yeah, you can see that all, everybody. Wonderful. All right, good. So I'm looking off of a couple of screens here. And like I say, just finished up there with the wonderful Donald Tibbs, law professor and trader. Now we're going to be looking at how to build a futures income system with myself. And then we're going to be getting into some work with Ryan for a little bit as well. Probably going to give Ryan about 40 minutes. So it's all good. We'll keep working this out as it goes as well. But let's get straight into everything too. And a few of you guys were asking about Christie's details. I'll share this up again a little bit later on. But there it is for you as well. Again, reach out to us in the chat, because in the chat, you'll be able to ask us anything there. And we can also make sure that you guys are up to date on everything and can register for all of the goodie bag that Christie's putting together for us as well. All right, wonderful, guys. Well, look, in this section here, and I got about 20-25 minutes or so I want to work with you guys on. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a break because my vocal cords are dying as well. Okay, so let me talk to you a little bit about what I'm passionate about in here. When it comes to, you know, income trading, like Don, I think Don summed it up so well. Being able to take action is a key. And I keep preaching about system. And you're thinking, what are you talking about with this whole kind of system thing? You know, like I hear a lot about it, but what is it? You know, what is a system and so on? Well, I'm going to break this down for you. I'm going to help you with this as well. And rather than just going to like showing you lots of trades that we would have did, look, in 25 minutes, half an hour, you know, you can't teach somebody everything, but I hopefully like what we've been doing so far is offering you key little nuggets and takeaways to think about. So keep those questions coming because I want to see those questions. I want to hear from you guys and then I can answer these. And I think, you know, on this one here, my goal of this particular session that I'm doing right now is to really, really get into understanding that what are the common issues that most income traders have and how can we overcome them? That's really what this is about, because tell me if you can relate to any of these things, guys. Okay. First thing, you want to be a day trader. Great. Over trading will kill you. Over trading, like you see a day like today, the last few days, choppy. The most reason why most people overtrade, guys, is because they simply do not have a plan. And when I say a plan, plans are one thing, right? Plans are one thing. But the problem a lot of people have is they never really figured out how to write a plan in the first place. And I try to build a plan around the system. I'm actually going to get you to have a little peek into the stockability curriculum here as well. So the first thing is overtrading with no plan is a key thing. Stops are too tight. I'm going to go out and say this right now. And this ties in both this here, stops are too tight, and FOMO. This actually ties in, I feel, together, okay, with this. And I'm just going to make sure that I've got the right screen up on here because I just want to just do this. Just bear with me a second, guys. Just want to make sure I've got the right screen sharing with you here. Just bear with me. All right, I'm going to just go back onto desktop one. So you might be seeing double vision on here. Okay, you'll see that screen, by the way, the bigger issues we're seeing. Just want to make sure I was sharing the right screen as well. Can you see that okay, everybody? Just want to make sure I had the right screen here. I'm judging multiples on here. You've seen all my notes as well, don't you? Just seen all my notes. Is that better? Yeah, excellent. That's better. Great, great, great. Happy, happy, happy. So yeah, stops are too tight. Okay. And fear of missing out. And it's it's not only fear of missing out, but there's also a fear of, you know, not being losing. Okay. I'm all about understanding on here that when you get into your trading and you're investing, especially if you're going to be a day trader. Oh man, I'm having some real issues here. Sorry about this, guys. Start this one more time for you. There you go. When you're getting into your day trading on here and you're doing this, guys, don't be afraid to take a wider stop. Don't be afraid to have a wider position on here. One of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of people doing, okay, is, you know, over trading because they're trying to keep taking small moves out the market rather than picking a move. And I'm going to explain what this is, because at the end of the day, I find it a lot easier on most days to either be bullish, bearish, or sit on the hands and do nothing. It's got to be one of those three things. And that might mean having a bigger stop. Guys, get out of this world. If you're going to trade, you can ask Don right now. If you're going to try and trade the NASDAQ with a 20-tick stop, your career might as well be over before it even began. It's as simple as that. You're not going to get away with that. You're not going to be able to do that. It's simply not going to work. The other problem we see is poor trade management and unrealistic targets. Now, a lot of this is down what I call the dreaded risk to reward ratio. People say anywhere between 3-to-1 and 5-to-1 is what you should be looking for. Guys, in an ideal world, maybe, but we don't live in an ideal world, do we? We don't live in an ideal world. Sometimes the market's only going to give you 1-to-1, 2-to-1. How many of you in the room right now, please type in as we are here, how many of you have seen profitable trades, but you've ended up having nothing to show for those profitable trades? Either maybe went $100, $200 in profit, but you were trying to hit a home run and bang, gave it all back. We don't want to go through that. And the reason why that is because people don't have a systematic way of finding those targets. Okay. And that's something what we do to overcome with that is to actually use something called location analysis in our trading, setting a playing field of where we think the action is going to be. Breakouts are not a dirty word. Breakout trades are sometimes the only trade that you can take. Sometimes a breakout trade is the only trade on offer that day and you're going to have to take it. Don't be afraid of that. In a short-term move, it can be a great thing. Poor trend analysis. My gosh, trend. More people get confused about trend and direction. You need to go to the market with an objective way of understanding whether I'm focusing on being a buyer, a seller, or doing nothing. The trend is your friend, but too many people don't understand the concepts of the trends. And the other big thing I see here is people have strategies, but not necessarily a system. They don't have a system. I want you to get this out of the head. Some of you have been drained into, there's one strategy for everything. That is a crock of BS. One strategy for everything. It really doesn't work like that. You're going to have momentum style strategies. You're going to have fade strategies. You can have gap strategies. You can have all different strategies. Now, the idea is you don't have too many strategies. But to me, every good trader I've ever met has maybe 2 or 3 strategies in their tool bag. And they apply those strategies to the market conditions. Does that make sense to you guys? Does that make sense? And I agree with you completely, Ryan. You know, you have to let those winners run. But the problem is sometimes we're trying to let a winner run, but we're not being smart about letting that winner run. Do you understand? We're wanting it to run because we want it to run, rather than we're letting it run because we know the market's got a genuine chance of giving us a runner. I know it's a little bit of a confusing subject, but it's something we've got to think about on here. So how do we overcome this, my friends? Well, what we do here is we have a simple blueprint for a simple approach. So I want you to look at these key takeaways here and note these down. I call it the when, the what, and the why. These are the 3 things to base all of your income trading system around, okay? When, what, and why. When will I be trading or investing? This is the key, i.e. what time of day am I going to be trading? What's my style going to be? Am I literally going to be short-term charts, getting in, getting out, or picking a position each day and letting it move? And both are perfectly fine, by the way. Both of these different approaches are fine. I loved what Don Tibbs just said before. Don's all about, you know, hey, I just want to make sure that when I do my trading, I'm a 30-minute trader. I love that. I love that whole 30-minute trader mentality. That is a beautiful thing. You need to make that decision too, because if you keep enough of a journal, you're going to start to see on that journal when you perform at the best time of the days. Anybody seen that, by the way? Certain times of the days they do better than other times of the days. Anybody had that experience? Because I can tell you right now, it's real. People don't focus enough attention on this, okay? Be an opportunist. What will I be trading and investing in? Don, again, I'm just stealing all of his thunder and his lightning. Bang! I'm a one-trick pony. I trade the Dow Jones pretty much every day. I used to trade a lot of the NASDAQ, but I found it got a little bit too violent for me in its movement. So now I predominantly focus on trading the Dow, and I do options on the NASDAQ via the QQQ. Big thing we do in Stockability, is we focus on doing a lot of options on ETFs. And a lot of our students, day trade the indexes through options. In fact, Andrea, who you're going to hear through as well, is going to be in some of this. I'm going to talk about that in just a second, Thomas, some of the things that should be tracked in those journals as well. Okay. Why will I enter or exit a position? Now, this is the key again, system over strategy. What is my system telling me? My system should be telling me a number of things. It should be telling me, you know, where I'm getting in roughly, what direction, and am I being realistic with my targets? That's pretty much it. Just zooming in and focusing, because, you know, you've got markets that are trending, okay? Constantly. Markets are trending all the time, okay? They're always doing things. Markets are always moving, okay? But like, you can have all of this, and sometimes, you know, a market could be having this long-term trend like this, and then within these sections here, we have short-term downward trends. Well, I don't care. You got to be a trader where you're saying, well, maybe I'm trying to capture this to this in an up move, or maybe I'm trying to capture this part of the down move. As long as there's enough movement as a day trader, I don't really care if sometimes you're going to be focusing on capturing something here on the impulse moves, which are the moves going to the upside, or sometimes you're going to be focusing on capturing moves on the downside in this little section. As long as you're realistic with the playing field that you've got and the location of the overall market, that's key. So a lot of times I'll end up taking a short trade, making money on a short trade, and the market had an up day. Sometimes I'll take an up trade, a long trade, and market had a down day. It doesn't really matter in that respect. What really is important here is, do I have room to work my system? Are we clear on that, guys? Do I have room to work my system? That's what's really key. So don't get me wrong. Trend is an important part of all of this. Absolutely. I'm not going to be like some other people and go, trend doesn't matter. Trend does matter, but in longer term trades, trends matters. We are talking about an income system here where I want to just be a capitalist and get in, get out, take my money and move on. Are we clear on that, everybody? All making sense? All right. Balance is the key on here, all about having balance. So here's some principles I want to share with you. And Thomas, definitely I'll talk about what should be tracked in a journal. I'll get through as much as I can in all of this as well. And I can always do some follow-up stuff as we go. Because like anything, when you've got a live event, people run over, things go on, and you have to kind of ebb and flow as we go. So let's get into this here. So here are some of the principles of stockability. God, I hear this all the time, by the way. How are you guys different? What a fair question. And I can say, because we are. I can say, go ask our students, but hear it from me for just a second on here. How are we different? Let me give you a little bit of an idea of our principles, and that might help answer that question for you. Safety when day trading. Ask any of my students in the room right now. And guys, we have students in the room right now. Okay. Safety when day trading. We operate on a principle, and I love to encourage it, is get in, get safe, and then get out. It's all about safety. In the confines of an income system of trading, you've got to be able to get in and get out and be safe. You need to try and avoid massive series of losses. If you get big chunks of losses, that's going to hurt you. Do you understand? You can have death by 1,000 cuts if you're not careful. So all these small losses don't matter. They do if you have hundreds of them. Do you understand? So we like to have a principle as a day trader is you need to focus your principles. Hey, when the market moves significantly in my favor, I'm starting to get some P&L. Great. My stop might be here. Maybe I have multiple targets along the way. T1, T2, T3. We have 3 targets that we operate in Stockability where we take a uniform action when we first start to get safe on positions. And sometimes when that happens, guess what happens? Sometimes when that happens, sometimes guess what? The market gives back a little bit. So what? Who cares? We end up breaking even. Better to break even than take another loss. All right, guys. I'm not saying about being scared of taking a loss. I'm talking about being smart about it. Do you understand? There's a difference between this as well. Make it a red light, green light system. If this, then that on the price action. This is a beautiful thing that we do. Barbara Rabin, who was on my Take Stock live show a couple of weeks ago, said she loved this. Have scenarios, okay? So maybe our market is trapped in a confined range right now between major resistance and support, and I decide to focus on selling and buying at the extremes of this. That's great, but if it breaks out, how far are you likely going to exceed that price extension? And what are you going to do if it breaks out? Are you going to sit there and wait for it to go higher and higher and higher because you see some zone of supply that you want to take and then it just blazes through that as well? Well, to me, that makes 0 sense sitting out of all of that when you've had a beautiful uptrend you could have joined. Do you understand? You've got to listen to the market. Red light, stop, green light, go. So a good principle is to know, hey, I'm going to work in confinements that I'm in now, but I'm prepared to adapt the strategy based on the market conditions. I will constantly do that in my own trading and investing. You understand? It's a big thing. It's like an if this, then that scenario. Guys, I'm going to go out there and say this. If you've been in my webinars before, entry is overrated. Entry is overrated. System and location are key. If you are looking for the perfect entry, you ain't going to get it. Now and then you might get it, but over the long run, you're not going to get it. And I'll tell you why you're not going to get it, because it's a hard enough job as it is to nail the direction, let alone a perfect entry. Don't get focused on finding the perfect zone, guys. There doesn't exist a perfect zone. What exists is location. When does it make sense to start selling? When does it make sense to start buying? Give yourself a wider room for entry and allow those trades to play out. You have to have a swing trader's mentality as a day trader. That is something that is a huge difference maker in us. And we don't enter necessarily off just zones, support zones and resistance zones. We enter because the market is showing us that this statistically is overbought or oversold, and we will take a trade based on that with logical targets. We call it location analysis. It's a huge part of what we do. Location, I'm going to go ahead and mark this off here, is probably one of the most important things we do at Stockability. Be realistic. Small regular gains build confidence. Don said this. Don said this before, okay? And it's so true, okay? Small, regular gains are a powerful thing. They do add up. And I tell you what, right now, guys, they will build your confidence. Getting the crap beaten out of you every day with loss is not going to help you. So you got to take the realistic opportunities when they come. Stick to an achievable amount. Be content in your plan. Be content in your profits. Okay, be content knowing that sometimes you're going to nail it and sometimes you're not, and it's good to get paid. Remember, I'm focused more on day trading. I am an opportunist when I day trade, and I let it swing for the fences when I do longer term trades. This is another key principle for us on here. Go ahead and look in the mirror, people. Are you really getting serious about it? That's another question I ask people. Are you being serious? Are you willing to do the work? Are you willing to be critical and honest with yourself and start journaling and start recording what you're doing and take full accountability for your action? Okay, it'll kill you, Thomas. Going down to small time frames as well. Exactly. Couldn't agree with you more what you just put in the chat box here. I don't want all the money. I just want some of the money consistently. Beautiful. Be Larry Williams. Grab the low hanging fruit. Pick the pockets. Be the opportunist. I describe myself as ever the opportunist. And be a food truck. Now, what do you mean by this? Be a food truck. Laser focus on one thing at a time. I trade the Dow. That's it. You know why I trade the Dow over and over and over again? Because I have pull up my charts on here and I'll show you my charts right now. These are my charts on the Dow right now. The 4 charts that I use. These are my income charts. That's it. So I get the same picture over and over and over and over again. I don't go changing the time frames. These are what I use day in, day out. Why? Because I want the same picture. I want to be the food truck. What do I mean by be the food truck? My business partner, Vince, is a big investor in the restaurant industry. He likes to meet and look for established food trucks that are doing really well and they want to go to the restaurant level. Well, a good food truck specializes in one thing and one thing alone. A good pizza, a good lobster roll, a great fajita, great burritos, whatever it would be. Be the food truck, specialize in one thing. If you're going to be a great pizza place, sell pizza. Don't try and sell burgers. Be the food truck. Be a really good food truck where you got a line around the block. To be the food truck, you have to be consistent in your actions. To be the food truck, you've got to look at it from the same perspective. Here's what we see here. Here are my 4 charts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same 4 charts every single day. Same time frames, daily, 2 hour, 30. And here you'll see 15. Now, just because they're the ones I use, it doesn't mean they have to be the ones that you use. But by looking at the same market from the same angle, I can see the changes. Because otherwise, if I keep changing time frames all the time, if I go, well, you know, I need to change the time frames, like I can't really see a lot on this 15-minute chart here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take it down from a 15-minute chart to a 3-minute chart. All right, great. You're going to see a completely different picture on that 3-minute chart. But you're changing the angle, so you're not seeing the market the same way. It's changing your view of the environment. And by seeing the same environment over and over and over again, I'm starting to see consistency and read that thing in a better, more effective way. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make to simplify this, if these are my charts, and these are the charts I use in my guided trade sessions, these are the chart timeframes I use in my own trading that you're seeing right now. Okay, these are the things what I'm showing you right now is exactly, you know, what I do. All right, what I do every day, the charts that I use every single day. All right, it doesn't change, because that way, if there's not an opportunity that I can see, there's not an opportunity that I can see. Okay, and thanks for answering those questions, Don, on here as well. You know, you got those questions answered, which is great. So that's awesome. Rizwan, you got that. Don's had you covered. Don, I need to start paying you a salary the way you're in here answering questions as well. This is awesome. Guys, the point I'm trying to make on here as well, you've got to see the market from the same perspective every single day, you know, and a kiss of death I see with a lot of traders, if they can't see an opportunity on one time frame, they'll change it. Well, maybe if you didn't see it on the regular time frame that you use, it wasn't there in the first place. Do you understand, guys? Does everybody understand that concept? While I take a drink, because you can then go on the hunt for an opportunity rather than see the opportunity, which should slap you in the face. All right. All right. Awesome. Now, you've also heard about results and tracking results. Okay. That's all really good stuff on here. Let's just go back over to this just a second here. Okay. So you can see this. All right. So now with all of this in mind, okay, and I want to just kind of share this out with you one more time on here. It can get messy. Again, I take a great pleasure in sharing this with you in a realistic manner, and it can get a little bit messy. And when I say it can get messy, here's what I mean by this. Okay, I'm going to show you some sample results that I screenshot. Okay, and I want you to take a look at some of these results I'm going to share with you. Okay, so this is a period like in February. All right, I pulled out some random periods here, so you can see 4 trading days, 1 market. Set window to trade. In this, it says here 40% success rate, 2 trades a day average win 940, average loss 240. Now I look at that, and how did that end up working out for me on that? So over that particular month, 4 days, $1,800 of profit. Okay. Now, what's the thing that's most important to me out of all of this? Average win versus average loss. Is that a 3-to-1 on there? Yeah, that's a 3-to-1. Does everybody see that? Okay, that's a 3-to-1. Okay. You're going to get some consistencies on this. All right, fantastic. But then let's go to another day, another sample. And now we're looking at here in March 29 to April 3rd. 4 days of trading again, 1 market, set window to trade. This time we had a 75% success rate. 1 trade a day on average over those 4 days. Average win 1,300, average loss 626. Now, notice this on here. These numbers are different. Now, what was the level of profitability on that? I had some bigger trades that week, a $34.95 week, $3,495 over those few days. Okay. Looking to just get paid. Remember, just looking to get paid. Was the average win to average loss 3-to-1 at that point? No. The average win to average loss. So we know trading is literally the first hour of the day. First hour of the day, typical. Usually the first half hour. Okay. The way we work is so we trade the first hour of the day or the last hour of the day. We also have a lot of our students set up options trades in the last hour of the day as well. Okay. So it could be start of the day, end of the day. All right. Point I'm trying to make on here. All right. Point I want to make on here, which is really key as well. Okay. What I wanted to say on this is that, at the end of the day, wait a minute, just had a little bit of a flicker on my electricity. Has everybody still got me there, by the way? Everyone still got me? Had a little bit of an electrical flicker there coming on. Okay. All right, good. Point about making on this as well is, this here, we had a 2-to-1. Is that okay? Absolutely. It's not pretty. We do what we do. 3 trading days, early April, 1 market set with 85% success rate. Crazy day, only average wins of 242 to 7. That week, that worked out in that period, 1695. Okay. See, the results are slightly different on here, but are we still profitable? Yes, that's the thing. And then 5 trading days, a little bit more change, only a 50% success rate, 1 trade a day average, 883 to 549 on that particular one. Not necessarily as great. Okay. Not necessarily as great. So, but guess what? Were we still profitable? Let's just zoom in. Absolutely. Do you see? The point I'm trying to make here is, I didn't get my average wins are still bigger than the average losses. What's important is the market will ebb and it will flow. Does everybody see that? Okay. Well, there are red days in there. That's what I'm saying. These are all set days. Okay. These are set days. There are losing trades in there. Typically, I don't get a lot of losing days though. On average, I usually, most of my losing days, most days I'm up. Okay, but I'll have losing days. In the last 20 days, I think I've had about 3 losing days. Okay, these are some really recent examples that I've put together for you to show you. The point being on here, okay, is so good, Rezman. This includes losing days as well. But I mean, some days are smaller than others because, again, I'm an opportunist. But I want you to show on here, you can be consistent in building a system, but it hasn't got to be this perfect. They're always 3-to-1. They're always 5-to-1. They're always X amount versus X amount. Does everybody see that? It's not perfect is what I'm trying to show you here. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to just be consistent. And that's one of the things, because one of the things we try to do at Stockability is teach our students to fish for themselves. We're not about giving you trade ideas every day. Yeah, we do eight sessions a week of live trading, our guided trade sessions. You're going to see one in an hour from now with Ryan. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make on here is we want to teach you to be the best version of yourself as a trader. And look, I want you to see some of these. And I've blacked out the names of our Stockability students just for their own privacy. But look at the time, $8.39, $1,000 done for the day, $11.27, $3,500, half done in half an hour, took the NQ, $1,400. Okay. This is all in our live coaching community. This is all in our Slack room. And I'll show you more of our live coaching community where our students do their trading. Okay. Some other ones on here as well. Take a look at $1,800 day on here as well. Okay. Huge day with a minimum risk, $3,500 day. Tesla trade on here, up $1,600 for the day. All finished early. I love this one on Tesla here. This is a trade from here to here on Tesla in a day, $6,620. And that was done on an options trade. This is what's encouraging, because all these results that you're seeing here are all posted trades in our live coaching community with the students showing each other. But what are they all doing? They're getting different results because they're finding their own way of trading, but they're doing it in a set window of time. Okay. That's what they're doing, is they're doing this in a set window of time. They're honing their craft. So the question is, what is a trading system? And I've got probably just a couple of minutes here before I need to hand over to Ryan. Okay. And I want to go through this with him in just a second as well. Okay. All right. So the point I want to make on here is, as we go through this and start to talk about this in a little bit more detail, is this: what is a system? And I'll leave you with these points, and I want to go through with you as well, like later on today, a little bit more in this, because I know Ryan's going to expand upon this as well. Okay. Strategy or system. Why do we need a system? We need a system to follow and a plan to adhere to know why we are doing something. That's the most important thing. Why are we buying? Why are we selling? Why are we doing nothing? That's really what a system will do for us. But also importantly, a system guides us to use specific charts in a specific process to keep us logical. Showing you all of these charts here, because I use the same charts over and over again, I can be systematic, okay, in what I do. Because either the charts are leaning towards giving me a clear signal or they're not. A very important part of all of this is making sure that we understand why we're taking action. Now, tracking our performance is vital. Using a system helps us track our actions and journal correctly. Now, Thomas saying what should be tracked in a journal? You know, what time frames are you using? Okay, what is the signal to buy and sell? Why did you go with the trend? Why did you go against the trend? How much did it move in your favor before it stopped you out? What were your targets? Those are the kind of things that you need to be focusing and putting on in this journal. But it can be very difficult to track your performance if you don't have a system of things you're looking for, okay, which I'm going to give you a little bit of an idea of in just a second. So a system's not built around a specific strategy, but instead it's used with all strategies. Different conditions require different strategies. So what happens is we build a system that can encompass all different strategies. That's what it really is. And it allows us to be dynamic in what we do. Okay. Now, we're very proud of Stockability that our proprietary methodology is now patent pending. So we've worked this, and I do still journal. Yes. I'm very much about, you know, having a few different tools that I use in a system. So my trade plan is a system. Okay. And you might wonder what this, I'm giving you a little sneak peek of this right now. And there's a few moving parts to it, but it is what's unique about us and what we do. And I'm going to bring on Ryan because I want to make sure he's got enough time to do his thing. Okay, as well. All right. The definition of overt, and we have a system called overt. And the idea of the overt system is something openly and plainly and readily apparent with no secrets or hidden. And what we do is we have a system that we use called overt, and it stands for a certain thing. We understand our outlook. We want to define our outlook for the market's static trend. V is understanding at any given time value. And we use something called location analysis to define that current value. We then craft an entry based off of using maybe support and resistance zones, significant price points to understand the dynamic trend and what we're trying to achieve. And then we refine and drill down the entry if it's necessary to or use maybe a specific strategy to get in cheaply. And then we have our targets and we set our targets and off we go. Now, what you've got here is 5 simple steps: outlook, value, entry, refine, targets. It does not matter what strategy you are using. It does not matter what system you're using. What is important here, what is really, really important here is understanding that no matter what time frame I use, I need to know what my long-term trends are. I need to know what my short-term trends are. We call these static trend Okay. And we call this dynamic trend. Okay. These two things here. And then we determine value. Is it a good time to buy or is it a good time to sell? And what happens is, and then we define our entries and our targets. And those 4 charts that I just showed you on here, the beautiful thing about that is these 4 charts serve a purpose for outlook, for value, for entry, and to refine the trade down. And it has to become a beautiful thing. So it's understanding, well, the problem with trend with a lot of people, they don't understand is trends are either very slow moving or very fast moving. So it's multiple time frame analysis, 4-dimensional stuff. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about this a little bit later on as well. Static trend is understanding the big picture. The dynamic trend is reading it as it's happening. Okay. So it's time to understand, you know, the slow moving beast and then the fast moving beast, the elephant and the cheetah. Okay. Now, why I show you this, and there's a lot of things I'm throwing at you, is we have this system here to create a process that works for a number of different strategies and helps you start to build up a process or a checklist of things to do. It should truly become a checklist. But the problem is if you've got 72 steps in a checklist, you're never going to be able to check anything. So the idea here is to stick to a process, to make it about the system and less about what we think, because the market doesn't care what we think. And the idea behind all of this, of what I'm showing you guys, and what we're so proud of what we've built in here with our location, with our overt system here, guys, is a system where there's a true checklist behind it. And I want you to think about some of the things that I talked about. Like, am I giving myself an outlook? Do I have a defined way of deciding when to be a buyer or seller? Do I have a defined, you know, time to get in? And do I know defined clearly where my targets are going to be? Because if you can answer those questions, it's going to make your life a whole lot easier in that respect. So what I'm going to do is this. I've just given you a little bit of food for thought. We're going to expand upon this now as Ryan goes into his section. And I'm going to ask Ryan to come up on the chart on here with me as well right now, because he's going to have he's got a little bit of time. He's got about 30 minutes with you right now that we're going to go 30 minutes before I then get into kind of a next section leading into the guided trade sessions as well. Let me see if my man Ryan is there as well.
Yeah, I'm here, Sam. How you doing?
You're good. How are you? Do you want to bring
great.
up? Good. We've got so much going on here.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's just see. He's going to do his screen sharing straight away. I think there he is. Audio and visual check. Check. I see the hamster on here as well.
Awesome. Great.
I know you've got a live GTS and stuff, and I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut Don and Christy off because just such good stuff that they've been doing. It's just been amazing on here. Ryan's going to go through the top 10 performance factors. Goodness. And then we're going to go in. So Ryan, I'm going to literally get out of your way right now. And I'm going to give you about 30 minutes or so. And then I'm going to be doing like a 15-minute piece with Andrew before we start our GTS. Sound good to you, my friend?
You got it. Sounds great. I'll go ahead.
All right. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan Watkins.
Oh, hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We are talking today about the top 10 performance factors related to trading, of course. So let's go ahead and jump right into this. We've got 10 to go through. And here we go. All right. Top 10. Number 10. Commitment. It takes commitment to do anything truly well, and trading is no different. As traders, I'm sure many of you are experienced traders. You have some education, some experience in actual trading. Some of you maybe are just starting out or don't have experience yet. But I'm sure for those of you that do have some experience, you realize that there certainly is a time commitment to this, to learning the skill of trading. And so when it comes to commitment, there's really, it's kind of interesting because you could be overcommitted or undercommitted. So we want to find that spot where it's just right, where we're not overcommitted and we're not undercommitted though either. So let me describe what I mean by that. Let's talk with undercommitment first. Undercommitment, or lack of real commitment, maybe is another way of saying this. A friend of mine actually said this, and she said it so well. She says, are you just interested in trading, or are you committed? Are you committed to learning the skill of trading? Are you committed and dedicated to put the time in that it takes to learn the skill of trading? And it certainly does take some time. Nobody gets this overnight. And so there has to be some real commitment behind you learning this, just like there isn't anything else. You know, you look at New Year's resolutions. A lot of people say, I want to lose 20 pounds. What's the commitment? You know, you're committed for the first 3, 4, 5 days, but then, you know, you go to like a a party where they're watching a football game or something like that. Like, oh, look at those chips. Well, all of a sudden now the commitment goes out the window. Oh, look at that guacamole dip. Oh, it's so good. Oh, look at that cake because it's someone's birthday. Okay. Yeah, right. 20 pounds is too big. Maybe we could start with half a pound, and just go in the sauna and sweat it out. That's an easy way there, right? But it's going to take a real commitment to get good at anything. And trading is certainly no different. Learning to trade takes time, effort, dedication, and real commitment. The casual trader versus the committed trader. I mean, you could say that really with anything. Losing weight. I casually try to lose weight. No, I'm committed to losing weight, or I'm committed to learning something. I'm committed to trading. Okay, it's a big difference. It's a mindset difference. You heard Chrissy talk about that this morning, and you'll hear pretty much in every session something about mindset, because it really is a critical component. And then, of course, not taking this business seriously. Now, I was very purposeful in the wording on this. Trading is a business, and you should treat it as a business, not as a hobby, not something you do casually or for fun or dabble in it, anything like that. If you really truly want to achieve what you want to achieve, you need to take it seriously. So I'm suggesting to all of you, imagine that this is your business and treat it as a business. Okay. Take a look at from another example. Look at a professional athlete. How do they treat their craft? The greatest athletes of all time took it incredibly seriously. They were professional, not just in the profession itself, but in their mindset, they were professional about it. They dedicated extra time outside of their normal practice time to get better. A doctor, a lawyer, an electrician, teacher, engineer, you name it. Whatever your profession is that you're going into or did, in order to really thrive and do well, you have to take it seriously and treat it as a business, treat it as something very serious that you do, and go for that constant improvement, constant betterment of yourself and your craft, your skill. Okay. Overcommitment. Now, this might seem a little strange, like overcommitment. How is that? How do you do that? How do you commit more than you should? So here's what I really mean by this. What's really important to you? Is trading your most important thing in your entire life? I would suggest that was actually be a mistake, because there's things in life that are more important than your trading. Okay. For example, what about family, friends, religion or faith, income, wealth building, vacation time, freedom, more time, life flexibility or flexibility in your career, things like that. So there's many things that are important to people in their life, and trading certainly, of course, is one of those things. If you're trying to achieve a goal, if you're trying to achieve more freedom in your lifestyle, more time, maybe you want more time with your family, more time for vacations, more flexibility in your life, more balance in your life, whatever your personal targets are, your goals are, certainly you need to have trading as a commitment there. But if all you ever do is 100% trading, you're neglecting all these other things in your life, then those will fall apart. And then what's going to happen is you're going to be spending more time trying to repair the things that were broken. And that's going to take away time from your trading. So there does need to be some type of, balance there, not necessarily like a 50-50 balance, but obviously commitment is needed. But don't neglect the other things in life that are very, very important as well. All right, here we go. Number 9, specialized education. Well, what's specialized education? You're specializing in something. Now, that's very different than general education. So general trading education versus specialized education. So what I mean by this, general trading education, an example of that would be, say, going to YouTube or a book or something like that and just say, I'm receiving education. It's not organized. It's not specific to anything. It's just simply education going in your ears or your eyes. Yeah, I think I would agree with that, like a degree versus a certification. Right, you're on the right track here. Right, yeah, the University of Barnes and Noble. There you go, right? So it's more important to us that we use specialized education. And in order to do that, we need to get focused. I mean, look at that focus in his eyes right there. That's the kind of laser focus we need. It's not a flashlight type of focus. It's a laser beam focus. And that's what is needed to excel in our education. Okay, so let me give you some other examples here. Whether you want to be a trader or an investor, I've marked this off in really different ways that you can go about doing this here, okay? So let's say, for example, you want to focus on what Sam really excels in, and that's the day trading over here. Okay, so then that would be laser focus on day trading. Or myself, I'm more of a swing and position trader. So that's where I focus. Other people, they're like, yeah, I don't want to be that active. I want to be a little more on the passive side. So I'm going to focus over here on active investing. You're still active in the markets. You're still investing. And I'll talk about this and the passive side of investing later in my second presentation later on. But the active investing would be another way to go. Okay, fine. Then focus on that. Have that laser beam focus so you can get really, really good at that. Another thing to help with this specialized education. This is something that I've learned in myself as well as other, thousands and thousands of other students that I've taught over the years is simply this. Simple is best. Simple is best in learning. Simple is best in teaching. Simple is best in applying. I have seen this with many traders out there when they are trying to learn a very complex method, a very complex trading system. They are on the path of failure because it's incredibly difficult to learn and it's as equally as difficult to apply. And so one of the things that we really try to do, and we take this seriously, is to keep things simple. Now, for those of you that are with us at Stockability, there's still a lot to learn, but we definitely want to keep it on more of a simplistic type of approach. For example, the trading rules that we have, the criteria are about 3 to 5, and that's it. We want to keep it simple, 3 to 5 ingredients, just like a good meal. You have 3 to 5 ingredients. You start putting 15, 18, 25 ingredients in a meal, and it goes from being really good to only edible. And sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes the dog doesn't even want it. So here's an example. This is one of our students, Barbara. Barbara, I think you're in here with us today, aren't you? So look at the highlighted part. Barbara says, I just want you to know that as a former OTA student, I understand more from your 4-day class and on the demand course than I ever did in 1.5 years. Now that speaks to simplicity of learning, simplicity of teaching, and again, of course, simplicity of applying. Let me give you another example. Take a look at this chart here. There's 2 time frames. This is a chart of crude oil. This is confusing. We got all kinds of stuff going on here. Moving averages and this indicator, that indicator, an oscillator, all kinds of different stuff. Now I put this picture here on purpose because I actually have a picture somewhere in a computer in storage somewhere of a picture of me trading. And I had 6 monitors in front of me, those big giant CRT monitors. You guys remember those from the old days? Okay, those big giant CRT monitors, they're like space heaters. And I had on each of the screen a chart, and on the chart I had multiple indicators on there, MACD, multiple moving averages, stochastics, on balance volume, volume on average, because apparently one volume chart wasn't enough. And in all that mess, I couldn't even see what price was actually doing. And it was incredibly confusing and distracting. So I see this even today. If you go to different, websites and other places, oftentimes I will see traders that have all sorts of indicators on there and oscillators. You can't figure out what's actually happening. So here's an example of simple, clean, easy to see, easy to understand. We got 2 charts and that's it. We do our analysis on 2 charts. Step 1, step 2, step 3, place the trade. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's how we want to learn. That's how we teach it. That's how we want to trade it. Keep it clean, keep it simple, okay? I'll give you another example here. In our teaching progression here, again, we're focused on specialized education here. We want to have an educational path that is also simple and straightforward. So we have an orientation course, a foundational course. And then we split it up into either an income or wealth path. And then we start saying, okay, now you're getting into the specialized education. Once you got the foundation, you got the basics down, split it up. And do you want income or more on the wealth side? Now let's get you that specialized knowledge, that specialized education. Now, with that specialized knowledge comes specialized application. That's the GTS sessions you heard Sam talking about earlier, okay? Now, the other issue is when it comes to specialized education is who is actually teaching you. Experience does matter, and of course, so do results. You saw Sam's results there just a little bit ago. I'll share with you just briefly here. This is results from a swing trading account that I manage from last year. And so 2020, 2021, this particular account started in about late April is when we started in this one here. We can see the equity curve growth on that. Nice steady start right there. A couple to about 2 or 3 drawdowns on there, but nothing too crazy. And then we really see the acceleration of that equity curve. So when it comes to trading, again, we want simple and that laser beam focus to get the results that we really want to strive for and achieve. All right, here we go. Number 8. This one's important. I'm sure every one of you is probably familiar with this next one here. A trade plan or a system, a trading system, a method that you use to place your trades. Now, when it comes to trade plan or trade system, I see a lot of confusion out there in there. And I know Sam talked about this earlier, is that, yeah, we know it's important to have a trade plan. We get that, but how? Like what goes in a trade plan, and what do I do with that? You know, how do I actually write one or focus on that? So here's some ideas for you. I grouped this into 2 types of plans, a business plan and a specific trade plan. These are 2 different things here. The business plan is more general, it's more broad-based, it's more big picture oriented. What you're trying to do, your goals, your trading objectives, your markets traded, your time frames that you're trading, all those types of things, okay? But the specific trade plan, it's focused, it's simple, and you're able to follow it. I have seen many trade plans over the years. One in particular, a gentleman sent me a trade plan. He said, hey, Ryan, he emailed to me. He says, Ryan, here's my trade plan. Can you take a look at it and comment? It was 127 pages. I emailed him back and I said, look, you've obviously spent a tremendous amount of time and effort and energy on this trade plan, but it's not a trade plan. It's more like a research paper, okay? I told him, I said, you need to condense the nonsense. You need to condense this down into one single page. What do you need to know? And that's it. Nothing else. Just tell me what I need to know. Okay. And just keep it simple, keep it focused. If this, then that, step 1, step 2, step 3, bang, bang, done. Okay. So it's really a checklist of actionable factors. Okay. Such as your trade setup. Okay, that's the picture on the chart you need to see in order for you to place the trade. Specific conditions to the trade. The entry type, entry location, the stop loss location, the dollar or percentage amount that you're going to risk per trade, and of course your exits for profits. So really this is fairly simple and straightforward. You could put all of this on 1 page or even a half a page, really. It's simple, sweet, short, and right to the point. That is a specific trade plan. Everything else that is non-essential goes into the business plan. Okay, let me give you some other ideas of the trade process or trade plan. It's also important to have some realistic goals or realistic targets. New trader realistic goals. Learn to become competent. That should be your first goal here. Just simply learn to become competent in your trading. So that's, again, getting to the skill side of it. This trading is a skill, not a knowledge. Trading is a skill, not a knowledge. So we need to focus on the skill. So we need to have skills-based goals, okay? A new trader unrealistic goal, an example of that would be, I need to make 80 grand per year on a $300 trading account. That's not skills-based, is it? That's money-based. So that trader is focused on the dollar amount, not on the skill. Now I use that example specifically because I actually had a trader tell me that. He says, Ryan, I need to make $80,000 per year. I have $300 in a Forex trading account. I said, good luck with that, man. Go get a job. It's just not realistic. You're not even close. You're not even close. It's just simply not realistic. Okay. Another one. I will learn a new skill that I can use the rest of my life. It will take time to learn this, but once I know it and can do it, no one can ever take it away from me. So this gets a little more into the growth mindset that you heard Chrissy talk about earlier this morning, not the fixed mindset, versus I want to make money right away and a lot of it. I need the money to pay back my tuition and need money to pay bills. That's scarcity. That's a scarcity mindset. That's just not going to be fruitful in your trading. You're digging yourself a hole mentally and emotionally with that kind of attitude. I have a written formal business plan and trade plan for trading. I know what to do and when to do it. Big difference there, isn't it? Versus I have my trade plan in my head. I know what to do. I've heard that so many times, and yet they're crashing and burning trade after trade, stop out after stop out after stop out. You don't know what you're doing. Just admit it. Start with the trade plan. Get it on paper. Put thought to pen to paper. All right, here we go. Number 7, skill development. Skill development. Now, this is critical. I think this is one of the things that traders just simply miss the most, is they don't think of trading as a skill, and they don't focus on the skill. What do most traders want? They want money. That's why they're doing this business, right? They want income. They want wealth building, okay, or both. But yet they don't focus on the skill. So if you focus on money, then you're focused on all those emotional attachments that you have to money. So all those fear emotions, greed emotions, fear of losing money, fear of missing an opportunity, all those negative emotions, when you place a trade and you start losing money in the trade, you freak out and you get out of the trade way too early. Or you move your stop down lower and lower and lower, creating a bigger and bigger loss because you don't want to get stopped out. Well, now you're just digging yourself a bigger hole. Or if you're making money, you get freaked out, like, I sell, get me out now, because you're so terrified of losing it. We've got to get away from that. Okay, we've got to get away from that. No, it's not my child. That's a Google child. Got it from Google. Google Images. So here we go. How do we focus on skill development? Well, again, trading is a skill, not a knowledge. You need knowledge. Everyone needs that. You have to have that. It's a important ingredient, but skill is primary. It's critical. Okay. 90% of traders fail, lose money. And we've seen study after study on that. Well, most traders, again, focus on money, not the skill of trading. So trading is a skill. Focus on the skill. All right. So what are some ways that we can actually do that? Well, first of all, trading is a process also. So we need to focus on the process. And when we focus on the process, we are developing our skill. If we focus on the money, we're not focused on the process, nor are we focused on the skill. So the solution here is we must focus on the process. In order to do that, you need to have a process, don't you? Okay, you need to have a process. Okay. How do we focus on the process? Glad you asked. Here we are. Study and analyze your trading results. I cannot tell you, I can't emphasize enough how important this is. Study and analyze your results. This is a massive skill increaser. Okay, it's not just journaling. Journaling, you have to do the journaling part first, but you don't journal just to journal. You journal so that you can study, so that you can analyze. You poke, you prod, you investigate, you look under the microscope to find, what am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? Someone was asking earlier, well, what do I journal? What am I actually looking for here? I'll give you a hint. What are the conditions of your trade? That is what you journal, and that is what you study. Okay, what are the conditions of your trade? That is what you journal, and that is what you study. And that will get you focusing on the process and focusing on the skill. Here's another thing too, and I know Christy talked about this earlier this morning, accountability and things like that. Track your results and be accountable for them. Okay, focusing on that process by tracking your trade results and studying those trade results. And I actually have many personal testimonies on this myself personally, as well as from other traders. And here's one right here. This is a screenshot of some trading results. Okay, these are my own personal trading results here. So this was last year, towards the end of last year, November, December, and a little bit into January right here. Okay, pardon me. During this 30-day period, there was one losing day right here in red. Okay, one losing day. It's about $6,000 or so, I think, on that particular day. All the other days were positive. Mixed results, as you can tell, some more, some less, but they were positive. Now, this has a little bit to do with, you know, obviously like the trade plan, the following the system, and things of that nature, but also critical issue here is risk management. I'm guessing you'll probably think that risk management is one of the top 10, and you'd be right. It is coming up soon. So risk management is a critical factor. You can see that also by the equity curve growth here as well. Smooth and steady, and that's what we want. We want smooth and steady results. Okay, now we talked about what do I study? And I know someone asked that earlier. Here's an example. These are the trading results from December 2020. Okay, the end of the year of last year. Each trade that you can see right here is highlighted by either green or red. Okay, now let's just take the 4th, for example. There were 5 trades on that particular day, and the money made there was $11,940. On the 14th, there was 1 trade, 15th, 3 trades, and so on and so on. Okay, on the 18th, there was one losing day, or excuse me, one losing trade for $6,500. Okay, and then the 19th and so on. But look at the 23rd here. That's what I want you to focus on. And I know someone also asked the question earlier. They were asking, Sam, do you still journal today? And I don't know what he answered, but I still journal today. And this is my trading journal. You're looking at it right now. And I want you to notice this right here. It says confused, fat finger. When I track my trading results, if I make a mistake, if I make an error, if I did something that is outside of my conditions of the trade, I track it. So I know what am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? So on this particular day, I got confused. I placed an order. It was an options trade. I placed an order, and I thought I was trading one market. But when I looked at the ticker symbol after I had placed the order and the order went through and was executed, I realized, I'm like, oh no, that wasn't the trade. That wasn't the market I wanted to trade. And that was just me being in a rush, trying to place the trade quickly. And I got a little mixed up and kind of fat fingered it. Like I placed the order without confirming it was the right market, like I thought it was. Okay. So I logged that entry as, hey, I made a mistake. And it made $50. I don't care about that part. I'm concerned more about what did I do wrong. And then the other follow-up question to that is, how do I improve it? How do I fix that? Okay. Well, I can tell you right now, number one, don't be in a rush, slow things down. Okay. I will also tell you, just here's some personal stuff that I've noticed in my own personal trading over the years. My number one mistake that I make, not that I do it often because I don't, but it just happens to be number one, is when I make a mistake, it is the number one issue is I'm in a rush. I'm hurried because I got a lot going on. There's multiple orders going on, multiple markets I'm looking at, instead of just focusing and taking my time. Okay. Now, again, I don't do it often. I'm normally pretty calm and relaxed when I do trade, but occasionally, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, it comes up. So I'm aware of it, and I'm battling that and have my solutions in place. It's just me enforcing those solutions. Okay. All right. So there you go. Number 6. This next one actually really surprised me that it would make the top 10. And I had to go through some personal experiences in this and identify some personal experiences in other traders too, to really believe the power of how effective number 6 is. And here it is. Trade management. Trade management. I think most people would probably identify that as, really? Trade management's that important? Well, yeah, let me explain why and how powerful this is. Trade management can almost single-handedly turn around trading results. I'll give you an example. Huge turnaround. A trader one time came to me, he emailed me a very desperate email, and he basically was saying, hey, Ryan, I've been a student of yours for a little over a year now, and I think about a year and a half or so, somewhere between a year and a half and 2 years. And he says, you know, I'm just not getting this. It's not working for me. I'm losing money. My account is going down. I'm losing about 75% of the time. Now, just stop right there. If anyone is losing 75% of the time, and I've been there myself, it is incredibly demoralizing. It's crushing on the ego and the confidence, or what is left of the confidence. I gave him a simple little trade management recipe. And I said, I just want you to do this recipe for 30 days. Let's just try it before you quit. Let's just try this one last thing, and let's just see what happens. If it doesn't work, fine, then you can go about doing a different career, which is kind of where he was at right now. He's wanting to do a different career. He says, all right, Ryan, I'll give it a shot. I'll try one more. I'll try 30 more days here. At the end of 30 days, he emails me back. It was one of the most excited emails I've ever read. He was incredibly happy, incredibly joyful. He says, Ryan, I'm so excited. I can't wait to place my next trade. I've had amazing results. I now have 80% winners, and I'm making money consistently. And all that was just trade management, nothing else. He didn't do any other change. Okay, so that is how powerful trade management can be. I will share with you some of my own personal trading results where I had 79% winners. Okay, 79% winners. Here it goes. I'll put the link in the chat window here. Give me a moment to slide that on over. Okay, let's go here. There you go. All right, so there's my YouTube link that shows my trading results, and I talk more in detail about it, more time than we have for right now. Okay, so you can look at that later on. So anyways, there we are. Let's look at a couple more examples here. Okay, here was a trade that I took. This one's quite a while ago, back in 2011, just to show you it works way back when and it works today. Okay, so I'll show you a way back example, an oldie but goodie, and then I'll show you a more current example. So you can see I bought right here at the 1258, and as price was heading up higher, I had my target right up here at the 1264. Now, I didn't know if it was going to get there or not. So what I did is I took my stop, the blue line, and just moved it up little by little by little. That way, if it didn't hit my target and drop back down, at least I would get stopped out for a profit. Okay, so that's just one quick example. Here's another one. In our trading community, we use a technology that allows us coaches to immediately communicate with our students and vice versa. And so here's an example. This was a trade I took on iRobot, and I'm posting it in the chat window, the communication area there for our students. I said, this is iRobot, and I'm shooting for $90, which is up here. But again, I don't know if it's going to get there for sure or not. I don't know how long it'll take to get there either. Okay, so I'm letting them know I just entered the trade here. And then about 9 days later, price has a strong rally right up in there. And I communicated again to him. I said, update, I'm out as of 30 minutes ago, I was hoping for $90, but outlook on major, that's our major indices, was quite bearish that day. So I took my profits at the 85 resistance. I'm out. So this is basically what we were talking about earlier is, yeah, have a plan, but be flexible enough so that when situations like this happen, you get out and take your profit. I don't know if it was going to go higher or lower. I don't know. But what I do know, number one, price is at resistance. That tells me there's going to be selling pressure. Number two, the major equity markets are at major resistance as well. And we're showing signs of selling off. So I said, that's good. I'm done. I'm out. I'm not going to take my chances. I'm taking my profit now. I'm taking a guaranteed thing, which in that case was $4,900, a little over 49. It was 8 days. Sorry, I said 9. It was 8 days. And there's the entry, and then there's the exit. Okay. All right. Number 5. I'm sure you probably would imagine this would make the top 10. Risk management. And I like this here. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. Really, you don't. You do not need a parachute to go skydiving. Did you know that? You don't need it. But you do need a parachute to go skydiving more than once. I think that's a pretty good example there of risk management. So if you want to keep trading, you definitely need some risk management. if you want to trade 5 years from now, I think you're going to need a parachute. So there's two primary factors here. Number one, a protective stop loss. I think most people know about that one, but just in case you don't, here's an example. Here's a support area. We're going to buy to open, get us in a long position there. Okay. But we're going to use a protective stop loss just in case we are wrong in our trading decision. And it does happen. Nobody's right 100% of the time. And so we have our entry. If that trade goes against us, we only will lose a small amount. And of course, if it hits our profit target, great. That's obviously what we're going for here. That's what we want. But we don't know for sure that it's going to get there. So that's what we have our protective stop for. Okay. Next up, position size. Well, I tell you, I see people just not do this or don't understand it, or just they know about it, but they don't do it anyway. And it is such a critical thing. It is your parachute. Okay, so here's an example. This position sizing is basically how much you're going to risk per trade. And it's not just a parachute thing. It's people think, oh, I position size so I don't lose too much money. Yeah, that's true. But you also position size so that you can make more money without losing the amount that you're comfortable with. So we have some cautious amount, some moderate, and then of course, aggressive and very aggressive. Okay, so here's a quick little rule of thumb for you. The lower your skill of trading is, the lower your risk should be. The lower your skill is, the lower your risk should be. The higher your skill is, the higher your risk may be, up to 2%. Okay, above 2%, you're getting pretty aggressive. Here's an example. This was a day trade I took on back in 2017. So here is the entry. First target right here, second target up there. So I bought 9 contracts. Now, why 9 contracts? Why not 10? Why not 8 contracts? Okay, why not whatever, any other amount? Okay, 9 contracts, because that's what the position sizing allowed me to trade. You can see the risk right here, $562.50. Well, why that amount? Well, I can't remember. This was quite a while ago, years ago, but my guess was at that time I was risking $600 per trade. So that would make sense, because if I risked more than 9 contracts, then I would be over my allowable risk amount. But I want to get the maximum amount of contracts I can afford without going over my allowable risk amount. Okay, so that's why it's set at 9. Okay, next up, number 4. Number 4. This one is truly a major one. I have seen time and time and time again that people that have this really have great success in many areas of life. Here it is. Accountability. Accountability. This is a huge performance factor. All right, here's an example. People don't hire personal trainers for their knowledge of fitness and exercise. They do it for accountability. People don't hire nutritionists for their knowledge of dietary requirements. They do it for accountability. So just imagine if you had to report each trade you took, each piece of food that you ate, if you had to log each workout to show to an accountability partner, how much would you change? If I had to show every workout or every trade that I ever did to my wife or my friend or my business partner, wouldn't that make me trade better? Sure would. Here's an example from one of our students, Brandon. Look at the highlight here at the top. The thing I was missing was coaching and accountability. The thing I was missing was coaching and accountability. Okay. So this is a critical piece. Here's his results once he started his accountability phase. Steady, consistent results. So accountability starts with you. It cannot be delegated. It's not a one-time thing. It's a major factor. Be accountable to someone. Spouse, good friend, mentor, coach, somebody, fellow trader. Good place to start. Okay. You can do this daily, weekly, monthly. This is where our trading routines come in. You probably heard that quite often. Trading routines or habits. Okay. Motivation will definitely get you started, but a habit is what's going to get you to the finish line. That's what we need. Okay, so find a trusted accountability partner, whoever that's going to be for you. It could be an app. There's apps out there, cell phone apps that you could do this on. Okay, write out what it is that you want to be accountable for. Trade plan, trading rules, whatever it may be. All right, here we go. The top 3. Number 3, emotional control. This is a huge one for people. And we've talked about this a lot already. Fear of losing money, fear of missing an opportunity, greed, fear of failure, fear of success, ego. Okay. These are really the primary emotional trading destroyers out there that we got to battle as traders each and every day. So let's talk a little bit about solutions here. Prosperity mindset, unattached mindset from money, growth mindset, not fixed, abundance mentality, not scarcity. You heard Christy talk a lot about this type of stuff this morning. A humble mindset as well, meaning you're open to learning. Once you get into the point of, I know it all, I'm such a great trader, I'm this, I'm that, I'll tell you what, here comes Mr. Market going to smack you down and he's going to humble you real quick. So we need to be confident in our trade plan and our process, yes, but a humble mindset, open to learning. Okay. Robert, you got it. It wouldn't be one of my presentations unless I had a spelling challenge. So here you go. Trust your trade plan, follow your trade plan. Okay, here's some other mindset issues here. Solid, specialized education, always using your stops and position size, excellent discipline, detailed plan, proven system, and of course, systematic execution without emotion. Another real big one here, discipline. Discipline, for sure. This is huge. As traders, we need to have discipline like these canines. Okay. Here's a trade example of discipline. Here was my entry on this trade. It was a short. Target 1, quick little lunch money profit here. Target 2 down here. It takes discipline to let profits run to that second target down there. Without discipline, how can we let those profits run? If we don't have that disciplined mindset, then we're just simply we're going to be all over the place. Okay, we're going to be all over the place. All right, so here's the deal. Focus on the process. All right, here we go. 2 left. Number 2, persistence. Got to be persistent. If you want to get good at anything, it's just bottom line. That's what it takes. Okay, so what's persistence? Firm or obstinate continuance in course of action in spite of difficulty or opposition. You just keep putting one foot in front of the other, no matter what's thrown at you. So what are some keys to persistence? Hungry vision, constant action in the right direction, make it a habit, and resilient drive. Persist until you achieve what it is that you're looking for. All right, here we go. Number 1. Any guesses? What do you think it is? Give us your best guess. What do you think? Come on. All right, here we go. For number 1, I know, drum roll, right? I'll give you a hint. All of the top 9 require this. All of the top 9 require this. Massive, focused action. And that's part of the mindset. Massive, focused action. And I think Tony Robbins says this so well. He says the path to success is to take massive, determined action. It's not just action. It's not just determined action or even focused action. It's massive action. And you can apply this to whatever it is in life that you're going for, in our case, trading here, okay? So obviously that takes something that you need to decide, yes or no. Yes, you decide yes, you want to take massive action in whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish, or no. So take that massive, focused, determined action. So there you go. There's your top 10. Commitment, specialized education, trade plan, skill development, trade management, risk management, accountability, emotional control, which goes into the whole mindset, like everything mindset related. persistence, and of course, massive focus, determined action. Next up, I will start my journey today and I will not fail. So how do we take those first steps? How do we take those first steps? First step is real simple. Number one, go to stockability.com, click on education, click on trading and investing orientation, and that'll get you started. It's a great place to start. Okay. You can contact us by phone or email, chat, whatever is the easiest for you. Okay. Thank you for listening. Appreciate the time. Sam, I'll turn it back over to you, my friend. Thanks, everyone. Glad you're here. Stick around. We got a whole lot more coming. Thanks, everybody.
Going to give you about a 15-minute break now, my friend. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Great to have Ryan there as well. Ryan, thank you so much. And if you can't get enough of Mr. Ryan Watkins, then guess what? You're going to have him in about 15 minutes from now. We're going to have more Ryan on here as well. So Ryan's going to be doing our GTS live. He's going to be doing Wealth Wednesdays as well. So, man, this morning, is it me or has this whole morning gone incredibly quickly for everybody? I hope that's a good thing, because obviously if it's going quickly, that means we're enjoying it and we're getting a whole lot out of it as well. And what we're going to be doing is our Wealth Wednesdays. Let's just bring up the slideshow so you can just see our today. Just see obviously what we've got going on today. And just as a recap on here as well, we're running ever so slightly behind schedule, but what would a live event be if we weren't running a little bit behind schedule on here as well? What would it be, right? How would it be? It wouldn't be real, would it, at the end of the day? So right now, where we're at the moment, we just felt that down that great session with Ryan Loach, coach of Stockability. Shortly, we're going to be just talking to Andrea Galitz in our warm-up just before our live Wealth Wednesday GTS with Ryan, which is going to be about an hour, guys. We're going to actually let you come right on in and be a fly on the wall and actually see what our students see every Wednesday and part of everything that they do throughout our guided trade sessions that we do here at Stockability as well. So it's all about, it's going to have a focus on it, especially one for our students and for you, which is all about stretching our retirement dollars as well, the performance enhancers that matter. And then we're going to be getting in with our co-founder, Dan Bustamante, who's going to be coming in around 2:20, who's going to be then talking about maximum performance using a small options account. I can't wait to have Dan on here as well. Great background. He's the whole reason I decided to start this company with him. So super excited for you to meet him if you've not yet done so as well. And then Chad Sakonchik is going to be joining me for about 20 minutes, half an hour, talking about treating trading and investing like a business. And then Ryan will be back with me and Coach Graham and Brian Dumaresk and some of the other Stockability team for our Stockability Roundtable. So any questions that you've been asking us that you haven't yet had answered, save them if they haven't been answered. We will get to those questions before the day's end as well. And we will make sure that no stone has been left unturned whatsoever as well. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to just dip in on here. And I'm going to ask a very special lady to join me on here. Andrea, let me just bring you on as a co-host so you can actually bring up your video as well. Some of you will be familiar with Andrea. You may have met her before on our on my live show as well. So I'm going to just ask her if she could just bring up her video and so on, and we'll kind of get this.
Okay. It's not letting me bring my video right now, Sam.
Oh, that's because I'm going to make you a co-host and that will allow you to do so. There we go. Here we go. Let you do it right there as well.
Perfect.
Hey, Andrea, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. What amazing continuing education day. Wow.
I'll tell you what, we haven't stopped, haven't we? We have, and Graham, also, I've just people asking about Graham. Graham is going to be here later on in our Coach Graham, in our Coach Roundtable. You'll be familiar with Graham as well. It has been a great day. Thank you for having us, joining us live from Illinois as well. It has been a great day and we got a lot going on. And I wanted to give Ryan a little bit of a break as well, but Dan's going to be doing a section shortly after Ryan, all about options. And I wanted to bring you on for a second here because this is all about performance. And one of the things that we talked about when you were on the Take Stock Live show with us, Andrea, and you are a Stockability student. You've also been a student of Ryan's as well as one of his mentees, haven't you? Yeah. One of the things, you know, that struck me about you when I met you, you are a full-time mum. You know, you are a realtor, you are a businesswoman, and you're a trader as well. And I just think, oh my gosh, how do you do it all? I mean, I know I'm running a company here, I get it, but I have a team to help me. I mean, we are a team, you know, we're not just a one-man band. I thought it'd be really interesting because how do you fit it all in? Because obviously you're a believer in multiple income streams, right? I mean, that must be an important thing to you as well.
Yes.
So how many different kind of things are you involved in right now? And then let's talk about how you fit it all in. Like, what's your weapon of choice, should I say?
Sure. So on the business point, trading, still trying, haven't met my goals. I'm getting there slowly but surely. Real estate, I've been a real estate agent for quite a while. And my husband has his own company, so I manage that.
Oh, do you now? Right. Yeah.
Why not? Right.
My wife has I know my wife has to manage me as well as help and everything. So they always say there's a great woman behind a great man, right? So
right. He's learning QuickBooks pretty quick because I just told him I can't keep doing it. So, but anyways, how do I do it? Well, I love to say that I have a timetable that I stick to every day, and I hold that time accountable. But no.
This is reality, right? We have to let reality see.
It doesn't work for me. No. Luckily now my children are back in school, so that has freed up a tremendous amount of time, which has been fantastic. But really what I do every morning, and what the earlier guest said with the books and the routine, that is key. I do not have a timetable structure, no, but I have routines. Every morning I am up 45 minutes before anybody else in my house. I need that time for me. I need coffee and quiet, and sometimes I'll do a walk. Sometimes, very rarely will I look at like the market news because I don't want to fill my head with any of that just yet. And then every morning I write down 3 essential things I need to complete each day. That is going to
achievable. Actually, 3. So 3. That's quite achievable. Actually, that. So you're setting yourself like small chunks of things.
Right.
Time management.
And it's those essential things are to reduce stress and anxiety in my life. So not anybody else's. What 3 things am I going to do? And those 3 things are focused around 1, the family and my girls. What do I need to do so that I'm relaxed, so they're relaxed to get out the door? 2, what do I need to do on my business part, either to grow my business or follow up my business, both real estate and trading? And then 3, what do I need to do for myself? Because if I'm not functioning, nobody else in my house is going to function. So
you are the cornerstone of your house by the sound of it.
And my husband works very hard and he's gone long hours, but I'm the one that's home. I also, volunteer softball coach, because why not?
Wow.
So
there's a few extra things on your plate.
Right. So when I focus on those 3 things and I can check them off, my day, I can breathe, and I can either work towards other things I need to do for this week or next week, or I can just take a break and read, or I can just calm down. And it's really simple. And for my girls, it's getting them up on time, getting them fed a healthy breakfast, getting their lunches out the door, and giving them a kiss goodbye and watching them go to the bus stop. That's it. That makes their day calm, and that makes them have a good day, which then makes me calm.
People don't think about that enough. I don't think sometimes is like a calm environment around you. Actually, making sure everyone else is kind of cool actually helps you if that responsibility.
Right. Like
there's a saying I keeping if my little boy, if I'm getting enough attention to my little one, he's happier. And to anyone, like those motivations behind why we do what we do, while I'll always live the life I live, is because I want to have the time. It sounds like it's the same for you as well, right?
It is,
a grounded house is a grounded Andrea, right? Would that be a fair way of saying it?
And I used to run around crazy with real estate, opening the door to anybody, but that's not the best use of my time. And if you put the dollars to the hours, it's not worth it. So when I just have those 3 things, and they're really simple, and they take a couple minutes to do, it sets your days off. I used to have the Post-it sitting down with a checklist of everything I had to do, and nothing would get done, and I'd be overwhelmed and frantic and think, I just want to go back to a 40-hour-a-week job and just go to routine. But that wasn't best. So I have implemented that tactic in the morning, and then and I just go from there. So with trading, it's all about prep. We've heard it before, planning ahead of time. You can't just sit down and open your computer and read the news and click a button to whatever's on the news. Because if you understand the markets, you know that the news comes always after the fact. So you have to do your pre-planning ahead of time. So I do that through the suggestion and advice through Dan and through all the other coaches with Stockability, sitting me down Sunday night and really planning out my week.
Okay. So this is what I wanted to talk about with you, because what we're going to see a little bit later on today, guys, and anybody in here, we've talked a lot about futures and short-term trading, but let's talk about the long term. So this isn't just about that, as you're going to see. This is about wealth. But one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make is they think, if I'm going to be an income trader, it's got to just be futures. Well, I specialize in that, but guys, there's other ways of doing it. You can ask Coach Dan, you'll see it with Coach Graham, and now you can ask Andrew on this, because you've really found an affinity with the options market. And you were saying it's easier to do you would say you're trading for income as well as doing your wealth, right? But options in your busy life, how is options making that possible then to participate in the market?
Well, I'm an overthinker, and anytime I'm part of a GTS or anything, I'm the one overanalyzing things, which is fine. But option gives me the moment to really think about it before actually getting into it. I don't have to, like with futures being so quick, I don't have to go through every little step 10 times and then click the button. Where options, I can slow down. I can make sure I've checked all the boxes in my plan, that it's going in the direction I feel it's going, and then I can enter into the trade. So that's the great thing with options is, you can really stop and really think about it. And obviously you don't want to wait too long, but if you have the plan in place and you have it set out, it gives you that time. It gives you that breathing space.
Are you anything like me? Because one of the things I still have to have a very disciplined, part of this is, that FOMO. We've talked a lot about FOMO here in these last, couple of hours and stuff. Here at Stockability, we only do, just to make a lot of people reach us out, let's make it very clear, we only trade directional options. That's all we do. We're not about, we don't disregard credit spreads and premium. But that's great in a wealth account. But as Dan's going to explain to you later, a lot of people starting out with smaller accounts have a different way. Do you find that the options give you a much more relaxed approach? Like sometimes if you're late to a trade, do you find you've got more time with the options to do that?
Yeah, definitely there is an important point that yes, you can overthink it too much and miss the trade. Yes, if it gaps in a certain direction. But yeah, it does. It allows you to participate in more trades. It allows you to spread out some more trades, because before with futures and I have a small account, I could only do like 1 or 2 contracts and a couple different things. So it allows you to spread it out more. So it gives you those options, and it allows you to buy a piece, something like Tesla, that's what, $700 a share. Like you can participate in that. And be part of a great move. So it just opens up your more market opportunities. So you could opens up more market opportunities. So I'm not going after the things that I think are going to work versus the things that really fit my plan, if that makes sense.
I get you. Absolutely. And I think people, and this is something I'd said to anybody here, is I think a lot of people overlook just how much opportunity there are in stocks. Like there's a reason Stockability is called Stockability, not Futures Ability, because there's so much in stocks. I mean, I trade futures, but I trade it on the stock indexes. We do a lot of options on individual stocks, so they tend to have those movements, don't they? Yeah. I guess my final question to you is like, how simple is your rules-based mechanics now of being able to get in? Do you find yourself buying breakouts now a little bit? Do you find yourself having a lot simpler rules for getting in, or in that respect that you can follow? Because I guess with your life you're living, you need to have that simplicity of execution, right?
Yeah. And that too. So the life I'm living, there are oftentimes I miss out on trades. It just happens. I don't get upset about it, but excuse me. But yeah, there is, sorry, repeat your last question. I'm sorry.
How rules-based is it for you? And simple, easy rules to just be able to pull the trigger and know when a setup has happened?
Yeah. It's because I have it in front of me and I'm consistently doing the same thing over and over again, that your rules are pretty much, for me, are pretty much in place to enter a trade. So I'm, is every trade a winner? No. But I'm confident that with the rules that I've been putting in place, that entering into them allows me to see it a lot clearer, if that makes sense. It's just clear vision, I guess.
Red light, green light. I always say red light, green light, knowing what you're going to do and when you want to do it as well. Would you share my sentiment? I say to anybody, don't get just purely caught up that, hey, I can't trade the open every day. The last half hour of the day opportunity sets up. You've seen that a lot of the time. Yes. You do your prep on a Sunday. Anybody listening right now, if you've been struggling with futures, and let's face it, a lot of people do, it's time to broaden your mind into something that is going to give you more flexibility, which is options. And the reason I wanted to bring you on here, Andrea, was because of that. It's you have so much going on in your life, but it's not detrimental to your trading now. In fact, would you even say that the busier you are and using a vehicle like options has allowed you to probably leave things alone a little bit more and let the plan work? Because I think if you only trade, sometimes it consumes you, doesn't it?
Yes.
And you need distractions. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's huge. It's key. I found when I was first trading, even recently trading, you can, like the other gentleman said, get sucked into it so easy. You get hyper focused into it so easy. But if you set up whatever day you want to set it up, that you can set aside an hour a week and plan out your week to which stocks are posing the best opportunity for you, and have that outline. And just, I check honestly when I get up in the morning, do my thing. My kids are eating their breakfast. I come down and check things and to see what's in my area. Okay. Then I put those ones on my screen. I get them off on the bus. Then the market opens. I come down, take a look, and I push a button or I leave it. And then
that's how simple it should be, right?
it is. And do I get sometimes stuck, still hyper focused on things? Yes, because I am that type of person. I think a lot of traders are hyper focused type people, meaning whatever their brain power works. So I do have to set alarms to be like, okay, no, it's 10:30, whatever it is, time to get up and move, or follow up with appointments or follow up through emails, do that other kind of follow up stuff that I need to do for real estate. If I need to set up appointments for later in the afternoon for showings or things like that, that's, I do have alarms to, pull me off of there. But really, that's all it is. It's set up beforehand. I check it in the morning. Go through things quickly. I come down, I go back upstairs. I get the kids off on their bus, give them a kiss, come downstairs, watch the open for a bit, leave it alone, see if there's any other GTS that day I want to participate in or hear. And that's it. Otherwise, you
seem pretty relaxed about it. For someone who's got a lot going on, you definitely seem relaxed about it.
Yeah, you got to.
Absolutely. One final question before I hand back over to Ryan, I got to ask you. You are a realtor, and I'm sure everybody in the room's wondering it and stuff. What's your opinion on this market? Because all I see right now is insanity. And anybody of you guys in the room right now who are regular viewers of Take Stock Live every Thursday at Facebook Live at 12 noon, Andrew's been on the show with me. She's going to be more of a regular on the show as we do more real estate segments. Sum up the real estate market for you, just your opinion right now. What do you think?
Whatever area you're into, go look at your absorption rate. Okay, that's going to tell you how many homes are available for sale versus how many buyers there are out there. That has jumped up significantly since the winter months. Obviously, more buyers come out in the spring. What I see happening in my area right now is the spring buyers, which is young people looking to get married, starting a house. Leases are usually up. Come anytime between April and August. These are your home buyers besides the main home buyers. Then you have all the other, everybody else looking. But these two are key. Once the first people, meaning the young people that are going to be getting married, looking for their house, once they keep getting outbid on homes, which is happening now in my area, that excitement and that joy of buying your house is going to be limited. So they are going to go back and rent something.
Yes.
Okay. Or they're going to move back in with their parents to save money, whatever way.
The basement, right? Yeah. It's horrible, but it is. Yeah.
Right. And then the other ones, the people's that their leases are up and they're trying to find somewhere to live, to buy, because it's a great time to buy. Interest rates are so low. They're also going to get frustrated and they're going to go back to renting. So I see a slowdown in the market. Do I see a crash? No, I don't see a crash. I see a slowdown because that excitement will be lessened in the market. And what also confirms that for me, sorry, I get passionate about this.
No, I can
tell. Also
right.
confirms this about me is I'm seeing more and more people do for sale by owner, which is fantastic. I'm all about learning. If you learn things on your own, figure it out, sell. It's a great selling market. Go do it. However, these for sale by owners are pricing significantly higher than what their value are. Homeowners are getting greedy at selling their house because they hear it's a seller's market. This is going to turn off buyers. So buyers are not going to want to participate in these sales. Are you following me? Am I making sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a couple for sale by owners that are priced $40,000 over probably what they're worth.
Wow.
Because they're hearing it's a seller's market. You can, there's no homes out there. You're going to sell it. People are getting greedy. Just think of toilet paper a year ago. People got greedy, right? They got greedy. They bought these things and they looked to sell it higher. Well, sure. 1 or 2 people were successful. Even if you look at GameStop, 1 or 2 people were successful and then it comes back down again. That same thing is happening. So what do I see? I see a slowdown from the excitement not being there, from greed from the seller side. But time will tell. I just try to make sure I educate my buyers and saying, do not overprice. Don't not overprice. And even they're going to come back and say, well, the appraisal will protect you on that. I'm not going to put my buyer in a position to rely on appraisal to protect them.
Right.
That makes sense. So I need to educate them. Okay, you're paying top dollar for this house. This is where I would place it at. This is where you're going to be in 5 years from now. Meaning, will you have equity? Probably not. Meaning equity in the, you might have a couple $1,000s in equity, but you're not going to have nowhere near from where it's at. So that's my take on the real estate market. I do see a slowdown happening. However, I still do see it being a healthy market. A slowdown would be nice because it will make it healthier. Yes. If you're a buyer looking to buy, I would say take your time. Take your time. Don't rush into anything.
Just the way the stock market is right now. If you're a buyer looking to buy in the market, take your time, especially today because it's Fed day, and in about 40 minutes we're going to have the Fed announcement. And remember, we've got eBay, Apple, and Facebook earnings today as well.
Can I just say one more thing?
Go for it.
Some stocks to look at. I've been focusing on are rental stocks. So American homes, homes for rent. I think rental homes, rents. It's going to be a big supply soon. Demand. Even with the whole capital gains things, you got smaller investors. Like I had smaller investors being teachers, farmers, selling off their investment property because of the whole capital gains scare. So it's going to be less. It's going to be more demand for rentals. So those kind of stocks. That's
a good thing. I like it. And I know you said you'd hang around a little bit in the panelist room. So if anybody's got any questions about that as well, this is good. So I'm sure there'll be some questions in there.
Outbid 11 times before.
Outbid 11 times. 11 times before.
And how do you feel after that? You don't want to
give up. I'm already dreading it. Like looking at the market, and then we're not in a bad position, but it's like, ugh. But hey, there you go. Right. Sound advice. Andrea, thank you for sharing all of that. Let's get you back on Take Stock Live in the next couple of weeks as well. You have become my go-to for real estate and a good, honest application, and also very inspiring doing all the things that you do as well.
Thank you so much. Anything is possible as long as you...
No, thank you. Thank you so much. It's an inspiration to everybody. Have a great day. I'll see you in the chat room in just a second here. Okay. Right. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, that was Andrea there as well. Andrea Galitz, who's joined us from Illinois, one of our students at Stockability, juggling a lot of things. She's just awesome. Every time I speak to her, I just love her calm, her demeanor, the way it works. That's the epitome of what this is all about. Fitting trading into your life, not the other way around as well. All right, talk about fitting things in. Ryan Watkins, let's bring you back and make you the co-host on here as well. Where is he? Just moved on here. So let's make him the co-host.
I'm right here. Thank you very much.
There you are, my friend. Yep. You are co-host, meaning you can share just like you did. It's time.
All right, I'll do
We're a little bit late, but it is time for a GTS. I've got you till about 2:15 on here, my friend. Okay, so we're almost an hour on here. So I'm going to get out your way. This is a live GTS with Stockability students and you guys as well. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan Watkins.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the GTS session. This is a Wealth Wednesday. So for those of you that have never been through this before, every Wednesday we have what's called Wealth Wednesday GTS, guided trade session, where we talk about different wealth building type of topics. In this particular session, it'll be a little more educational. Normally when we do these, it is application type of things with education, kind of like a 50-50 mix, let's say. So this will be a little more on the educational side because we have a lot of brand new people coming into this. So this will give you a little taste of what we do from a different perspective. So the Wealth Wednesdays are not day trading. We're not swing trading, not even position trading. It is designed around longer term trade setups or investments. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Retirement performance is really the main key here. All right, so how we can perform better through our retirement accounts. What are some factors that we can do to grow the accounts more or to make them last longer, to stretch it? Okay, so I'm going to start off with the bad news first. And who doesn't love bad news, right? So we'll talk about that one first. What or who you are up against. How much do you need to live the life you want to live? What's your number, in other words? And then we'll talk about make enough so that you can retire, account growth. We'll talk about some factors there. That's a very, very important topic. And one of the most important, in fact, is how much your account is growing. Because when we talk about growth, we'll talk about compounding interest or compounded growth, not just like average growth or growth and into the way, but we need that compounding effect. And then, of course, one of the other most important topics here is let's just make sure it lasts. How do we make it last? And that's a critical factor, is making the money last. So once you've built it up over years and years of saving and investing and doing what you got to do, building your nest egg, we need to make sure that it lasts your lifetime, and even better, the lifetime of your heirs. Leave it to your spouse, your kids, or charity, or whatever it is that you want to leave it to. But we want to make sure that there is an abundance of your retirement funds. All right, so here we go. Let's first talk about the bad news. You versus retirement. Which one of those is you? I wonder. Which one of those is the market and which one is you? So when we talk about you versus retirement, I'm going to start off talking about some of the negative sides, or let's call it negative factors that could weigh down your growth in your own retirement accounts, your investment accounts. Now I'm saying retirement accounts, really it could be any equity or option or mutual fund type of account that you have, not necessarily a retirement account. That just happens to be how most people do it. So when we talk about this, we need to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. We need to know what are those top performance factors, what helps our retirement account growth and be able to maintain it. But we also need to talk about the negative factors. So I want you to think of it like this. Let's say you're jogging, right? And if you're jogging just in your neighborhood or in a park or something like that, you've got, like some kind of exercise type of workout clothes on, some nice tennis shoes, some sneaks, maybe even some earphones, listening to your favorite audio book or music. And you're just, cruising along like normal. Okay, that's great. Well, let's say the next day you go jogging, you have to pull a trailer. What? Yeah, you got to pull a trailer while you're jogging. You're not going to be very effective now, are you? Okay, so that is a negative factor that is slowing your speed down, slowing your growth. And then on the third day, not only are you jogging with pulling a trailer, but now you have to jog pulling that trailer uphill. And as my dad would say, uphill both ways. And so we don't want to put ourselves in that kind of situation. We want to cut the trailer loose. And so we'll talk about, number one, what is that trailer? And number two, how do we cut it loose? Okay, so here we go. Let's get into some of those trailer type of factors. Previous crises oftentimes is a trailer or a negative pulling down type of factor in our account growth. In fact, it's not even growing, it's getting pulled down. And one of the most notorious of all time in the US history here was the market crash in 1929, where the stock market dropped 80%. Now, the NASDAQ did that also in 2000, it dropped 81%. So these humongous declines like this, these crashes that happen, are not uncommon. They actually happen a lot more frequently than people think. They just happen in many different types of markets. That could be real estate, it could be commodities, it could be equities, it could be various things out there, bond market, gold, whatever. But we need to know these things do happen. And then we also need to understand, well, how do we defend ourselves against that? So here's just some other information that led to the Great Depression. For 10 years, 29 to 39, home prices fell 2/3. And I imagine even more than that in many areas. Over 25% unemployment. And again, I'm sure more than that in many areas. And then another big factor that drops our performance down are other types of crises, like this one here in the oil crisis in 1973, the oil embargo imposed by OPEC, where US gasoline prices quadrupled. Now you might be thinking, well, that didn't really affect my equity account. Oh yeah, that's called inflation. And it wasn't just gasoline that was affected. Is that gasoline is just one issue. And so if you're paying quadruple what you paid at the pump, it's not just you, it's everyone else that has to pay that too. And so if you're allocating significantly more money on the fuel of your vehicles, that means less money or no money is going into your retirement accounts. So you might have a year or 2 or 3 where you got to play catch up because you got to pay the mortgage, the bills, take care of kids, whatever you got to do, the priorities in life. And so the retirement account suffers that actual growth from, like a compounded interest point of view, but it also suffers from growth from you not putting in money on a monthly basis or a consistent basis at least. So there's more than one effect going on here. Next up, more recently here, the Great Recession. I'm sure many of you are aware of that and went through that. 50% decline in most equity markets, subprime mortgage crisis, the whole deal. So those are just a few factors that would really decrease the performance of our retirement account, our account growth. Here's another way of looking at this. There was another one called Black Monday. And in Black Monday, this is back in 1987, Black Monday, the stock market lost 29%, okay, in a pretty short period of time, by the way. So that's a big hit. 29%, what's called drawdown. So if you're invested in that market and you lost 29%, that means you had a 29% drawdown. Okay, trust me, you don't want to go through that stuff. Not only from an account performance perspective, but also a psychological perspective. It's really difficult to go through these huge drawdowns. Now, 29% is a lot more common than obviously like an 80% drop or something like that. But 29%, 30, that's a big drop. It really is. Here's another one, even bigger, the dot-com crash. And this was in 2000, March to October, started in March of 2000, all the way to October 2002. Big drop right there, down 44%. Now that's just the S&P, by the way. All these numbers are the S&P 500. The NASDAQ, which is all your tech-heavy type of market stocks, that was down over 80%, 81%. That's a massive decline. We don't want to have to go through that. We just do not want to put ourselves in that kind of situation. Again, they are demoralizing. They're psychologically very difficult to go through. I had a relative, in fact, tell me through the subprime crisis right here, when she was losing half of her account value, she said, Ryan, I just don't even want to open up my statements. I'm afraid to look. And I think that's very realistic for many people out there, many investors, that they know they're going through a humongous decline, but they're so terrified to even look at seeing their retirement account got cut in half or a third or 2/3, whatever it may be. Some people lose more than 50%, some people less, but that's just the S&P right there, which most people are invested in, one of those S&P type of stocks. So those are just two examples right there. Now, what a lot of people don't realize, which is just mathematics here, but when you have a 50 or 40 or 80% drop or decline or drawdown in your account, it actually takes more of a percentage return just to get back to break even. So here's an example. I just took two, the dot-com crash and the subprime crisis. The dot-com crash, negative 44%, the S&P 500. So rounded it to 45. A 45% drawdown needs an 81.8% return, a percentage gain, just to get back to break even. And I kid you not, most people don't realize that. They don't think of it that way. It's not really taught much either. Okay. A 50% drawdown, you need a 100% return, a gain, just to get back to break even. So, back in the subprime crisis, people lost, the market dropped 50% and many people's accounts lost a very large amount also. And they say, well, 10 years later, it came back. No big deal. I'm back. No, first of all, that's 10 years that you've lost of investable trading time. That's one issue right there. The second issue here would be actually, no, just because price got back to where it was before doesn't mean that your account is back up to where it was before. Because yeah, the market had a 50% drop and your account may have too, but you need a 100% gain just to get back to break even. Now look at the 80%, because that's what I said, the NASDAQ, and in 1929, what the US stock market dropped was 80%. Investors needed a 400% gain just to get back to break even. Now, how long do you think a mutual fund would take to get that? That's just not going to happen. It's just not in anyone's lifetime. So we need to defend ourselves against these scenarios. So factor number one, you can write this down. Factor number one, defense wins championships. That's what we're going after here. Yes, we need offense. Every investor knows that. You need the gains. We're all on board with that one. We need the gains. But those gains will not matter if you do not protect it. Those gains will not matter if you do not protect it. So I will show you some investment models and allocations of how to protect. There's several ways that we can do that, in fact, and we talk a lot about those ways in our Wealth Wednesdays and our Wealth Abilities course. All right, let's switch gears here. Now that we've covered the bad news, a simple thing that everyone needs to know is what's your number. Now, I can't quite go into a whole lot of detail in this. Number one, just time requirements, but number two, this is highly personalized. Let me give you an example. This is where you are now, and this is where you need to get. Okay, now whatever that number is for you, okay, some of you may already be retired, and that's where you are. So where you need to get, your target, might not be that much, or your target might just be to maintain what you currently have, just don't lose what you have, basically. That might be your target, and that's perfectly acceptable. Just keep what you have, right? Don't lose it, because it needs to be able to sustain you the rest of your life, that money. Others of you are younger, and you're starting out down here at the beginning somewhere, and you have X dollar amount that you're starting with, and you need to get to Y dollar amount to end with for your retirement. So there's, things like retirement calculators and all that type of stuff that you can do. Some are more accurate than others. But this would be a very good homework assignment for you, is to say, how much do I really need when I retire? Like, what do I need when I get to the point that I want to get to? Like, how much is that? And again, that's going to vary by all kinds of different factors. Medical expenses, home costs, did you have your home paid off or not? Various factors there. So start thinking about that. We talk about this in a lot more detail in our Wealth Abilities course, so I'll save the details for that. But you need to at least know where you're starting and where you're going, okay, your target. All right, so before we get into the other factors and a lot of the other juicy details, I need to go over a little bit of basic investment terminology. Again, many of you are brand new to this. You've never, been on a Wealth Wednesday GTS before. So I want to make sure I cover this so we're all on the same page. All right, so I'm going to start this off with investment styles. There's really two primary investment styles going on here. Again, this is nothing to do with trading. That's not what we're doing. We're not that active in this particular thing here. This is more investing type of stuff here. So we have number one, active investing. All right, so what is that? Active investing is investing really as little as 1 or 2 times per year, up to 1 to 2 times per month. That's completely up to you. Your choice here. You can go as fast or as slow as you want. Okay. You can be as active or not active as you want. Okay. So we'll leave that up to you. There's a lot of personalization and customization that goes with that. The second thing about active investing is you are more nimble and quick to get better entries and better exits. And we know how important both of those are. Okay. More time to research investment opportunities. Okay. And obviously we're feeding you many of those investment opportunities, investment models, trade setups, things like that. So we're doing a lot of the work for you on that standpoint. Lower fees because you're doing it yourself. And if you look at performance between, if you just took an apples to apples performance of if we all bought the S&P 500 and one trader or investor had very low fees because they're doing it themselves. Basically, the fees are just these, low cost ETFs that they're investing in, versus someone else who pays an investment manager. And they also have a financial consultant that they go through. Well, both of them are going to be charging you some form of, percentage over your assets under management. And so you can probably get around 1% to 1.5%. 1% is the national average for an investment manager, but then you have, your financial consultant as well, and they charge whatever they charge. So you're looking at anywhere from 1 to about 2.5%. Anywhere in that range is what you're going to be getting charged. So if you compare that, let's just call it 1.5%. I'll go conservative with you. So if you're getting a total out the door cost of 1.5% versus the other trader who's maybe getting charged only 10 basis points, that's a huge compounded effect. So it might not seem like much, which it's not, for 1 year, but 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, it's a huge difference. And so we need to make sure that we're basically cutting the trailer loose as much as we can. We don't want any trailer that we have to tow here. Okay, so that includes reducing the fees as much as we're realistically able to. So that's another good performance factor there for us as well. All right, there is, of course, an initial learning curve because you're a little more active. This isn't some, buy and close your eyes and hold it till you retire type of investing here. You are going to have to learn, which you are doing right now, the different investment styles and some basic terminology. Okay, but there's going to be an initial learning curve. But once you got it, and you have it for life. Okay. The other thing here too is active investing, done right, of course, has lower drawdowns. As most active investors, they exit at these major warning signs. Okay, we have multiple warning signs that we're looking for and monitoring and using, like, aha, warning sign. Okay, well, maybe the market's, turning and coming down. And do I need to go risk on versus risk off? Do I need to invest in this or invest in that? So that's what active investing is more about. And again, it's not very often, maybe once a month or once a quarter type of thing. Okay, you're not glued to the screen every single day. You can have a life doing whatever else it is that you want to be doing, and just check the markets, check your accounts once a month, once a quarter. Again, however active that you want to be. Typically faster growth of accounts over long time periods, and I'll show you some actual results coming up here just a bit, showing you the difference between the two. Okay, so that's a little quick introduction to active investing. Comparing that to the second one, which is passive investing. And this is probably more what I think most people are familiar with, which is buy and hold investing. You get what the market gives you. And that's it. I mean, you get what the market gives you, and you're stuck with it. Good or bad, you're stuck with it. Okay. Very little to no investment management. So most people, they basically just hand over their money to someone else and they do it for them. And they have either no, investment decisions in it whatsoever, or very little. Okay. Usually done by someone else, investment manager. There's tons of them out there, and usually high fees. Again, we talked about that as one of the performance factors. Subject to high drawdowns, and we talked about that earlier. That's the trailer that we got to cut loose. This is one of the most devastating things to any investor. We need to have low drawdowns, not high draw. Everyone's going to have drawdowns. There's no way of getting around that. You're going to have drawdowns, okay? But the low drawdowns, that's fine. That's acceptable. Those are easy to recover from. What we don't want to have is these big drawdowns. They're psychologically demoralizing and take years to recover from. That's just not, it's not realistic. And then slow growth over a long period of time. Okay, so there's an example of the two there. All right, let me show you a chart example. Here's passive investing. You buy over there on the left, and we hold through these major drawdowns. Now, I don't know about you. I don't like going through drawdowns. I've had a few in my time, and I do not want to go through those ever again. Okay, I can't do that. I don't want to do that. I choose absolutely not to ever go through that again. Because once you've been through one, you don't ever want to go through one again. And there's been many over the course of the history of the US stock market, and really any stock market for that matter. And any market, commodities markets, you know, treasuries, currencies, I mean, you name it. Every tradable market has drawdowns that it goes through. The solution here is to keep them minimized. Okay, so here's an example. That's passive investing. Watch what the active investor would do. When they see warning signs of these major drawdowns coming, they get defensive, and that's the periods in red. Now, what we're not saying here is, we called the high, we got out at the exact high. No, look, we're not that good, okay? I don't know anyone that is. We're not going to be able to call the high every single time. It's just not realistic. We don't have to. Okay, if you did, you'd get faked out way too many times. What we're looking for here is clear evidence that there is a high probability of a downturn in the market. That's what we're looking for, and that's when we're getting defensive. Okay, and that way we don't get faked out nearly as often. You know, occasionally we might get a fake out, like, oh, okay, I was wrong on that one. All right, let's get back in. No big deal, you just get back in. Okay, but it's a lot better than going through a humongous decline like that. All right, so that's the difference between passive and active. Now, as you can imagine with active, again, it takes a little more education to know what the warning signs are and to be able to manage and get in and out and that type of stuff. And it's fairly straightforward and easy. Today, I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one for free. All right. And it's, I think, probably the most simplest one that I can think of. And it's actually been a really well-tested one, you know, back-tested, and we do that too. We back-test rigorously. Don't ask me to spell that one either. So here it is right here. Passive investing. Let's just say we buy the SPY, that's the S&P 500 ETF, and we hold it. Okay, so whatever happens, happens. It's just a straight up buy and hold. Okay, compared to an active investing model, which is just once a month, at the end of every month, we're going to still buy the same S&P 500. That's going to be the same, but we have one rule. We're going to hold it until price closes below the 10-month moving average. And then we're going to switch to long-term bonds. That's it. You're like, really? That's it? Like, that seems really simple. It is really simple. That's the whole point. We want simple. Simple is easy to understand. Simple is easy to follow. Simple is easy to implement in your trading. Now, there's a lot of things out there that are simple, but if they're not effective, what's the point in doing it? So it needs to be effective. So let's find out, how effective is this simple investment model? Here we go. We have the moving average model at the top and the buy and hold portfolio at the bottom. The initial balance for both is starting at $10,000. And I believe this started in 1993, if I remember correctly. Okay. Final balance is shown there. And the moving average model has a higher final balance. Now, this isn't withdrawing any money. This is just simply, you know, again, just you're fully invested in it the whole time. Okay. We're not withdrawing money or adding money for that matter either. The CAGR, like, what's CAGR? CAGR stands for compounded, very important word there, compounded annual growth rate. Now listen carefully, this is really important. If you look at mutual fund advertisements or like on their prospectus, they will quote you their average performance. Don't fall for that. An average performance doesn't mean diddly doo-dah squat. An average performance is an arithmetic mean. The CAGR, compounded annual growth rate, is a geometric mean. Okay, what does that mean? What that means is if you invest $10,000 on January 1st and you put it in a mutual fund and they quote you an average, they'll say, well, our average is 14%. Hey, that's great. But that's not reality, because when that's like January to, January 1st to December 31st type of thing. What was the average? But that's not real investing. Real investing is you're getting all the ups and downs of every single month being invested. You might start out going great, but then whoops, maybe March was a bad month and it goes high. Whoops, maybe July was a bad month. And it ends up right there in December. So the compounded annual growth rate is factoring in these drawdowns like that. So you're going to get a much more accurate example of what your true investment performance is. So again, an average, it's not real. Don't pay attention to that. That's a marketing gimmick. They're trying to tell you that so that to boost their performance, because they want you to, buy into their product. Look at the CAGR, or geometric mean would be another word that you can use. Okay, so that's important. Now, how do we do here? Well, the moving average model is at 11.5. Okay, well, compared to what though, right? So we got 11.5 versus the buy and hold of 10. All right, so, about 150 basis points higher, roughly. Okay, so 1.5, let's just call it 1.5. Now you might think, well, 1.5, like what's the big deal there? That's not that much. Well, remember, it's not just compounded each month, but compounded each year, compounded each decade. So if you're investing for a long period of time, that 1.5% means everything. It is a huge performance factor. So don't let that low number fool you. It's only low from like a month-to-month type of perspective. It's not low when you start compounding month after month, year after year, decade after decade, okay? All right, next up, standard deviation. This is the up and down, like the roller coaster of your portfolio. That measures how much up and down your account moves. The lower number is better. Okay, we want as low number as we're realistically, can get. So if you look at the buy and hold portfolio, that's again just your S&P 500. That's right at 14.5%. Okay, so there you go. There's a nice benchmark there. So our goal here is to get a lower number. So 10.7, great. We can check that box. We've achieved that goal. So far, we've achieved a higher final balance, a higher CAGR, a lower standard deviation, which is good. That's what we want. Okay. And then you got best year, worst year. That's pretty self-explanatory there. That's your best CAGR year performance or your worst CAGR year performance. So if we look at those, we can say, all right, well, we'll call that a tie. But the worst year, whoa, look at that. The worst year on the buy and hold was negative 37. The worst year on our active investing model here is negative 5.5. That's a huge difference. Okay. And then we get to my personal favorite, the max drawdown. That is the largest percent of your account that has lost value at any given time. Okay. So here we could say, all right, the S&P buy and hold model has lost, call it 51%. That's demoralizing. It is a horrible situation to be in. It takes years to recover. Remember, you need a 100% return to recover from that just to get to break even. Whereas the moving average model is at less than 16%. So there we are. We can check that one off as well. So on all standards here, it's either a tie for the best year or we've improved our results. And again, it's a very simple and straightforward investment model on that. Now, I will tell you here, and I'll probably say this again as well, the biggest two factors that we teach and that we're communicating to our students is KGAR and max drawdown. Those are the big two. Standard deviation's good, but it's not critical because some people can tolerate more than others. That's an individual thing, really. But we need good KGAR and we need a low maximum drawdown. So we're constantly looking for this relationship between the two. I give an example. I can show you investment models that will give you 40 to 50% KGAR. Can you believe that? 40 to 50% KGAR, but the drawdowns are like 80%. It's not worth it. We don't do that. That's just not being smart. Okay, so we don't put ourselves in that situation. All right, so here you go. Here's a graph of this here. The moving average model is in blue. The buy and hold is in red. Look at how much smoother the blue line is. They both have ups and downs, but what a difference. And then look at here, that's your drawdown, that's your maximum drawdown right there. Where the moving average model only had a 15%, almost 16% drawdown, which is not demoralizing and you can recover from that much quicker, versus 51%. All right, that's going to lead us into, what do I invest in? Okay, what do I invest in? What, account growth. Question from Kevin, why do you use a 10-month moving average? Because when we looked at multiple sources of backtesting, rigorous backtesting going back over 100 years, that is the bread and butter setup. Okay, so there's tons of research articles and papers on it and all kinds of research done on various moving averages, markets, and so on. But that 10 period has tested out very well, very robust, which equates to about the 200 period moving average, okay, on the daily chart. Okay? And when you look at stock growth, stocks perform significantly better when they're above the 200 period moving average compared to when they're below the 200 period moving average. And no other moving average can say, to that degree. Okay, so there's something about the 10, something about the 200 daily that really just clicks and makes sense there. All right, here we go. Good question. Retirement performance, steady and consistent growth. That's really what we're shooting for here, okay? That steady plotting, okay? Like the story of the tortoise and the hare, right? Okay, we want the tortoise, but, we want him to kind of have a little giddy up though too, Here's a different way of looking at this. If you're starting out, you start investing, and all of a sudden, I call it, you slip on the banana peel. Whoops, here comes a dot-com crisis. You just lost 45% of your account. That's a big whoops right there. Just when you're thinking everything is just sunshine and rainbows again, whoops, here comes a subprime crisis, down 51%. And then years later, decade or two later, now you got a global pandemic. Whoops, you just lost 30%. Well, we're missing our target here, aren't we? We've missed our target. What good does that do us? Okay, it's not steady, it's not consistent, and it's not growth. I mean, it is growth, but not by much. So we really want to identify what factors will allow us to realistically hit our target. Biggest one here, one of the very biggest ones, again, is drawdowns. Reduce the drawdowns and the consistency will follow. That's important. Reduce the drawdowns and the consistency will follow. Okay. So the question is, how do we get steady and consistent growth? So I'm going to share with you something here that is leading into our actual portfolio allocations, our investment models. Okay. There's 4 things that can happen in our economy. You can have inflation or deflation. You can have economic growth or economic decline. Okay. So anything, you got really 4 quadrants here. First quadrant, you have inflation and economic growth. So let's call that quadrant 1. Quadrant 2, deflation and economic growth. Quadrant 3, you can have deflation and economic decline. And the last quadrant 4, you can have inflation and economic decline. Okay. Any of these 4 scenarios can happen. Okay. Now, usually you get, if you go back and back test this, you get growth the majority of the time. So if you just simply allocated your money, like let's say 25% to each quadrant, okay, you're definitely balanced. Your investment model is very much balanced, and there actually are some well-known allocations that actually do that. But because the growth happens more often, we at Stockability want to weight our investment allocations more to the growth side, but we still need to be defensive on all 4 of those so that we don't have these huge declines, these huge drawdowns. So here's an example. Boom time. Quadrant 1, you got emerging markets, equities, international real estate, commodities, and tips. Those typically do fairly well. Now that of course will vary from year to year, but in general, that's what typically performs well. Quadrant 4, developed equities, developed real estate, and treasuries. Quadrant 3, you're looking at long-term treasuries and cash, or very, very short-term bills and notes. And then the last quadrant here, you're looking at pretty much just gold, tips, and cash, okay, for on the inflation and economic decline, the stagflation, okay? So that way, if we invest some allocation to each quadrant, we're protected. Now that could be done in a passive way or in an active way. Again, that's your choice. All right, so let me lead into now our official Stockability investment models. I'll start off with the benchmarks. These are really, really common, well-known benchmarks. Biggest one out there, I'd say, is the S&P and the 60/40. Those are really the big 2 benchmarks. So the S&P 500, going back to the 70s, has done about 10.5%, and the 60/40 has done just shy of 11. Okay, great. The NASDAQ, which typically is, thought of as growth, and it is, but it's done less. Why? Well, it had a humongous 81% drawdown. So that eats away at the CAGR quite a bit. And you can just look at that standard deviation. Ouch. That's scary. That's a scary roller coaster ride right there, ladies and gentlemen. Most people can't stomach that. Look at the drawdown. And remember, we're looking at the relationship between CAGR and max drawdown. These are the 2 big factors that we're looking for right here, okay? So we got -51, -27, -81. In my opinion, none of those are acceptable. None of them. That is unacceptable. As investors, we just cannot put our money through that type of scenario. It's staggering. Yeah, 81%. That's right. Yeah, it's staggering. All right, I'm going to show you our passive investment models first. Here we go. I got just basically a color coding system: white, gold, blue, green, red. P stands for passive. Okay, so very conservative, moderate growth, and strong growth. And you can see the CAGRs and the max drawdowns. Look at the differences here. CAGRs are going to vary because of if someone's conservative or they are aggressive. Okay, so people will choose which one they personally want. But the max drawdowns are significantly lower. Not one of them is over 20. The highest is 16.6. Okay, and this is going back decades of back testing in multiple economic environments and so on. Okay. Worst year of it. Now I look at worst year. I don't really consider that because that's nice, but what's the drawdown? Because the drawdown, in my opinion, is the worst case that it's been through. Because the worst year, that's just year by year. Drawdown is month to month. That's more accurate, in my opinion. Okay, and more real, because that's hurt. I mean, you go through a drawdown, that's pain that you feel in your account. Okay, so we want those numbers to be low, low, low. Okay. All right, so that's on the passive side. Again, passive, it's you allocate it and just set it in cruise control, rebalance maybe once a year, something like that. It's easy. Okay, you're actively engaged once a year. All right, so that's it. Now, the active side, or tactical investment models, again, white, gold, blue, green, red, but A for active. Very conservative, we're at 9.2%. Okay, so that's our conservative one. Max drawdown 11. Conservative, moderate, growth, and strong growth. And then of course you could see the drawdowns there as well. Highest drawdown on this one, 20.6%. Now this is getting to the point where like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, 20% to me, that's a lot. That's a big drawdown for me there in 20.8. Okay, those are big, in my opinion anyway. Okay, those are big drawdowns. So what we do is we say, well, I'm not going to allocate 100% of my portfolio to this. No, because I don't want that 20% drawdown. So what I'm going to do instead is I'll allocate maybe 25% to that. And then maybe like 75% to the very conservative, something like that. You can mix and match how you want. Okay. So we have some of our money in something more conservative and some of it in something more growth oriented or aggressive. Okay. All right. Here's an example. So I took the Stockability Passive, the red one. Okay. And I compared that with the S&P 500. So again, we got a higher KGAR. That's one of the goals. A significantly lower standard deviation. I mean, this is just like, look, I grew up in California. We got earthquakes there, okay? 15 right here, that's like a 6.8 earthquake, okay? This right here, you don't even notice it. It's like a 2.2 earthquake. You don't even notice it, all right? And so this is an incredibly smooth ride. You can see, just look at the blue chart, how smooth it is. And then of course, the drawdown is very low, under 12%, okay? All right, here we go. The last part of this here is on safe withdrawal rates. And these safe withdrawal rates is basically like this. Here's a coffee cup. You pour coffee into the cup, but at some point you're going to drink it. So you're removing coffee from the cup. So if you have a full cup of coffee, that's your full retirement account. But when you drink it, when you take money out month by month by month, you're having less coffee available now, just like you have less money in your account. So the idea here is to pour more coffee in the cup than you drink out. So that way you always have an overflowing cup. Okay. So again, it gets back to drawdowns. Here we are again. Okay. The enemy of drawdown. All right. So we need to reduce this. So here's one way of looking at this. If you look at either the average or again, KGAR over a period of time, okay, volatility reduces your income over time. Remember standard deviation? We want to lower the standard deviation, increase KGAR, and decrease drawdowns. Those three things, okay? Those three things. So the KGAR on this will be reduced with added volatility. Then there's something else that you need to be aware of, and that is safe withdrawal rates, or you could use perpetual withdrawal rates. And that is simply, how much can I withdraw on my account and still have money left over? And so my money will outlast my life instead of the other way around. Okay, so the green line here represents the perpetual withdrawal rate. Now for most 60-40 type of allocations, that's right about 4%, okay? Right about 4%. Let me show you some examples here. So I took in this example, the Stockability Active White investment model. Okay, so we got a 9.5 KGAR with a little over 7% for the S&P. Okay, great, we're outperforming there. That's factor number one. Factor number two, standard deviation, 6.5. Now hold on, remember, volatility is the enemy of a safe withdrawal rate. So we want a low standard deviation here, don't we? And we're definitely getting that. 6.5 versus 15. Max drawdown, only 11% versus 50. Now, just by those numbers alone, you know this will outperform. And so if you're using the active white model, your performance of your retirement account will not only grow in the right direction, but you'll also be able to take more money out, safe withdrawal rate, than you would using just the S&P. Let's take a look at the numbers. Here we go. Take a look at right here. This is the white model here. This is our S&P over here. Okay, so if we're comparing the two together, I'll highlight this here for you. Right here, safe withdrawal rate, 7.18 versus 4.86. Call it 7 versus 5. Okay, 7 versus 5. That's a big difference. Remember, compounded too. Perpetual withdrawal rate means it'll last perpetually. Okay, and it'll leave a legacy and the whole deal. Active, about 6.5. Passive, a little over 4.5. Still outperformance here. Okay, so again, that is the safe withdrawal rate version of that. Really, really important, whether you're currently retired or if you're working towards retirement. I don't care if you're 20 years old or 200 years old. This is important. Okay, so we need to match up these factors and understand them, of course. So let me wrap this up with this. I'll close with this. The education path, what you're watching right now is this right here, watching this live. We do it every Wednesday. Okay, that's our Wealth Wednesday GTS session. So that goes along with the wealth path, of course, there. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. I will be around later on for the Q&A. So if you guys have any questions, anything that I missed, I know I was going through it and couldn't get all your questions. So if you have any other questions, I'll be around for the Q&A a little bit later on. You know, we got myself, Sam, and a bunch of us there in the Q&A roundtable. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, you're very welcome. Happy to help you guys.
Thank you, Ryan. Awesome. Whew, we have covered a lot of stuff, an awful lot of stuff on here. And it has been a wealth of information, to say the least. I hope you've all been enjoying it so far, which is good, and plenty more to come. What we're going to do is we're going to take a very short break in just a second before I bring on our next speaker of the day as well, and which is going to be my fellow founder, co-founder at Stockability, Dan Bustamante, and really looking to have Dan on here as well, which is going to be great. Where we're going to be talking about maximum performance using a small options account. Let's just go over it and show you on here what we've got to look forward to still today on here, which is great. And here we are. We just finished our Wealth Wednesdays GTS, and remember, there's 8 of those sessions, and I'll walk you through a little bit about it in just a second on here. But we are going to be covering this at 2 p.m. in just a second, 2:20, maximum performance using a small options account with Dan Bustamante, co-founder. And then I'm going to be doing a section with Chat Sakonchik, a co-founder of Better Legal, about treating your trading and investing like a business. Some of the things to take into account for when you're going to be doing your setting this up as in the best possible way, should I say. You know, lost you here. Okay, we're back. Can you see me in here, guys? I seem to lose connection. Can everybody see me on here? Seems I just lose everybody for just a second. Are we all around still? All right, good. Let me just try a second here. Come back. Yeah, just lost you for just a second on. Let's just try that again, shall we? Good job that we've got a few different people here as hosts and so on. So yeah, we are going to be doing our round table. Let's just do that again. We are going to be doing our round table at around 3:45. So in about an hour and a half, which is going to take us to the close. So if you've got any questions of any kind, that's the time to ask us, to type in that Q&A. Ryan, if you're still in the room, and I know you are at the moment, we had a question on here about asking about which journaling software is best. Ryan, let's make sure we answer that question as well.
Yeah, I did. I responded back. I'll post it in the link for everyone. Okay, so give me 1 or 2 minutes. I'll post the links in there. There's some really great resources on journaling. Right. I mean, you know, it's so important. So yeah, I'll put that in the chat room right now for everyone. Absolutely. Well, Ryan, thank you sincerely. Here, I'm going to put a timer up on the screen now, and with our speaker on here, literally about a 5-minute timer. Give everybody an opportunity to just kind of recuperate, break, grab a tea, grab a coffee, and so on.
And then Dan and I were going to be jumping on here, and Dan's going to be taking things over at around 2:15, 2:20. All right. So let's put a 5-minute timer on, guys. Give everybody just a little bit of time to just kind of get a breather and everything, the whole team on here. And I'll see you back here in about 5 minutes. I think we'll need a break. Is that good with everybody? We just get a very, very short break on there. Ryan just posted that in here as well, because it has been full on, absolutely full on. So I got to go ahead and just pause this, and we will resume shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all doing okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, good to have you back in here as well. We are starting. We just want to take a quick 5 minutes. Oh, just a quick breather to go through on here and just go through a few things and just get a little breather because there's so much we've been covering today as well. We are literally about to begin our next session for today, which is our session with co-founder Daniel Bustamante of Stockability, maximum performance using a small options account. With our students, Dan has had a fantastic track record over the last few months, 6 months, a year even, of working with our students, on small options accounts and getting them consistent. And, he's done it all, and I'm going to let you tell a little bit of his background, although we really want to focus on obviously getting as much covered as we possibly can, because Dan has to leave us at 3 o'clock. So I don't want to spend too much time on here as well, but this is going to be about using options, and you'll find Dan has such a unique principle. And it's what Andrew and many of our students have found a lot of success in, doing options the way Dan teaches. And it's really geared around what you see here, maximum performance using a small options account. That's what this is all about. And I'm going to go till probably about 3 o'clock with Dan, just before 3. And then I'm going to take the floor. Okay. And I'm going to just kind of walk you through some of our live coaching community, some of the things I've had a lot of questions coming in, asking a little bit about, our programs and how that all works. Like I said, you are going to get an email from us after this session, late today or tomorrow, with a fantastic offer that we're putting together for everybody who registered for this. If you're looking at it live on YouTube, go ahead to our website and register for that, so you can take advantage of that, if that makes sense to you as well. But we really want to get on with the teaching and the education. So with that in mind, I'm going to get out of the way, and I've made Dan co-host. I'm going to ask Dan to unmute and bring up his video and see how he's doing today, so he and I can start chewing over things and see how. There he is. Excellent. How are you, man? It's felt like for ages since I've seen you, Dan. How you been?
Yeah, it's been a while, just in the trenches trading. So
that's the thing about you, man. All of our students who work with you regularly, I love that, man. And obviously, what a great Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Hey, we got my boy into it, but
oh yeah. Sorry, I want to make sure it's not too bright behind me. So.
It's great. It's great. As a lot of our students know, one thing about Dan is he's always in the trenches trading. He likes to keep it real. He's always in there doing it. And you share a ton of stuff in our live coaching community. And that's one of the big things I'm going to spend some time on. I want to get out the way and you guys give these students, the attendees here, a really good idea of how you approach options. It's a lot simpler. It's much more based on directional. But one of your specialities has been doing this on small accounts for people to just really get them into it. So You're teaching an options class this week, aren't you? So you're on day 3, I believe, today. It's Wednesday, isn't it? So
yeah, we're on day 3. So it's obviously earnings week this week. The biggest names reported yesterday at Apple today. So it's
exactly a lot going on. A great week for it. So what I want to do is that gives you probably about 35 minutes right now, or 40 minutes or so before you have to go off to your class. And I don't want to get in the way of that. So Dan, I'm going to turn things over to you, and I'll connect with you about 5 to the hour, right? About 2:55 Eastern, to give you time. And the floor is yours, my friend.
Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Daniel Bustamante, my co-founder, partner in Stockability, talking now about maximum performance using smaller options account to start with. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, thanks. All right, so let's get started. Hey, thanks everybody for having me. Hopefully it's been you guys have enjoyed today so far. I caught a little bit of Ryan's slides at the end there. So welcome. I'm really looking forward. So those of you who are getting to go after mine with Better Legal, I really want to do that. And I'll just give you guys a quick background, talk about a few things, but I really wanted to, I'll literally watch the recording on that. So because I'm interested in that, and I'll talk about my background briefly. So like Sam said, first and foremost, thanks for having me here. I have class today to teach in literally about 30 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to try to get through as much as I can today. The presentation is kind of small, but I'm going to give you guys some direction to go to after this, to kind of look at our YouTube channel. Obviously this is live on YouTube right now as well, but I'll give you guys some insights to where to kind of go. I've been trying to be pretty active on YouTube to talk about something I'm doing right now. So this actually ties in really well to what my segment is in today's kind of workshop. So my segment is really derived from small account trading. So I'll talk about my background real quickly, and I'm going to talk about how I got into this kind of niche, sort of in the markets of small accounts. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I have some more coming as well. So, but really the niche is maximum performance and using a small options account. So I'm going to give you the background, how I got here, like I said, and talk about it. Now, before I get into this, I just want people to understand, because typically in these like presentations and webinars, people think like, in my experience of doing this in like 6 years of education side, that's the only thing that the person talking does. Okay. So I just want to be clear, trading small accounts is not all I do. I'm going to talk about directional options trading. I'm not opposed to selling premium. I was short oil today. I trade, crude oil futures, options on crude oil. I trade NASDAQ futures. I trade long shares in companies. I have shares in a stock called Leslie's and Clove, and I do a lot of things. But one thing I do specifically well is this small account concept. Okay. So most people in my experience do this, and I'll get to my background in a few here. When they come into this business, there's really 2 or 3 types of people. Number one is somebody who's done this for like 10, 15 years that needs to like figure out some things to get to the next level. Then there's somebody who's like completely new, who's literally never done this. And there's somebody who's like kind of year 2 or 3, who's traded like futures or Forex or stocks, but hasn't traded options. Okay. So typically like the person who's new and the person that's 2 or 3 years in, when you step into a new asset class, it's pretty like daunting at first. Okay. So my whole goal was, when I was teaching this kind of concept, and I actually teach some of these principles in the real class that I'm teaching after this today, the whole goal was to keep it simple. Okay. You heard Sam say at the start, the world of investing is hyper complicated as you get to different levels. I mean, it's, I was reading through 10Ks. I have an analyst. I run a small fund. We reading through 10Ks this weekend, putting together discounted cash flow models, trying to, a few companies, trying to figure out what the true valuation is. There's different levels to this business. Okay. So when you get into it, if you don't find some excitement or like joy from it as you start, typically people quit. They're like, you know what, it's too confusing. I want to get rid of it. And most of finance is like that, right? And I think the good thing about the era that we're in right now, and finance in general, not just financial education, is we're in this like democratization of finance, right? So you start to see, like, for better or worse, Robinhood, Gatsby. You see people making TikToks, for better or worse. I have a bone to pick there, but you see YouTube. You see all this like kind of DeFi in the finance space, and that's a good thing because it's bringing people in who would never think to look at this, because you can start controlling your money. Okay, so that's kind of a big positive to this, and I'm happy to be a part of this with Sam and everybody here. And I'll kind of talk about my background in a second on this. Okay. So, yeah, let me just talk about briefly my background, and I'll get into the good stuff. I really don't like talking about myself, but just to give you guys context. So I'm 35. I started in the financial markets when I was 20. So this is way back, long time ago, before there was like TikTok, YouTube, before, I mean, literally everybody on Twitter today has like a trading service. I just got back on Twitter, I don't know, a month ago. Everybody has a trading service. Everybody on TikTok's a hedge fund manager. It's an interesting era, to say the least. So when I started, there wasn't any of that. So what I did is I had some stocks that my grandma had given me, and I kept going to this local Charles Schwab office, and I was bothering this financial advisor, right? He was nice enough to entertain me. And I was like, hey, I want to work for you, right? Like, not knowing what I was talking about. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And so he finally is like, hey, there's actually might be a job for you in this active trader desk here in Phoenix. Phoenix. And so he's like, go interview. I'm going to set you up. So I go to this interview. I'm like telling him like about the company. I was like, yeah, I know Charles Schwab took a loan from his uncle to start this. I really want to do this. I'm still in college, by the way. And so I got this job. So I was 20, one of the youngest, legitimately, I don't know if it anymore at that time, of hires in that company. So I was going to school like 16 hours, credit hours a semester, and working like 40, 50 hours at Schwab. Okay. So instead of going out partying and doing what college kids do, I was a nerd doing this stuff. So that's what I did. So I did that for a while, and then the markets crashed. I was going to go into investment banking. That was really kind of, it's funny now because I'm kind of doing investment banking stuff 10, 15 years later. But I was going to go to investment banking, and the markets crashed, and I had an internship at a bank called Houlihan Lokey in Los Angeles. It was gone. Nobody was, Wall Street was shot from 08, right? If you guys remember that, it was like, Walking Dead. So I lost that experience, didn't get a chance to get into iBanking. I kind of thought the world was over. because you're like, all right, what do you do next? Because you like work towards this and the world's kind of imploding. And so I got into these forums. I was on this forum called, what's it called? I forgot, some trading forum. And I started posting my analysis, right? Like deep in-depth analysis. And somebody contacted me in I guess in Scottsdale, and he's like, hey, I want to meet with you. It's like online. Who knows if it's like, some creep. So my dad at the time, he's like, I don't want you going to this meeting with this guy. I'm going to come with you. So he goes with me. I meet him, and he's like, hey, I run a proprietary futures firm. And so I met a few other traders. I started working at this firm in 2010 as a prop trader in futures. So I started trading the DAX, Russell, oil. So I started my career on the trading side as a futures trader. So I don't know how many of you are futures traders in here. I didn't get a chance to see the whole seminar today. But if you are futures traders, shout out to all you guys, because you guys know how hard that is. We're definitely a special breed, right? It's for sure. We're a different type of people. So I started my career there as a futures trader, and I couldn't have asked for a better experience. So I'll say this: if I didn't start learning price action and making and losing money very quickly, and the amount of focus, I don't think it would get me to the skill set that I'm at now. Okay. So I'm super thankful for that experience in my lifetime, to learn that. So it was a big deal, my career. Real quickly, I was poached for a family office in Los Angeles. I actually went out for a meeting. They took me to, it was an Angels game. It was a cool experience. They like wined and dined me. We had this cool, I remember this box seat right behind home plate. And I was like, I really want to work here. Like, you guys, they sold me in the first meeting. So I went to work out in Los Angeles as an options and like kind of special situations trader. And I focused on short selling. So we short sold University of Phoenix. This is 2011 or 12. We short sold University of Phoenix. It was one of my biggest trades in my career. If you guys look at that stock, it was for-profit colleges. We short sold a lot of things. It was kind of a crazy era. A lot of companies were IPOing, and we were just deep dive research and shorting these companies for like 6, 10, 12 months. So I did that for a while. My dad got sick and moved back to Phoenix. Had a quick stint at this Forex trading desk. It was kind of like a real cush job. I knew somebody there, and it was more just like, hey, we need somebody to work the night shift. It's Phoenix. Nobody's into finance. So they gave me this cush job. Then at 29, I was a portfolio manager at a hedge fund. So that was my kind of last foray. I managed a long short hedge fund, pretty sizable portfolio for a 29-year-old at that time. And then I broke off onto my own, and I started teaching people. So I gave you the background to kind of get into where I'm going to take you to now in this kind of presentation, not to talk about myself or to, do the kind of accolades thing. I'm not really into that. But the reason I do that is because I want to show you what I found in this and how I got to this point. So in 2014, I had somebody I met in Los Angeles reach out to me. He's like, hey, I trade futures. Can you like show me how to trade them? Because like, you know what you're doing. And I was like, I don't even know. Like, what do you mean show you? And he goes, look, you can share your screen. I can watch you. And I was like, all right, whatever. Watch me. So he watched me do this, and he's like, oh, this is amazing. And I'm like, yeah, well, I didn't see the value in it. I was like, what's amazing about it? He's like, yeah, like I have some friends that have taken these courses, they'll pay you to teach them. And I was like, all right, how much do I charge? He's like, I'll just charge him $500 and just let them watch you. And so like 15 people came to me from all these futures traders, and they started watching, and they're like, can you make a course? And I was like, I don't know how to make a course. And they go, okay, just do this, like record these videos. And they sent me some like other videos. Like, you see how this guy does it? Like kind of do it this way. So I started figuring this out. And from there, it just, all these other people started coming to me, and I wasn't a teacher. I didn't know anything about like building a website or how to create a course or how to even like teach or get you to understand what I know. But I found intrigue in it, right? I was super excited by it. And I was like, I want to do this. I really like this to teach people. And I just found like, if you get into finance, it gets kind of boring. I don't know if anybody's worked in like institutional finance. At a certain point, it gets super boring. It's not fun. It's not exciting. But I found like excitement through this. So I started teaching people to trade futures, and then I got into options, which is where we are today on maximizing your account. So what I saw was with futures traders, is a lot of them would stop out a lot, right? And what I would see is like, they would go to this seminar and they'd learn like order flow and iceberg orders. And they'd go to all these different strategies, but nobody actually was consistent trading futures. And I started to think like, where's the disconnect here? And the one thing that I could pinpoint was they moved too fast for people. That it was too fast of a movement, and personality types, not every personality type can handle that. And that's kind of where I was like, you know what, that's where the difference is. And so that group of traders I had, I go, why don't you guys trade options? And they go, I never considered options. They go, seriously, why don't you look at this? Like, I do a lot of it. Just try this and see. So a group of them started trading options. And that was kind of how this was all kind of born. So before I jump into the actual slide deck, just quick disclaimer, all this is educational purposes. I'm going to show you some P&Ls here. These are real P&Ls. Past performance is not indicative of future results by any means. So yeah, let's kind of start here into this. So this is how I was able to get into this realm of the world of teaching in small accounts. So what I did is I told these guys, I go, look, put $5,000 in a trading account. You don't got to put 50 grand or $500,000. Put 5 grand in. Let me show you how you can trade one lots, and you're going to have less stress. You're not going to sit there like clicking the button, going to like, I had one guy, funny story, and I'm not knocking him. He's one of my good friends. He bought like this energy mat because he thought it was give him like psychologically to trade futures better. I don't know. I've seen some crazy stuff out of futures traders, but I go, look, try this. It's not as volatile, right? And you're going to have, I think, more success. So anyway, I built this course and that's how I got to this point. So before I start on this, when I say small accounts, and this is what we're talking about today, I would consider $3,000 minimum to 25,000 is small. Okay. So that's what I'm talking to specifically. And one of the things I talk about in my options class, which I'm teaching after this, is what I found out when I became an instructor in education was there's a lot of lost in translation and things with people would say things. Okay. I'll give you an example. Has anybody read the book, Market Wizards? I think there's like 3 versions now. And if you've read the book, do you remember the section where Paul Tudor Jones was talking about, he's like, I only trade futures because they're cash settlement. And I was like 1920, the lens I looked through on that, I was like, what's he talking about? He only trades futures. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Okay. And it didn't make sense to me as a 20-year-old. But as I got older, there's an issue years ago, if you guys remember, one of the big futures from Chicago, still stings. They were trading through their client accounts and they lost a lot of money, right? And I thought back and I was like, that's what he means. He means he likes futures because stocks are different settlement. And at the end of the day, he knows there's cash in his account. And I didn't realize that as a young 20-year-old in the markets. Okay. So the reason I'm bringing that up is there's trading books and there's people that talk about this stuff, but it's not a specific discussion towards a specific topic. So in this little mini webinar here, I'm talking $3,000 to $25,000. And when I talk about options strategy, I'm talking about directional options. Okay. Finally, the focus is trading on charts. It's not about trading companies or our beliefs. So I know Ryan was talking about wealth stuff. I love that stuff. I do a lot of long-term investing, but everything in this, I'm going to try to give you some insights how to do this and maximize your returns. Okay. So number one is maximizing leverage. Obviously, options, if you've never traded them, are leverage products. Some of you trade futures. Futures are leverage products. Leverage is a double-edged sword, right? It's both good and bad, depending on how you use this thing. I want to teach you or give you insights how to use it in a responsible manner. Okay. So I've had students, and I told the story last night in options. I had a student from Los Angeles, pretty well-to-do gentleman, trade 4,400 contracts of the VIX. Okay. Like 4,400 contracts of options. Never once in my career have I ever traded anything close to that type of size. And it was just insane. So when you start trading a small account, it's easy to get off track and to start to increase your risk and start to go crazy, right? That's why you see people kind of shun options trading or kind of look away from it. So you have to kind of look under the hood and understand that there's viable strategy here if you're just kind of responsible with it. Okay. So the first and foremost thing I would say for maximizing returns in small accounts is hyper focus on select names. Okay. I see this across the industry and literally just general education. And I'd always watch in amazement as I got on this side. For whatever reason, retail traders almost act as portfolio managers. Okay. Somebody could have $20,000. And I've seen this, and they could tell you what lumber is doing one week. They could tell you about tips the next week. The other week, they can tell you about natural gas. And 1 week, they're an option specialist. Another week, they're warrants and, exotic derivative specialists. They know everything about everything and don't actually make any money. All right. I see this over and over and over again. This business, like any other business, you have to be a specialist to make money consistently. Okay. So when I worked in Los Angeles, literally the only thing I did was focus on special situations, trading and short selling in markets. My whole job was legitimate. We'd look at short opportunities. We'd have research and I'd look at, all right, what can we bet against? What's overvalued? That's literally all I did. Right. I didn't focus on what energy stocks were doing or what bonds were doing. I literally had a hyper focus and that was my role. And if you get to that level, if you look at that level, that's what pretty much every institutional or professional financial person does. I mean, across the board. If you guys want after this, if you go to Google and you type in CTA, it's Commodity Trading Advisor, I'd encourage you to go and look at the prospectus. Okay. If you look at Commodity Trading Advisors, if you invest in a commodity trading program, there's a prospectus, right? And every one of these guys and gals will have a prospectus and it'll say, our max risk is this. This is what we trade. These are our returns. And it's hyper specific. Okay. I know this because I was going to do that for a while. You're not going to go to one of these advisors and they're going to be like, oh, we trade natural gas and gold and silver options and S&P. It's hyper specific. Okay. So when you're trading a small account, you want to focus on a few names. I mean, legitimately, you want to get really, really good at just trading those names over and over and over. The good thing for retail traders and everybody actually is the way the markets are moving today and the amount of money that's being pumped in. A lot of these high beta stocks just ebb and flow up and down, up and back. And you could literally just make a living trading them over and over and over and over and over. And you don't have to go to Wharton or to Harvard to figure these type of things out. Okay. So that's super important. Number two with this is repetition matters. Okay. So there's some students that are already student stock ability here, and they can attest to this. I'm pretty much, it's like repetitive. I mean, every Monday morning, we have a market outlook in our GTS, and I go, okay, let's look the NASDAQ, S&P, and Dow. And I look at a few key stocks every morning, and okay, what are we going to do here? And it's wash, rinse, repeat over and over and over. Okay, and I come in and look, and it's just repetitive. That's a hyper important thing to do when you're trading a small account. Okay. And then finally, I'm going to talk about here is slow and steady wins the race. I'm going to kind of go through and explain that as we go through this. Sorry, there's questions. I'm going to get to them too. I promise. I'm just trying to keep my eye on the time here. Yeah, Tesla's. I mean, look, you can't knock that stock. I literally, as I'm doing this, you can't see this, but I have 4 screens here. So I got my literally Tesla's right here. So I'm waiting to the close to see if I can't get a position. So hyper focus matters, right? So when you're trading a small account, here's my opinion to this. I'm not knocking Warren Buffett. I'm not knocking Bill Ackman. I'm not knocking people that are value investors. I love value investing. I just did a big report on Leslie's Pools, not to pump it, but I really did a deep dive report on this company. When you're trading a small account, you can't think like long-term, in my opinion. Okay. You almost got to think micro. If you focus on like high beta stocks that have a high correlation to the NASDAQ moves, S&P moves, you can simply just trade those names over and over as you begin. Okay. And like I said at the start of this, the reason I gave you my background story to how I got to this point is because I said there's 3 types of traders. One is somebody who's like literally brand new, and somebody who's like 2-3 years in. If you come to this business and you're new, there's so many different directions to go down that most people, when they start, spend more time trying to find the right path. And had they just focused on 1 or 2 things and learned something, their kind of learning curve to being successful would be a lot less shorter. Okay. So when I teach people, and as you're trading a small account, that's why I'm saying hyper focus on 3 to 5 stocks. Okay. Know what they do, know how they move, know when their earnings are, know how the options move on them. Get so good at those 3 or 5 stocks that you know them just back and forth. And I've always kind of given this analogy. If you run a really, really good pizza shop, okay, and you do $2-3 million a year in sales and pizza, why would you introduce burgers and steaks, right? Just stick with what you're good at. And admittedly, in my career now, I kind of do like some private equity stuff now. And I was having dinner with a friend the other day. He goes, you know what? He goes, because he's known me for a long time. He goes, you're going back to old Dan from like 2007 when you start jumping around too many things. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll take that. So you have to kind of watch it as a new trader. Hey, thanks. Yeah, no, look, when Sam said there's no, like, I'm in the trenches, I mean it. Like, there's no people that know me. I'm like, I was up last night checking oil quotes at like 11 o'clock my time. And I'll be trading the close here. So I'm in the trenches for sure. So, and number 2 on this is remove this idea that you have to trade daily. Okay. This whole concept that every day you got to come in and make money is false. Okay. When you're new to this business, the weird thing about this is you almost feel like you have to do something every day and you don't. Like I literally have done nothing. Did I do it? No, I take that back. I tested Tesla long today. I got out. I'll probably test it here at the close because it's moving. But don't feel this need to trade every day, especially with a small account. The hardest thing to do, I know this, when you guys put money in your account, you're gonna want to start trading it. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Don't try to trade every day. It's typically yeah, I'll kind of talk about that in a second on the beta. Let me just jump through. I'm really trying to keep my time on point here because I could literally talk to you guys about this for hours. So let me give you guys a typical week for small accounts. This is what I suggest. And just so you guys all know, I eat my own cooking. Nassim Taleb, I like that guy. He's pretty hilarious. If you guys know who he is, he always says that about people, like, you know, they don't eat their own cooking. I literally put together a $3,000 account just to make these YouTube videos to show you guys some of these concepts, to show you, like, you know what, I'll go and do this with you. When I run that account, and just like all my portfolios, and, you know, we have a small limited partnership as well, I always plan my week out ahead. Okay. So come Sunday, I know what I want to do. So here, the last hour of trading, which is happening in about 15 minutes. Before I left to run errands this morning, I put together a plan. I know I want to watch Tesla at the close. I know I'm watching Netflix at the close. I always know that I've got a plan ahead of time. And when you trade a small account, it's super important to do that. You don't want to come into the trading week, wake up and like, all right, what's hot today? Okay. I mean, that's what like GameStop traders did. That's why these trading rooms across the internet have daily watch lists. And every day it's like, it's just a kind of this anxiety type of ridden environment where everybody's always rushing to do something and there's no plan. So number 2, Mondays always matter for me. So if you've traded before, Monday mornings open, there's always a shot pretty much all the time at a day trade where I can put together some P&L for the small, pretty much always Monday morning. So I look forward to Monday mornings. I really focus on trying to make money Monday mornings, and typically not an overnight, literally it's a day trade. That's kind of it. Number 3, I focus on 1 to 2 best ideas a week. So legitimately, I'll go through and look, and I scan like 20 or 30 stocks, and I try to find the best 1 or 2 ideas. And I know that's hard to explain in this short period of time, but I'll calculate based off of that, which 1 or 2 of those does my attention deserve for the week. And if I can focus on those 2 out of ideas, I try to make money on just those. So we're talking about a small account. Over trading kills. I know this because the group of futures traders that got me into this business on the education side, I saw it. I mean, literally saw it firsthand. I've actually funded futures traders before. My old company, I funded 2 guys. I've seen the over trading. It kills accounts. Same with small accounts in this business. So number 2, repetition matters. Okay. So I'm going to try to hurry this a little bit. Most people that get in this, it's a kind of an excitement factor. Okay. I see this happen a lot. You have to kind of avoid this. And it was funny. I was talking to the same guy yesterday, And he goes, how did Tesla earnings go? I was like, you know what? I'm like down, like I had like $6,000 swing in this thing. I'm down like $4,000 in this right now. And he's like, $4,000. He's like, it's a lot. And I was like, and it's weird. I thought to myself for a second and I was like, again, I've been doing this so long, the repetition of it, it's a loss, but you just kind of get used to repetition. You take a loss, you move on, take a loss, you move on. So in relation to small accounts, you want to focus on the same names over and over. So I've had students that I've taught. One of them was my best friends. He's moved down here from Canada. I taught him in 2015. He literally trades the same set of 10 stocks over and over. One of my favorite stocks, by the way, I'll give you guys, some people here might know me from my past YouTube days. One of my favorite stocks was Priceline. I used to literally trade that religiously. I mean, over and over and over. I don't trade it anymore, but it's one of my favorite stocks. So additionally, understand what your average win is. If you can calculate, and Ryan's really good at this, if you saw him in his presentation, like backtesting data, and I'm going to get with him and do some stuff, my own personal stuff. If you can figure out what your average win is on options, you can start to put together a model of sorts of what you can expect to make on a monthly basis, give or take like 10%, right? Like every month I know, at least in that small account, like I know every month I could for sure pull down like $2,000. If I press it, I could probably pull down like 6 or 7, right? Like I know, and it just depends on, even on low volatility, when I know I can pull out $2,000 because I know on a risk model where I can put money at. So again, this is on our YouTube channel. Just briefly, this is a small account that I was running. I still am. So just so you guys all know that are new, if you don't follow the YouTube channel, what I've been doing every month, at the end of the month, I update what I did for the month. This was February. I was up $6,000 off of 3,000 initial. This just means cost basis. People get confused by that. It's just, that's how many trades I made in total, $12,000 in and out. But you're going to notice some things in here. Some of these names are always the same. Okay. The other concept is, and you'll watch this, you're not going to see me trade like 10, 20 contracts and positions. You won't. You'll see me trade 1, 2, 3 in this account, because when you're trading small accounts, I'm looking for larger moves, right? What I see in options trading is some people will try to trade like 10 they'll buy a contract for $1, right? Like they'll trade 10 and they'll try to sell it for like 120 and make $200. What you're doing when you're doing that is you're using leverage on leverage. Okay. I don't trade that way, especially with small accounts. I look for an option, whether it's $1,000 contract or $800 or $100 contract. I'm looking for that to move significantly to get me big returns. I'm not like in and out of the options trades. And I didn't actually realize people did that till a while ago. Now this is kind of hard to see here. I was going to bring up our Slack chat, but our time's real limited on this, but I wanted to share this with you from a student who did this. Okay. So I introduced this to him. Briefly, he's literally telling you here, if you don't want to read all of it, he's going to stake his brother-in-law about $5,000 to test this. And he's basically showing you his risk model. Okay. And I'm going to try to highlight this for you. So max risk is $500, was total max $1,000 invested. Okay. So he put together a plan for this, right? And legitimately everything I'm telling you now, he has 1 or 2 positions for the week. That's it. And this is how you can maximize these small accounts, but you've got to put together a model together. And the good thing is, after I speak, when Better Legal comes on, they're going to talk to you about running this as a business. Part of it's obviously your corporations and taxes. The other part is putting together a model. Okay. I have a off topic, but I have a meeting Friday with a beverage company who I'm advising to, and you'd be amazed. These guys have done almost $2 million in revenue this year, and their financials and how they're going to raise money, nobody's done it. So I see that same kind of concept in the trading world, where people don't put together a business plan or projections or understand anything. They just kind of go out and wing it. And that's typically the reason for failure in my experience. So do we get good moves at 90 DT? I don't trade. So I'll just give you the insight to it right now. Legitimately, I trade everything that's 30 DTE and small accounts. That's that particular student. I always say this, I'll give you a recipe I like, but you may not like a lot of spice in it. So you kind of, lighten it up. So he in particular uses 90 DTE in his business model. So, All right, so finally, slow and steady wins a race. And again, I've got to finish here pretty quickly. And I know you guys have questions. So again, apologies for not having enough time, but we have the YouTube channel. You can go on there and I have some stuff as well as the GTS. And hopefully we'll see you guys in some of the courses. So small accounts work, but it takes time to where you get to a place where you increase the velocity curve. Okay. Your equity curve matters when you trade small accounts. The way I look at trading businesses and even any startups that I've invested in or start is I don't want to go into the black to start. Okay. Same with trading. When you start a small account, your number one goal, right? And I'm a big fan of journaling and all this, but your number one goal is get into the green. If you start with 5, get to 10. Okay. Once you do that, then you can start tinkering with your business model and then messing with risk. But your sole number one, open your doors to your business, get it into the green. Do not go in the black to start. It's hard to get out of that. Okay. Once you do that, develop a monthly goal. Okay. So now you're in the green. Say, look, I need to make $2,000 a month. How much risk do you need to make that $2,000 a month? How many trades does that equate to? And then plan it out in quarterly terms. Okay. I always tell students this, in money management business, we work on a quarterly basis. You know, if clients had to look at statements on a daily basis, and you guys know this, you traded them, I'm sure, they'd run away. You've got to plan the business on a quarterly basis because things fluctuate. Okay. Number 3 is for a small account, try to avoid this idea that you've got to hit a daily profit target. I see this saying, and I'm not against it if it works for you, but I don't like it. I saw the futures business. People would say like, oh, I have to make $500 a day. No, you don't. I mean, what if you get a day, and I'll give you an example. What if I get Tesla to move? And again, I'm not in this, just for full disclosure. What if we get this to move by Friday to 750, 760? And I can catch a $3,000 or $4,000 trade on 3 or 4 contracts. It doesn't matter what I did yesterday or didn't do today. Okay. So I look at setups in the market where, whether it's futures, like, you know, oil today, or Apple or Leslie's or Amazon, I look at moves where there's going to be a large expansion in price, and I want to exploit that move to try to extract a lot of dollars out of it. Leads to over trading and revenge. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I saw that a lot in futures trading because it's so easy. You know, if you have the order done, you could just hit. Like, it's so easy to do that. So the final thing I'll talk about briefly is know when to press your risk. This is key. I'll just give you again, and I'll take questions. When I was like 19, I read George Soros's book, Reflexivity Theory. And one thing that always stuck with me from that book was he had bet against the British pound. Some of you know this trade, some of you may not. If you don't, kind of look at it maybe. When they put this trade on, at that time, you know, making $1 billion was a lot of money. I guess it still is, but it just seems like it isn't today. When they calculated the risks they put on, even if they lost in the trade, they'd still be up 10% for the year. So when you're trading a small options account, your sole goal is to get that account to the green. Once you're in the green, you can start looking at opportunity where you can afford to risk a little bit more. But you can't do that when you're in the black or you're negative. Okay. The number one goal I tell everybody when they do this, just get profitable first. Don't get crazy, stay consistent, stay boring. Once you're up, you know, let's say you start at 5, once you're up to 15, 20, you've got so much room to start messing around. I don't mean go crazy, but your equity curve will start to increase once you can start to press it. Okay. So again, I am short on time on this. I apologize for it, but again, you guys have a long day ahead too. There are some questions. If I move through this again, it's because of time. How do I get to the Q&As on this? I know there's questions here, but I can't seem to. Oh, sorry, there it is.
You just press the Q&A button.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry. So which YouTube channel is that? It's apologies. It's our Stockability channel. So if you go to Stockability on YouTube, all that stuff is there. How about a weekly dollar goal? Okay, so look, that's a good question, Thomas. I agree with that. But let's go back to what I said at the start of this. I don't know your account size and your risk, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's tough to give you like an exact answer. If you're like, hey, I got $250,000, yeah, you could, or you got 5, I don't know. But a weekly goal is probably a better idea, I'd say. Do I do spreads or single legs? No, not really. I don't. I pretty much just run directional options. Like right now, again, I'm short Home Depot and Lowe's, but I have like options that are like 8, 9, 10 months out on those. So, but yeah, sorry. Okay, answered live. So answered that. Sorry. Are there any other questions? Sorry about missing that. Is there other questions I missed? Apologies. I'm trying to see. Oh, so Ryan answered that. Okay, good, done. Any other questions I can go through?
Yeah, one last one here. What is your argument against Greeks? Yeah, I've just come back in here, Dan. I love that one.
What is my
Thomas.
argument again?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you're managing like a 10, $15 million derivatives portfolio, all that matters, right? But there's no point to it anymore at all. I mean, look, I look at delta and theta for sure, but I really don't make decisions based off of I really don't. You just don't need to anymore. I'd venture to say probably in like 2007, 8, they probably mattered more, but the way automated trading is taken over and the inclusion of index ETFs, like you just don't need them.
Absolutely.
Debit spreads are directional. Yeah, I just
As
don't.
well, you know, on that subject, it's so interesting, isn't it? It's like, unless you're working with a six-figure account, the credit spreads are just never going to pay you the real ROI, are they?
Yeah.
You know, it can be very frustrating for people, you know, to make.
Do you do
any kind of-
volatility only delta neutral rates? No, I mean, look, I'm pretty specific, man. I try to I pretty much avoid earnings unless I have like a strong conviction on it. I just don't. I do a lot of doing nothing, to be honest with you. I know that sounds funny, but I'm real picky when I put positions on. So.
And debit spreads are directional, but you know, at the end of the day, you got a fixed risk for a fixed reward, haven't you? Whereas we're looking at directional,
Conversion
as in
versus-
increasing the profit as the market moves in our favor.
Yeah, I don't do nothing exotic, honestly. And I'll just tell you this right now. I mean, institutionally, you're not going to see people really doing that type of stuff. Like, you just don't. I mean, I'm not against them, but it's just there's not a need for it in the way I look at markets. There's just not a need for it. So, yeah, cool. Thanks for having me on, guys. I got to
No
run. I have a
problem.
class here, so I hate to run short, but I got to start this class. So.
Absolutely. And I can answer that question from Thomas right there as well on that. Dan's going to run to it, day 3 of his options class. Dan, thanks for squeezing.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me in. See you guys. Cheers.
Some of these questions.
All right, guys.
As well. Okay. So, all good. Well, guys, that was Dan. Excellent. Thank you. And, you know, I'm going to be joined by Chad Sakonchik. About with Better Legal in a little bit. And while I'm waiting for him to come, I wanted to spend a little bit of time being able to answer any questions that we've got. And we're going to be doing a Q&A roundtable with all of the instructors and all the coaches as well. But some of the questions we got in here, you know, we can also say, Thomas was saying, since stockability training is a couple of years long at the most, as a company offer plans to foster a community for graduate students. Absolutely. And you know what I'm going to invite you all guys to do as well is, and I don't want to go into it now. Again, we didn't want to take away from any of the time that we've got here with you guys, which is important to us, by going into a long thing about our products and our services and so on as well. So what I'm going to advise you all to do is to do this. And let me answer firstly that question as well, what you were asking about is, you know, we have 6-month, 1 year and 2 year programs, if you like, for people who are going to focus on one thing, multiple assets, or everything that we do basically. And then that includes a number of time in our guided trade sessions and within our live coaching community, where the crux of all of the interaction and the coaching happens as well. However, after taking one of our programs, you can carry on in our live coaching community and carry on in our live training room with us as well for a nominal fee of $99 as well. So we've made it easy for people to come in and do the full training that they need and then carry on with us if they want to go beyond that 6 months, 1 year or 2 years as well. And they can pause that and renew it much like you would a Netflix subscription. I always talk about that. It's a little bit more than Netflix, but it's going to give you a lot more than Netflix as well. So we've tried to cover all bases in that respect on here. So it gives you an opportunity, like I say, to immerse yourself in the education and just come in and actually, and then carry on as well, because a lot of people want that community, you know. And I say to people, if, you know, $100 or a couple of $100, whatever it is, what level you're at, you know, you can't justify being in a community that's going to help you make that, then you probably shouldn't be in that community in the first place as well. So you're welcome, Rod. Appreciate it. And remember, the recording is going to be available to you as well. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and I want to go through a couple of little extra bullet points as well, to focus on what Dan was, wrap up what Dan was talking about too as well. So let me just go ahead and share this with you. And I didn't show you this slide yet, but this really kind of gets into exactly what Dan was talking about. We're all about grabbing the low-hanging fruit. We're all about getting in and becoming profitable. I think that's one of the big differences. A lot of people are all about, you've got to hit those massive home run trades. But guys, how difficult is it to hit those massive home run trades? You tell me. You know, you hit them, but you have a series of lots of losses trying to hit those trades as well. And it becomes literally so frustrating. So, you know, to echo, whether it's going to be, you know, going to be more of a futures income trader, whether you want to be an income options trader, whether it's daily trading, weekly trading, even monthly with something like Forex, you know, you want to follow a very basic set of principles. And this comes back to what I was talking about earlier on in my presentation. And I think it leads in beautifully, you know, with what Dan was just talking about. And I want to go ahead and share this with you right now so you can see this. Okay. And this here is the point. And I say it's about building the skill, then scaling. And this is exactly, and again, if you'd say to me, you know, what key takeaways can you give me from that about what I should be focusing on, guys? Well, then definitely this would be it right now, what we're looking at the moment. Practice one thing. Okay. Now, I encourage everybody to trade multiple asset classes. Don't get me wrong. You want to trade multiple asset classes. You want to also encourage to trade different styles of trading too. But the issue is this: if you try to do everything, you're going to end up being incredibly frustrated because you're trying to do everything. So again, there's no harm in becoming or being a one-trick pony. There's no harm in that. There's no danger in doing that. In fact, I would almost encourage people to do that. I see some of you saying, hey, I just trade the same thing over and over again. Great. Now, obviously, you want to trade that same thing over and over again if it's working for you, right? You want to do that if it's working for you, if you're actually getting consistency out of doing it. But do stick to that one thing and repeat it and practice a skill. You could be a specialist of breakout trades. You could be a specialist of something like the Globex trap. You could be a specialist of finding, you know, premium explosions, whatever it would be. You don't have to master everything. And I think if you take too much on your plate straight off the bat, that's not going to help you. That's why, you know, we have a very structured approach to the way we trade. And that's why we preach about this process over everything else, more than anything else. In fact, that's the professional trader mindset. You know, I was taught from a very early point in my 18 career. Again, you know, don't work the jab. You know, some people are about the jab, some people are haymakers, some have good footwork, some are sluggers. Just in boxing terms, it's the same thing. And I think that, you know, if you do that, guys, the other benefit you're going to have from that, the other major benefit you're going to have from that is you're going to give yourself more chance of success because you're going to have a more focused vision and a focused goal. Okay. Work to your strengths, work to your weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with that in that respect at all. Okay. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do, is to focus heavily on just getting good at doing one thing. I know it sounds boring. And then when you get good at doing one thing, what can you do after that, guys? Once you get good at doing one thing, what can you then do? Well, then you can focus on other things. That's the beautiful thing about it. You forget doing good one thing, and then and only then can you start to focus on doing other things. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. But I think you can end up taking way too much on your plate. And that's not what we want, guys. We want to get focused on that. The other reason for that is you can repeat and develop it. Again, I know you'll dream of having massive trading size, but again, remember, the skill to make $10 is the same skill to make $100. $100 skill set is the same to make $1,000 skill set. It's all the same. Now, this is exactly how it works. And that's why I like that, you know, that mentality of building on that skill set, of getting very good at doing one thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, guys, I always say this: if for the rest of your life, you only make money trading eBay, if the rest of your life you only make money trading pork bellies, if the rest of your life you only make money trading gold futures, who really cares, right? You find something that works for you and you exploit that thing in any way, that shape that you can. That's where that level of consistency is going to come from. And so I think that, you know, much like if you were looking in a fund, you know, when I worked on a trading floor for a time as well, and everybody on that trading floor, and this was in London, in East London, and I'll never forget it, they trade fixed income products, and I worked on there. And man, those guys, it was so funny. They followed Ray was his name, Ray White, this guy, and he just taught them to do one thing and then spent all of his time coaching them to do that one thing well. Focus on one thing and then focused on coaching them how to do that one thing well. Okay, so important as well. Then you've got no limits to your profit potential, because then you can build from that particular point. And guys, that's the key here, you know, building from this particular point. And again, you know, I feel that in today's market and volatility, considering if you're struggling, using something like options over futures, it takes a great deal of skill. Now, I love the futures market. I'm just leaning over, looking at another computer here and seeing how it's all going on here. A typical FOMC day to day, up a bit, down a bit, down a bit, up a bit. You know, guys, frustrating conditions for many, many people, right? Frustrating conditions. Instead, an options trader doesn't necessarily have to go through that. Or maybe you are like Don, okay? Even you're like Don, who we had on the show earlier, where he's just like, I'm a half-hour trader guy. I go in, I get out my opportunities. If they don't hit in that first half hour of the day, then I walk on. There's nothing wrong with that. That's so important that there's nothing, you know, thinking about it in that respect. And again, that's one of the things that I think we'll preach till we're blue in the face. Okay, don't be afraid to be boring. Don't be afraid to be dull, but have a system that's simple that you can actually act upon. That is the most important thing on this as well. Again, as well, same time, same hours, same skill, better returns. Is this the world that's possible? Absolutely. Because as I put on here, the same skills required to make 100 as it is to make 1,000. You know, there's literally no real limit to any of this. Okay, when we look at it in this potential. And again, guys, I know that, you know, we all dream of making tens of thousands of dollars every single week. But if you can't make $100 a day, if you can't make $50 a day, then you might as well get that out of your head. Not even worry about it. It's incredible how many times we've talked about this. And I'd say to every one of you in the room, there's probably been multiple times, and every single one of you has had the opportunity to be successful, to be profitable on trades, but you wanted more. And that's a big problem with a lot of traders. They always want more. Okay. John Williams, I go in, I pick pockets, I'm done. Okay. Larry Williams, go in. John Williams, I'm not talking Star Wars and music here. Larry Williams, we go in, we make our money, we're done. It really is a much simpler approach. And again, I find that, you know, if you can go in, take your opportunities in a set window and move on, by turning the computer off, you're not going to worry about what else happens for that day. It's amazing how many times I've ended up not being greedy and I've stuck to my guns and I've got in and made money and I've come back and sure the market's moved without me. And there's other days where it's chopped around and I'm like, wow, I'm glad I'm out of that. And I didn't bother going into it, right? There's two sides to every coin in this respect. Okay. So again, that really echoes a lot of what Dan was just saying, a lot of the things that Dan was just talking about. Okay. Giving yourself a chance, building slowly, be the food truck. Remember, we talked about that, being that food truck. Now, what I'm going to encourage you to do, and again, is this, and remember, we will email you before we go into our next section on here. We are going to be in touch and we are going to email you some more information on the follow-up after today's event as well. And thank you. But I'm going to say this, one of the things we've been priding ourselves on at Stockability, and if you look at our website here, stockability.com, you can see it right at the top here, stockability.com, is if you go to our education tab and click on these programs that we're talking about, here are all our programs in all their glory with our tuitions, our monthly payments. Okay, so what they are as a program for a total cost $24.99 and what it works out on a monthly payment as well. We do this on everything here. All right. So we have every single thing that we do on here is built around, you know, giving you the opportunity to do this either as a full payment or as a monthly as well. One of the cool things we provide, we pride ourselves on as well, is all of our financing that we do on here is at, you can see here, interest-free for 12 months, interest-free for 12 months, no matter what program you do as well. Okay. We don't believe in charging interest. We can carry it up for 12 months to make it easier. So again, all we ask for is, you know, a deposit based on the balance and then the remaining. So this works out with a deposit on $24.99 of 30% and then $145 a month. So this is a 6-month program. Basically what I'm showing you here, this is our foundational program. This is a 6-month program. Okay. The foundation program, let's write that on here, 6 months program, because it includes 6 months of GTS and all of your programs. The next one, the multi-asset program. This is, my friends, a 12-month program that you'll see on here, which is 2 programs and 12 months access to all your material and the GTS. And then the final, our complete program, which is basically everything that we do. This is our complete program. Everything you say, well, if I did everything, what does it work out? $54.99, which is $320 a month over 12 months with a deposit down. And that's 24 months access to the GTS, the live coaching community, and all the programs as well. And by the way, no, you don't get punished if you want to upgrade at a later date. The prices are the prices. That's how we do it. You know, we're very proud of that. No BS, no smoke and mirrors, no fancy gimmicks or anything like that. We just like to do the odd promotion here just to kind of motivate you to take advantage of it if you're sitting on the fence still wondering what it's all about as well. And when you saw us talking a little bit before about me talking about the live coaching community, I wanted to show you this real quick. Some of you may or may not have used Slack, but hopefully you can all see this right now. When you see on the website also includes membership of our live coaching community, this is our live coaching community, and this is basically where it all is at. Okay, so you'll see a number of channels on here on the left hand side. You see this: financial markets, options abilities, income abilities, guided trade sessions, income, all the different programs. And yes, our man Ryan Watkins here shares his charts and outlooks every single week in here with screenshots of all the things that he's doing on here every single week. We go real hands-on, and what I love the most is this is where the students like to post in here about the trades that they're doing. Look, Ryan's already been in here today already posting trades in here today on the S&P 500 as well, already posting things, showing everybody stuff. We're very hands-on. This is the way we stay connected with our students, and this is a great place where we hold each other accountable as well. I think it's the most powerful thing. A lot of students will direct message me on here. This is the way that they reach to me. You should never feel alone in all of this. Live coaching community, guys, that is where it's at. And that's basically how we get into all of that as well. So if you've got any questions, we have a whole team here who can help you with any of that. Basically, you know, set up a consultation call with you and go through it all as well. That's all I'm really going to talk about on here, because we've got more things to do. We've got 2 more sections of today to go. It's just coming up to 3:15. Man, my timing is on. Finally, that NQ started to move a little bit. It's been up a bit, it's been down a bit. Let's just see where we're at right now. Up a bit, down a bit, down a bit, up a bit. Typical Fed day right now I'm seeing on the QQQs. Again, another reason why, if you're going to be a short-term trader, sometimes it's best to just be short term, right? Sometimes it's best to just do it that way and do what we say on the tin as well. So it's great to talk about, you know, our trading. It's great to talk about, you know, all the things that can happen in the market and all the great success we can have, but protecting it and doing it the right way is probably the most important thing that we can do. You know, really focusing on protecting our gains, really focusing on protecting ourselves as well. And are we doing everything that we need to do in a smart way? That's the thing as well. Are we, from a taxation perspective, doing this in the right way? Now, I don't know about you. Look, I'm the Englishman, all right? So being the Briton here, I'm the last person you probably want to be starting to take tax advice from, okay? Especially if you're American. Maybe some of the Brits, great, okay? But, you know, I say at the end of the day on this, you know, it can be really overwhelming knowing where to begin when we're looking at all the kind of moving parts behind the legalities of it. And a lot of people have said to me, hey, I have an LLC. Is that, you know, or I don't have an LLC. Is it worth me doing that? And I'm not a tax specialist. I'm not an accountant. I'm not an advisor. But I do know that if you're going to run this like a business, doing everything you can to treat it like a business is absolutely vital. Absolutely vital. But, you know, it can be incredibly overwhelming to do that if you've never, ever done it. So I thought for the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so, why not enlist the help of a professional and somebody here who can offer more on this. And I'm going to welcome on the show on here. I'm going to ask him to bring up his video as well on here too. Mr. Chad Sakonchik, who's the co-founder of Better. There's Chad, man. It has been seamless on the video today, Chad. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Excellent. Where are you joining us from, my friend?
Austin, Texas.
I definitely got an Austin vibe. Our company's based out of Austin. Christy, who was on this morning's in Austin as well. All the good people are in Austin. And although we're at 85 degrees, believe it, not here, like on the East Coast today. So it's all feeling quite good. But hopefully life's treating you well out there. Thanks for coming on. Now, you're co-founder of Better League, aren't you? Kind of almost become like a sister company of ours. So we've got this unofficial kind of partnership together. You know, we have some mutual interest in this. Tell us a little bit about what you guys do. And then I've got some really specific questions I'd love to ask you. And I know you've got some insights to share with people. So tell us a bit about Better Legal, please, Jad.
Yeah, so Better Legal is actually a business formation company. So we form LLCs and corporations for people that want to start a business, but aren't really sure how to do that. So, you know, you can dive down rabbit holes and everybody can do everything that we do by themselves.
Sure.
But it's a, you know, like I said, it's a can of worms. Every state has their own process, and then you have to get an EIN, you have to get legal documents. Do you get that from an attorney, or do you download a free one online? Can you trust that one? So what we've tried to do is make it easy. And so if you're familiar with LegalZoom, which is, a 20-year-old company, we're very similar to LegalZoom. But we like to focus on automation, and we like to try to make it easy for people. So instead of having rooms and rooms full of filers that are manually filing their people's business formations, we focus pretty heavily on technology to make it easier for people. So we kind of look, we use a couple different analogies, but we might be like the QuickBooks of legal or business formations. You might look at us kind of like being the ATM versus having to go into a bank and talk to a bank teller. There's a lot of stuff you can do without having to talk to an attorney or a CPA that are just kind of run-of-the-mill stuff where, you want to form a business, we've turned it into an assembly line. And so that's really what Better Legal does. We do business formations, and then we help maintain the business. So every state requires that you do regular compliance filings to make sure that you're still active. There are changes people make to the business. So we're trying to kind of provide that lower level of service to our customers.
It's overwhelming, I think, for a lot of people. Do you find a lot of your clients come and they're like, man, I was just so overwhelmed? Because, one of my students, Andrea, was on earlier, and she's a realtor, and she's like, encouraging, there's more people trying to sell their houses on their own, but there's a lot that can also go wrong if you try and sell your house on your own and don't have a realtor doing it, right?
Right.
Do you think it's a kind of similar scenario as well in this environment when people are registering and setting up their own businesses?
Yeah, I've got a story that I tell everybody where there was a guy in Georgia. I forget the states exactly, but just bear with me. So there's a guy in Georgia, owned a trucking company for 30 years. He moved to Florida. And so he needed to shut down the Georgia LLC and then start a Florida LLC. He had his assistant do it for him. When he went to go open the bank account in Florida, just to do a transfer of funds, the bank basically said, hey, you don't own this business. It's this person, Sally. And he's like, well, Sally's my assistant.
Right.
Like, she doesn't own the business. So there's just a lot of things that go wrong. And even the bankers don't really know what they're doing. We get a lot of people where we essentially provide a packet where it's like, here, walk into a bank and say you want to open a business checking account. And the bankers will say, oh, this information is wrong or whatnot. And that's just false. So there is a lot of confusion, even with people in the industry. And, in our early days, we were figuring all that out as well. So what we try to do is educate people, kind of like what you're doing, videos, explaining to people what to do, trying to make the forms, the intake forms as easy as possible, little videos kind of explaining, just little terminology of a business. Like an LLC has managers and members. And people are like, well, what's a manager and what's a member? It's like, well, a manager is just the operator of a business and a member is the owner of a business. And you can be both. So if you own the business, you own and operate the business, you are a manager and a member. And so just little things like that you can, do all this research yourself, or you can pay a small fee to let us worry about that for you. Just say, let us hold your hand through this process.
Perfect. Well, let's talk about some of the other things or some of the, I would say, key talking points around setting up an LLC for sure as well. I think one of the big things is write-offs, because obviously in our world, we definitely take losses in trading and investing. Is that something that we can factor in, obviously, with trading at all? Like, is there a degree that we can have write-offs, be it with our losses or our expenses associated with our trading business?
Yeah. So, and first off, I want to, you mentioned talking to a professional. So I'm not an attorney or a CPA. So this is not personal advice for anybody. This is
good to note.
Yeah. This is what we're dealing with. And there are people that do this. So this is just kind of more of fact finding. So you can kind of understand what others are doing out there. You can do your own research, talk to a professional and see what's right for you. But the answer is yes. So if I'm a sole proprietor, in any other type of business, whether I'm, power washing, I'm a carpenter, I do plumbing, I own a restaurant, the IRS views my sole proprietorship as a business activity. So I'm actually doing business. The IRS does not view stock trading as a business activity. So I, as a sole proprietor, if I decide I'm going to be a full-time trader and I buy a laptop, I buy a Bloomberg terminal, I go heavy into that. I can't write off any of those expenses as a sole proprietor, but a business can. So a business has the ability to So let me back up. As a sole proprietor, you can get elected or qualified trader status from the IRS, but there's a whole host of things you have to do to get that, and there are very few people that are approved for that. But with an entity like a corporation or an LLC, and LLCs are much, much more popular than corporations in our world, that can be done. An LLC is viewed as a pass-through entity. So I'm still kind of acting as a sole proprietor, but I have a legitimate legal business entity in front of me. And so a lot of stuff can be done through that business entity. Now, you're going to want to make sure when you do this trading, you can't just say I have an LLC and then trade personally and then try to act as if you're a business. If you do get a business entity like an LLC, you have to do things through it, which means that you have to open an account, a stock trading account in the name of the LLC. And so you're going to want to do some research and make sure that your brokerage supports that and that they're okay with doing that.
Nice. And so again, it's doing the right way. So there are the costs associated, but you've got to do it through the LLC as well. Because I think a lot of people are just like, hey, there's great tax benefits in trading. Anybody in the US will know there's the 60-40 capital long-term capital gains tax split if you trade futures or Forex. Again, remember, I'm not a tax advisor either. And they're like, well, that's really good. But then you got to offset and say, but yeah, if I'm just a sole trader, there are things I can't write off. Okay, so is that tax break I'm getting here going to be worth obviously the write-offs and the other deductibles I can make across the business as well? So that's a real key part of this. I think why anybody should do it. And as well, another thing it could be is that, hey, if I'm trading multiple asset classes, having one fixed level of taxation across everything is another cool thing on that as well. But there are other tax benefits also a trader could potentially receive also through multiple levels of entities. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Because any tax benefits we can get, right, are a bonus.
Yeah. So this is kind of a trick that a lot of people don't realize that is a thing, but once you kind of think about it, it's actually pretty prevalent in our society. So It's really just the simple. There is a simple fact that a business can own another business.
Right.
So you might have heard of a holding company.
Mm-hmm.
So ABC Holdings owns ABC Tile, ABC Lumber, ABC Plumbing, and each one of these businesses runs on their own. But ABC Holdings owns those businesses, and then someone owns ABC Holdings. So through multiple entities owning each other, these businesses can pay each other for management fees. So if one business is, owns the account now, so the reason to do this is because you can't pay yourself a salary without funds. So if you're trading in an entity and you're taking winnings, and you've got a cash pile in one entity, how do you pay yourself that without going through a whole web of other things? So you can essentially just pay yourself a salary. So that's one way to do it. But through the multiple entities, this entity can pay this entity a management fee, and that might be a percentage, or it might be a salary, because you don't really know what your profits are going to be. So paying a salary out of this entity that might not have a liquidity event or payouts or consistent profit is going to be kind of a hard sell. But if this entity makes an agreement with this entity that they're going to pay them 10% of this or that of any deals, that's another way to kind of move money around through the multiple entity structure.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And also I think, Dan was on earlier on talking about, my other co-founder, Dan, was talking about, just paying yourself. We've all been talking about paying yourself. And I think if that kind of structure's there, I can force a lot of traders to actually just be a bit more disciplined in what they're doing and start paying themselves and knowing where they stand as well. Like I said, it seems overwhelming at first for a lot of people, but you see there are benefits to doing it. And I think another thing as well to think about with this, to anybody listening, is you know, how serious are you? One of the themes that we've been having is about increasing our performance and, you know, enhancing what we do. Well, I think by going out of our way to actually go do this and set up the LLC shows, hey, we're serious about this and we're planning properly this as a business and doing it the right way. Because I think a lot of us say, well, I'll set up the LLC when I start getting there. Well, what does getting there look like? You never know. I think better to be structured before you start making all of these gains than afterwards. It's like not every business is kind of like says, hey, I'm going to form a business after I've made X amount of dollars. Trading's a strange area, Chad. You know what I mean? Because you don't have to.
So, and yeah, to touch on that, you know, I agree wholeheartedly that you kind of have to set these rules ahead of time and treat it like a business because,
Right.
you know, this isn't stocks. I'm actually waiting for Ethereum to hit 2750 right now because I've had a sell order for
Right.
25% of my Ethereum coins for
Yeah.
like last 3 months.
Yeah.
I created that rule ahead of time and I said, you know, I'm going to take my cost out when it hits this initial price target. Now, if
Yeah.
it goes parabolic after that, that's all house money that I get to play with.
Yeah.
But I set that rule ahead of time. And so,
Yeah.
you know, creating those types of rules ahead of time where you're like, you know, where you say, I'm going to become an LLC because that's going to legitimize myself. And because I've had to pay out of pocket to do all this, I'm going to be more serious with myself because it's much easier to say I will do this in the future than actually taking that plunge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's all about being serious. Absolutely. And Curtis Crown was just asking us a question. Do you advise for countries outside the US like Canada as well? Or are you just strictly based here in the US right for now?
We are
Chad?
strictly based in the US for now. I
Mhm.
do want to, you know, move on to other countries. There's a lot to digest within the US system, a lot more than we kind of originally thought. But Canada would probably be, you know, the next
Similar.
closest thing for us. But we do set up entities for, you know, for internationals that want a US entity.
Okay.
We do have, and it's perfectly fine for someone that lives in any country to own a US entity outright.
Right.
That's a perfectly fine thing to do. The US is very comfortable with it, actually.
That's great.
So you can actually start a US LLC if you live in Canada or Mexico or Japan or any other country in the world, minus a few, you know, that the US government doesn't like. But.
Which might be something to do as well, considering if you're trading in the US markets as well. For definitely a lot of people like living in different parts of the world too, as well. And I've got a couple of other things I want to talk about employees, but as well, you know, but one thing I do know is this: anyone listening outside, when I used to work in the UK, you know, we had the same thing. We had advisors who'd say, hey, you still want to be setting up some kind, it's a limited company, not an LLC, but it's a limited company. It's the same kind of thing in the UK as well. So going down that route, no matter where you live, if you can't do it here in the US with better legal or somebody else, then at least go look at it in your country, because it's worth exploring, you know, and having Chad on the show here is about exploring some things that we can be doing just to make this whole thing a lot more efficient as well. What about employees, Chad? How does that factor in it too as well? Because even though like you are a trader on your own, does it make any sense to say, hey, I've got employees in my trading business as well?
So this is another interesting thing that businesses can just do. And you know, what is the point of trading if not wealth building? You know, on one aspect, it's, you know, to day trade and whatnot. But the other thing that you're doing is building wealth for your future generations, right? And so, and this is actually something that my dad did for me when I was in college, and I didn't really understand it then. But you can actually hire, you know, a business can hire contractors or employees. So it's perfectly fine to, you know, we talked about paying a management fee from one LLC to another, but you can also just hire a family member, a child, son, daughter, cousin, brother, sister, wife, whatever, to be an employee or a contractor of that company and pay them a fee for doing services. And especially with children, this is a great way to start kind of moving money around for college or for me, my dad paid, you know, and I did things. It wasn't just I was getting free money. But you know, it was almost like chores. I did a certain amount of things a month and I got paid a $736.40 stipend every single month. And that was to pay for, you know, my rent. And then anything that was left over was my spending money, but it was a set amount every month. And so if you have, if you're trading stocks in in an entity like that, it is possible to hire contractors or employees that are family members on behalf of that business. And if you've got a lot of cash in there, that's a way to write off, profits.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I mean, like in all little things that you don't really necessarily think about, and again, I'm the world's worst at it when it comes to any of this kind of stuff. I was always like, I just want to get into the market. I wanted to start doing it and not thinking about it, and again, I like to see it as kind of doing this is, again, you're holding yourself accountable that you're going to be doing it the right way. I don't know if you can answer this question, but it just got typed in as well, but it's interesting. And again, remember guys, Chad isn't here as a legal tax advisor. Let's remember that. We're just kind of showing you the overall landscape of this. But one of the questions here was, are there any benefits of a corporation over an LLC? I don't know if that's something you could answer, give us a little high level kind of overview on.
The easiest, okay. I would say 97% of all the formations we do are LLCs. Corporations are simply just an older, more stringent entity type. So corporations have been around since as long as the United States has been around. Corporations were the very first thing that the United States kind of allowed. And so it's just a really old way of doing business. And it works really well because it allows for people to raise a lot of money and not have to kind of split the pie. So with a corporation, instead of splitting the pie into more pieces, you're essentially just creating new shares and then giving that to the new investors. And that way you don't have to worry the old investors to sign documents to give away percentages of their business. There's just more shares now. And so LLCs are actually were designed to be a new type of corporation. I think it was Wyoming in 1974, 79 that actually was the first state to allow for LLCs. And the benefit for an LLC is that it's really easy to set up. It's really easy to maintain. A corporation requires that you have meeting minutes. You have to meet a certain amount of times per year. You have to hold those meeting minutes. You have to have a board of directors. You have to out shares.
Right.
You have to authorize shares and then distribute the shares. And so an LLC is more like, okay, Sam and Chad are going to start a business and it's going to be 50-50.
Cool.
Sign the documents and it's done. So LLCs were kind of created in the 70s. It took about till 1994 for all 50 states to support them. But yeah, LLCs for a simple business are great. Corporations are better. I would say most people are probably in the realm of the LLC. If you want to be a corporation, it's because you know that you're going to go big fast. You're going to hire a lot. You're going to get investors. You're going to have a board of directors. Like you are going to become a big company and your goal is to IPO. Mm-hmm. So the other thing I want to touch back on with the hiring family members as employees, especially with children, and I had a note to myself and I just forgot about this, is at some point to earn Social Security and Medicare, you have to pay into that for a certain amount of time.
Make your contribution.
So I believe it's like 10 years you have to have paid into Medicare and Social Security in order to reap the benefits of that when you retire. So this is another way to just start that clock ticking, is to pay a salary to a child and then start paying the Social Security and Medicare out of that, so they can start building that value in those programs.
Nothing wrong with sowing the seeds for the future in that at all as well. This has been super helpful for me. I mean, in a pretty short time, I just feel like already I know a lot more about it, and I mean, I had to kind of go through this myself as well. When I first started, when I moved over here, I went through it all in the UK, went through it all over here as well. I know you've got, we want to make it easy. I'm going to take a look at the website in just a second as well. I know you were going to, encourage some of the guys to maybe, if they wanted any more information about, how you guys work out, how you can help them as well. And how long basically it takes. Like if I was to say to you right now, hey, Chad, can you do this for me? How long does it pretty much take? Like, what's the process look like?
So an interesting kind of little tidbit of information is actually the U.S. government has nothing to do with corporations or LLCs. It's actually state by state. So the federal government doesn't form them, it doesn't maintain them, but it does want the tax revenue from it.
Right.
So that's one thing that any entity you form in any state, you still need to pay your taxes to the federal government. But that being said, to create an entity, you have to do it in a state. So you do it in
Right.
the state of Texas, in the state of Florida, in the state of California, and they all have their own rules and regulations and turnaround times on how that works. For example, New York is instant and it costs $200 to file with them. Texas takes around 2 days and it costs $300 to file with them. Colorado, I think, is a day or two, $50. That being said, there's also state compliance. So to own a business, you have to check in with the state every year. They all require that you check in with them once a year. Some states are 2 years or 10 years. But I would say the vast majority are every single year you have to check in with them. And that's just so they know that you're still a real business and that you haven't just spun up a business and forgot about it and there's a dead shell of a business in their database. Yeah. They want to know who are the active entities that they need to be kind of keeping tabs on. And so every year, whether it's, and again, every state is different. Texas, you have to check in with them between January 1st and May 15th of every year. Some states are on the anniversary, the last day of the month of the anniversary that you form your business. Some are the last day of the month of the quarter that you form your business. And so that kind of leads on to, we provide services that handle that state compliance for you if you don't want to do that or you don't feel comfortable doing it. So that being said, every state's different. It can range anywhere from instant or one business day to about 3 to 5 business days. There are some states that, like Arizona, takes like 12 or 15 business days. There are states that sometimes have problems or COVID hits or, they have less funding. And so Florida all of a sudden went from 5 business days to 20 business days for a period of a month.
Right.
So most of the time it's, I'd say 1 to 5 business days, unless the state is behind for some reason or whatnot. But yeah.
It doesn't take
a long drawn out answer. Sorry about that. But
that's good. I love it. I'm very happy. Daniel Mahoney is just asking, what about an LP? I'm assuming that's limited partnership on there as well. Any thoughts on that?
So what our kind of stance on an LP, we don't support LPs right now.
Okay.
Our stance on an LP is that LPs shouldn't really exist anymore.
Right.
There are funds that, because it's again this like cat and mouse game of wiring things together, and it's just something that you hear about them a lot because some of the older folk that do this type of stuff have always done it. They were taught to do it this way, and those people were taught to do it this way, and those people were taught to do it this way. Same with like my taxes. I still file taxes by paper, and I send the paper because that's how I was taught by my dad.
Right.
I'm a tech guy, but I still am like filling out a PDF and mailing it in. So LPs are kind of like that, where you have, you set up an LP, you have limited partners, but then you still have to have a general partner, and that's the person who holds the liability. And most of the time, the general partner ends up being an LLC anyway. So now you've got an LP and an LLC to completely shield everybody from liability. So now you've got 2 entities where you could have just had 1.
Nice. Well, then there's your answer. What a great answer to that one as well. So great question is, do you have to live or work in the state where you become an LLC?
No. Well, yes and no. So
that's always the way it is with these things, right? Yeah. Yes and no. Go on.
So just like the federal government, the state government wants their tax revenue.
Yeah.
For a state like Texas, where there is no income tax, it's a little easier. If you have a physical presence, like you have a retail store, you're a coffee shop, you have a retail store in the state of Texas, you need to have an LLC in the state of Texas. Sure. If you expand to Oklahoma, you need to also have an entity in Oklahoma there's domestic and foreign. So you file in your home state, that's your domestic. And then if you expand to other states, you create entities in those states, but they're foreign entities that link to the original. Now, if it's kind of more like you're a digital nomad and you might live in Texas, but you hire some contractors in Wyoming and, you kind of move around a little bit and there is no physical business presence, it is possible to say to kind of be in any state. Mm-hmm. In that case, Wyoming is a popular state for kind of digital nomads, specifically for that reason, because there's no income tax. It's very easy to file. They're really business friendly, pretty chill. The other thing that I will say is in terms of investments, you know, in terms of real property, if you own in California, or sorry, you live in California, you own property in Texas, most states kind of force you to own that or to create that LLC in Texas if you're doing it as an investment property, and you can't do it in California.
Right.
So it matters if you have a physical presence. The easiest thing to do is if your state is not really overbearing and you live in that state and you work in that state, just file in that state.
Keep it easy. There you go. Like I say, wherever you are, it's about the trading. Keep it simple. For this time and it's very unlikely you're going to expand in that respect. I'm not sure if this is one. I'll answer this one. It says not a Chad question. Doesn't TradeStation want to gouge you if you open an account as a business entity? Yeah, you're sort of looking at the professional fees there as well, that you're talking about, Robert, too. Again, it depends on obviously the structure that you've got behind it. Maybe that's a question we can get with Ryan on here as well, because there are certain stages, if you're classed as a professional, you pay the higher fees as well. So it could be a little bit of an offset, but we'll bring that to the Q&A with Ryan on there as well, because of the way he's got a lot of things structured in that respect. Unless you've got anything there, Chad?
I don't have anything on that, but and I know we're running out of time. The last thing that might, that kind of triggered based on that question is liability protection.
Yes.
Now I'm assuming that the brokerages are going to have protected themselves on this.
Mm-hmm.
So do your research, but if I'm an individual trading on margin, I am liable for that, and that brokerage can come and say, hey, you owe us money. If I am in an LLC, creditors are basically, they have to stop at the LLC. So if I own a credit card company, $100,000 through this business, and then the business shutters, the creditors cannot then come to me personally. They essentially are out of luck because the entity is shut down.
Right.
And so if you're trading on margin, that might be something that is interesting. Again, I'm assuming that that the brokerages are going to protect themselves because they don't want to lose money, obviously.
Sure.
But that might be something to kind of look into.
Absolutely as well. And just another one here, Abby was just saying, I don't know if you missed it as well, but do you still have to apply for a trader tax status once you form an LLC?
I don't know the answer to that.
No.
That's one of those things that I would probably.
One of those specific things to talk to your tax advisor about in that respect. I was thinking anything when you've got tax in it, remember, we're not tax specialists. That's a good thing to talk to your accountant or CPA about specifically on that as well. And again, I think Kristen, I think she just joined us and said she's had about for Canadians. What would be the best way to have a presence in the US for a Canadian company? You can open, and Chad was just saying, Christinelle, you can actually open a US LLC, not being a resident of the US as well. So that can actually be done by having a US LLC, even if you're living and a citizen outside of that country.
Specifically with that, we actually have an amazing bank. One of the hardest parts of an international individual opening a bank in the United States is because of September 11th. We have this thing called the Patriot Act, where the banks have this rule called know your customer. And so a lot of older banks kind of need you to physically walk into the bank so they can make sure they know who you are to open a bank account. And that's prevented a lot of kind of progress for people that want to do, open US businesses and do business in the US, especially if you're like a software company that wants to sell into the US, you need a business bank account to do that, and a business payment processor like Stripe or something like that. So we actually have partnered with a bank called Mercury, who makes that super easy. So once we've filed your LLC, Mercury will, research you via the internet and approve you and allow you to open a bank account in that manner. So it's actually a lot easier now to open a bank account through this process.
Nice. Wow. A lot of stuff. Well, listen, I've loved every second of this. And honestly, thank you for the, being able to answer as many questions for our attendees today as well, Chad. Let's go to the website. I just want to show everybody what it looks like as well on here so they know. Pretty simple on here. I'm going to pull this up for you so everybody can see this. Website looks real nice here. I'm going to go share the screen. Here you are. Here you are at betterlegal.com as well. And again, there's immediate access to anybody to get in touch with you as well on here as well. Any advice you could get for anybody who's interested in exploring this further, Chad?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Any advice for anybody or any suggestions if anybody want to take this further and with you, and any best course of action really for them to get in touch with you? Call, email, what do you prefer?
Chat's actually best. So you can see it there. It allows us to take care of many more people. We've got a great team that runs the chat. If you sign up or just fill out the form or sign up to that little pop-up, we'll do a drip campaign. We'll actually kind of educate you on a lot more things. And we'll kind of open up a lot more resources for you once we have some of your information. If you're not ready to, if you're ready to just go through. If not, on that little pop-up that showed up when you first arrived, you can just put your email in there and we'll send you a drip campaign with, I think, 5 or 7 emails that just go much, much deeper into this stuff and explain all the different benefits of going with us.
And you've got great little resources on here, your info center as well, lots of overviews and information on here as well. So nice and easy. I suggest you check it out, guys, as well. Again, and take the stress out of it, because it's not easy unless you're a pro, I think, any of this stuff as well. Chad, thank you so much, my friend. And I got you for a little bit longer as well. So that was really super helpful as well. Already I'm feeling like a lot of the stress has come out of the whole setting up a business as well. I will be in touch soon myself. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for your time. I wish you a happy rest of the day and everything, and we really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come and tell us what you do.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm going to hang out in the chat here for a little bit and answer some questions for people. So if you've got other questions that didn't get answered, I'm just going to hang out here.
I was going to advise that exactly. So guys, Chad is going to stay in here. He's in the panelist list as well. So he's going to be around on there for Q&A with you guys for as long as you need as well, because we're going to be wrapping up in about 35-40 minutes as well. So Chad, thank you so much. Chad Sakonchik of Better Legal. Thank you so much, Chad. Really appreciate having you on here as well. So we've come to another part of our day here. Chad's going to be hanging around. You'll see him CS in the panelist list there. If you do have any questions for him as the day goes on, he's there to help you as well. Oh, wow. We're coming to our last section, guys. I can't believe it. Can you believe we started at 10 a.m. and now it is 3:45 Eastern? Thanks for sticking with us throughout this day as well. It's been absolutely awesome. Again, and Kerry, you were just typing in there on the questions. Is there a difference between an LLC and a Nevada Corp? Again, please type that question directly to Chad and he's going to be able to help you out with that specifically. Kristen L, you are welcome as well. You guys have done a great job of using the Q&A button on here as well. So absolutely fantastic. But it is time for our kind of round table. So I'm going to gather the gang now, and I'm going to make them all co-hosts. So there's Coach Graham I'm making as a co-host. Student Momentum Coach Brian Dumaresque, I'm going to make him a co-host on here. I'm going to make Mr. Ryan Watkins, who's back again, to a co-host on here as well. And also our student ambassador, Giovanni, is also going to be a co-host on here. And I want to see if they've all got their... I'm going to go into gallery view and I'm going to ask them to open up their microphones and turn their video on as long as they are decent. Gentlemen, are you decent at the moment? There's one, two.
We'll find
there
out.
He is. There we are. Look at this. Fantastic. How are we all, guys?
Good.
Doing good, Sam.
Very good, thank you.
Nice.
Good.
This is lovely to have some 5 of us now doing this last bit. I must say my throat's beginning to wane a little bit, but after all of this, but it's been good. Let's say thanks, Giovanni and Brian. You've been in the room, obviously, in the background as well, doing your thing. Let me just make some introductions to everybody here as well. We wanted to do this as kind of a little bit of a Q&A, and I'm going to kind of do this as one big kind of like last kind of bit together as well. But we got Giovanni here, who's many of you know probably here because of him through his activities on Twitter, who's been a student of ours, and now he's like a student. We call him a student ambassador, don't we? You go out there just spreading the word, joining us from Los Angeles. Great to have you here. So everyone, we all know Ryan Watkins in his penthouse. There he is as well, rocking and looking sharp there, which is good. Graham Spruce and there as well. Great Coach Graham, active 3 sessions he does about GTS every morning. He's your guy who's going to be in your live trading room as well, constantly in there. And Mr. Brian Dumaresque joining us at the moment from New Jersey, right? Even though you're normally in North Carolina, who's our student momentum coach. Some of you, probably many of you have spoken to, help get you on the journey as well. Good to have you all here. So we're all over the country right now, West Coast, East Coast, over in the UK as well. Guys, this whole thing has been about, enhancing performance and so on. I thought it'd be fun for like half an hour or so just to get together and share some tips and advice, and for you guys as well to ask your questions of us. I want to try and back away a little bit and let you guys do some stuff as well. But I think that what I thought would be really fun is if we just go around here and we share, for you, what the biggest difference maker you did, because there's always something, okay, but what is the biggest difference maker you did individually in your trading and investing that just help you just say, hey, I'm over that hurdle straight away as well? And I'm going to kind of go on it as well from who's furthest east. So that would be you, Graham. You're kind of furthest away I'm going to go east to west on this, okay? So it'll be kind of tricking through as it goes. It's going to be kind of tight. I don't know with Ryan and Brian, but we'll figure it out. But Graham, you've been at this. I've mentored you. You've been at this over a decade or so right now as well. But tell us, what was the turning point for you? What kind of thing would you share with somebody that really helped enhance your performance, my friend?
Yeah, it's a good question. For me personally, it was about not having to be involved in the market all the time. There's this big misconception that, if you're a day trader, you need to be in front of the markets all day long. If you're trading all day, to be taking 10, 15 trades a day, it's simply not the case. And I kind of went down that road of taking lots of trades, and it was very frustrating. And the more I kind of analyzed and stood back from things and started to realize that kind of less is just more. It really is. By picking your good quality setups, it's quality over quantity. And really kind of being okay with the fact that, okay, if I don't have a trade today, is that okay? And it's like, well, yeah, it is okay. It's fine. If the market's not giving me the good quality setup that I need, I don't have to be in the market. The market's going to be here the next day, the day after that. So for me, it was about really kind of stepping back and being okay with the fact that it's okay to not trade every single day. It's okay. Yeah. It's completely fine. And just to be a bit more relaxed about it. And it helped me become a bit more focused doing it that way as well, because there wasn't as much pressure on going to the markets, trying to sculpt and try and find a trade when there was sometimes just nothing there. And it was being able to recognize that, step away from it, analyze it and go, actually, you know what, there's nothing there. There's nothing for me to do. It's okay. I can do other things. So I think for me, that was the big turning point. To kind of do less actually gave me more in the long run, for sure.
It is hard, and it's so seductive to all of you guys, right? Especially if you've ever been a day trader, God, that you feel so compelled to do stuff every day. I mean, would it be fair to say that there is something to do every day, depending on your style? That maybe I'll ask you first, Graham. Like, does it depend on your style? How disciplined you can be, or what would be your take on it? Some would say there's always a trade, right? But it tends
absolutely there is. It's
really a good trade.
It's all about style, and it's about understanding your style of trading. And this is what I try and when I try and speak to people about trading, it's really about really understand what is your style of trading, and that can take a little while to figure out. You're not going to figure that out in a couple of days. Right. You're going to need some time in front of the screen to figure out what is my style of trading. Am I going to be a day trader? Am I going to be a swing trader? Am I going to do more long-term investing? What am I going to do? It's about finding what works for you. And we're all different. We all have different personalities, different makeups. Some people are day traders. Some people are swing traders. Some people hate day trading. Some people love day trading. It's about
I love it.
Yeah, I do as well, right?
One day, love it the next, right?
But it's all about finding your niche and what's right for you. And once you figure out and you say, okay, look, I like day trading. That's my thing. That's my groove. That's my style. That's what I want to do. You can be aggressive in your day trading, or you can be conservative with the day trading. So yes, there can be opportunities. If you're more aggressive, you can find opportunities pretty much every day in the markets. Like easy, every single day you can find opportunity if you want to be aggressive. If you want to be a bit more conservative, which is how I play the day trading side of things, because it suits my kind of style and personality. Yeah. I don't have trades every single day, but I'm okay with that because I've recognized that and I understand my step.
Don't you? You find setups every day, but they might not hit. But I've seen lately some of the sessions that you've been doing, and guys, you see this constantly in our live coaching community. Like Graham will post something like in the last hour, say, hey, that trade we found at 9:45 just hit at 3:30, later in the day, and it worked out fine. I mean, that patience game, I always say, shouldn't trading be called waiting? Because that's what it really is, isn't it? I mean, all kind of trading.
It's pretty much, that's all you do. You wait.
Bloody boring. That's what it is.
It is boring, and trading is boring. I mean, let's be honest, guys. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's not supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be process driven and a little bit boring, and you know, you have busy days, and some days you have busy days, some days you have really quiet days. Just the way it goes, but it's okay. It's what
It really. So less is more is yours. Well, moving on then, coming further west, that would hit to Brian Dumoresque, my friend, you know, and you've seen it from for any of you guys who don't know, but Brian used to work in Wall Street, you know, you were there on the floors as well. But then obviously that world of being on the floor to being doing it for yourself. Let's talk about you doing it yourself. You know, what was like the big revelation for you that really jacked your performance up a little bit?
I gotta be honest with you, working, you know, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and coming home and trading your own money is like two separate careers. It's like
Yeah.
doing two totally different things. Because down there, you know, you got the people interaction. You could read them. It's almost like playing poker. Find out what the other people in the crowd are doing or what they're trying to do, and you can capitalize on that. But when you're at home, you're by yourself, and we all know that, you know, sitting in your house by yourself is a very lonely experience, especially when it comes to trading. And so when I first started off, you know, I agree with a lot of things that Graham just said. Over trading, getting emotional, trying to find out who you are. We all go through that. We all do. One of the biggest things that I struggled with when I first started was not so much over trading, looking at too many different things. And I found that my trading got significantly better when I started to narrow down the things that I paid attention to. Like right
Right.
now, I trade the futures market, okay, and I only look at the three equity markets. I should say four, but I really don't trade the ES that much. I trade the other three, and I found that now once I focused in on that, I've gotten a lot better. And because now I've become intimate with it, I'm not going to have 50 alerts go off like I did. I remember first starting off, I would quote the S&P 500. The next, you know, like the next day, you'd have like 50 alerts go off, and like you don't know which one to trade.
Yeah.
And then the one that you pick obviously did not work out. It was all it's the other
Always that
49 that
way.
worked out. You know,
Always
um,
that way.
yeah, and then chopping and chasing around and trying different stocks or whatever. But then once I, you know, got rid of all the white noise out of my head and feeling like I had to look at everything and got real specific of what I was looking at, you know, I noticed that I got a lot better. Okay. Um, you know, but the over trading part, you know, was something that was difficult in the beginning, but it's like anything else. You just got to discipline yourself and just walk away and follow your rules that you set for yourself. And even though I worked on Wall Street, you know, for the first part of my career, and coming home, like I said, it was two different things. I had to like relearn everything. But once I learned how to read candle patterns and well, candlesticks, I should say, and understanding support and resistance, I understood the mentality of what the broker was trying to do, or now the algorithms are trying to do, because my job no longer exists because everything's now through automation pretty much. And now you can kind of put it together and figure out, okay, what happened? You know, like give an example of resistance area. You know, you're looking to get short, all of a sudden goes straight
Up
up,
it
all the
goes.
stops are taken out. Yeah, and then it drops right down. It happens all the time. Okay. But you know, it's like anything else. It's you know, it's something you got to learn, you know, and you got to really be a student of it to get better at it, learn from your mistakes and move on. You know, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and having the same results, all right, you know, you're not going to move anywhere. So, you know, for, like I said, for me, less is more. And that's what I know what Graham just said that, but there, that is very truthful. And with a lot of things in life too, you know, but I found that the less that I was looking at, I know earlier on in the presentation you had, or it might've been Ryan, I forget, you know, having a chart with moving averages and MACD and all the other stuff on there, you know, that was, you know, you start to get paralyzed by your analysis,
Yep.
you know, and
And it
you're
doesn't
doing
help
too
you.
much. Yeah, you're making something, you know, you're making it too complicated. So once you learn how to like focus your, you know, you know, your attention to one thing in the beginning and become good at that, then you can go do something else. Like even when students, you know, come over to us, I tell them like focus on one asset in the beginning. I don't care if it's going to be income like futures or options, but pick one, because if you start doing both at the same time, you're going to get confused a little bit. So focus on one, understand how that works, and then once you're comfortable and you have like a system that's working for you, then go look at the other one, because now you're generating another revenue stream as well.
And there can
So
be, and I know we talked a lot about this, and the whole team have talked about this together. But you know,
apps,
we have a very much a suggested path
yes,
for the students here at Stockability. And believe it or not, to anybody looking at this right now, a lot of it begins with options. You know, if you, especially if you've been struggling, if you've been having a crap beaten out of you in the futures market, you're like, slow it down. let's go to options as well, because sometimes a refresh is good, isn't it, in that respect? You know, you need that too.
You know, that's a great point. And when people, you know, I get on the phone, I talk to people and, you know, prospects or whoever, and I say, look, you know, what are you trading? How you doing? And, you know, it's the same story over and over again. Well, I'm trading futures, but I get stopped out. And, you know, all of a sudden you start to get, not depressed, but, you know, you kind of lose your confidence a little bit. And I say, look, the way we teach options here, I go, if you could find good quality zones, like in the way that we actually find them, you know, options actually could be a much more beneficial tool for you to start off with, because, you know, you can, you know, withstand the volatility, and just take it from there. And plus, you could be looking at higher time frames and hold it maybe for a day or two. But once again, that's going to come down with who you are as a person. You know, Graham was talking about, are you a day trader? Are you a swing trader, a long-term investor? I mean, there's, you know, different things, but options are very, it's like a Swiss Army knife. You know, it could be utilized for a lot of different things. And that's why I like to tell people, look, it's recommended. It's not, you know, a rule that you have to start off with this, but if you could start with options, you know, I feel that you're going to be more comfortable down the road. But it's like anything else, you got to apply yourself. There's no magic bullet out there. Okay, you got.
There isn't. There's not in anything of this as well. And so often, well, let's take it back. Maybe the magic bullet is your own accountability. Karen Jorgensen's just saying, "Hey Sam, you talk about having an accountability coach. Do one of you become that coach, or do you have to find your own person in the group of participants?" Well, actually, Brian, you know, you're really that student momentum coach to do that, aren't you? And you reach out to students regularly to hold them.
Yeah. You know, and it's just, I, you know, I reach out to say, you know, how things going, you know, so, you know, we pride ourselves here on support. You know, we just don't want you to sign up and say, all right, see you later. You know, we don't care about you. No, that's not how it is at all. We want you to come here and succeed.
And it will be all of us. I mean, Ryan takes messages, Graham takes messages, I take messages, Dan takes messages. That live coaching community we've got, to answer your question, Karen, reach out to all of us. And, you know, there might be bonds that we form. I mean, Daniel's I see Daniel Mahoney just typing in. He and I have a ton of back and forth since he started, right, Daniel? And we had that exact question about stripping you right back down to basics. And he did that, and he focused on everything in foundational abilities and options. And he's making the progress he needs to be. So you may well gravitate towards the person there, but, you know, that's something Brian's definitely your first port of call, you know, and it might be Brian and somebody else as well. But having that accountability is a key thing, isn't it, for sure?
Oh, 100%. And, you know, and you hit on a good point, our live coaching community. It's such a valuable tool. You know, you post in your questions or trades or whatever it may be. You know, some people don't like to talk in a chat format. You know, maybe they want to direct message you, you know, on the side or something like that. And that's perfectly fine as well. Absolutely. You know, but I reach out, you know, I try to reach out, you know, once a month or so to people and say, hey, how things going? You know, are you enjoying it? You're learning, you're moving forward. Are you trading in sim still, you know, practicing? Or are you, you know, live? If so, you know, that type of stuff. And, you know, are you journaling? You know, are you paying attention to what you're doing? Yeah. So just to ask them questions, you know, because like I said, you know, you're sitting in your house by yourself, you know, it's easy to get distracted or lost a little bit. But if you have a group that you can communicate with, it just helps you. It really does. Well, you got to take advantage of it. Take advantage of it.
It's hard for most of us sitting in the house by yourself, but not for Ryan Watkins, because he sits in a So there he is sitting in his penthouse by himself.
Always daylight in the penthouse. You know?
Always daylight. So,
never nighttime here.
You got some great. You've had a ton of years of experience, you know, up there, like with Brian in this respect as well. To you, my friend, I mean, you know, and you've got, you know, you are all about process, accountability, doing it. We heard from Christy right at the start. We've seen the links you've gone to in your own trading, but you know, you must have had that block too, and there must have been that slap in the face that really turned it around for you in that respect. What was it for you?
Yeah, it was 42,000 of them.
Yeah.
Lost $42,000 in one single trade, and that
was a wake up call. 42,000 in one trade.
But to be fair, it took 2 days.
It did. Oh well, that's all right.
That's okay.
So that makes it all better, right? That makes it all better now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, not many people will come out and say that as well. And that's the thing I love. Put it out there. This stuff happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. And
so that was a huge wake up call. That was a huge wake up call for me, and it was just gut wrenching. I mean, I couldn't sleep at night. It's like, what did I do? I knew better. I knew not to break the rules that I broke that caused, you know, that big loss. And it's just like my head knew better, but those emotional impulses says, no, buy it anyway. And don't use a stop, by the way. And, oh, it's going against you. Double down. Well, now that didn't work. Let's triple down.
You did
quadruple down. Now you don't have any money left. What are you going to do now? I don't know. You know, and There you go. So I couldn't trade for 10 days after that. And I was just shocked and terrified of placing another trade. It was like PTSD for traders. You know what I mean? It's just like, I can't place another trade because I was so scared of losing even more money. But the funny thing was, there was hardly any money in my account left after that. You know, it was about a 50 grand account at that time. So I only had a few grand left. And it's just like on that 10th night, I remember laying in bed and so frustrated about it because it was going so well. You know, my equity curve was going the right direction, not a lot, but a little bit, like just kind of coming out of that break even kind of, you know, mode and starting to become consistently profitable. And then that happened and just wiped out almost all the account. So then it got to the point where it's like, all right, look, now's the time to either change my career path, go do something completely different, or I stay with trading and I figure this out. I don't know how I'm going to figure it out, but I got to figure it out. And that's the choice that I made. So I promised myself that next morning when I get in front of my trading computer, the next trade setup that met the trade plan, I would place a trade and execute that trade. And sure enough, right shortly after the opening bell, a company called Knight Trimark, they're still around, had a beautiful picture perfect buy setup. I said, there you go, that's it. So I go to push the button on the buy and I hear this voice that says, don't do it. You're gonna lose it all. And I remember talking back to it, and I don't know if this means I'm hearing voices or not, but I talked back to it. I said, shut up. And then bam, hit the buy button. And the crazy thing was, about 90 seconds later, something happened in that market and the thing shot straight up like a huge green candle. I mean, this thing closed at the high of the day, a gigantic green candle. I'm like, what in the world just happened? I don't know. I didn't hear any news or nothing. Second day, it gaps up and just shoots to the moon, an even bigger green candle. Third day, same thing, an even bigger green candle. I'm like, what in the world is going on? And so at the end of this third day on my swing trade here, it had doubled my account. What was left of it? You know, there wasn't much in there, but it doubled it.
You're back up to 16,000.
Right, yeah. So, you know, so I'm right around 15 grand at this point. And it was a 97% return on the whole account in 3 days. And I'm like, man, if that wasn't a great lesson to learn, you know, I lose 42 grand on one trade, breaking all the rules I knew I was supposed to follow. And then when I follow the rules, look what happens. Really good things happen. Now, it doesn't happen every trade that way, unfortunately, but the lesson was clear. Don't mess up the stuff you know you're not supposed to mess up. Follow your plan, follow your rules, be strict about it. So that was a huge trading life lesson right there. I would say that would be probably one of the biggest moments right there. The second, and it's hard to say what's number one, there's so many, but another one that had a huge impact in my trading career was, I call it the trade grade. I journal my trades, I study and analyze the trades. And I mean, when I analyze, I take screenshots before, during, and after. I print them out. I write on them with colored pens and pencils. I bought here, stopped here, I moved my stop here, this, that, and so on. Detailed analysis. Now, I don't do it now today, but I'm talking back then. And that was an incredible improvement in my learning curve. It really got me in rhythm with the market, like where markets move, how they move. And I just call it dancing with the markets, you know, and that's what we do every day. We get out there and we dance with the markets, but you got to know the rhythm of the market to do it. And if you're, if you got two left feet and you're trying to dance with the market, you're going to get stepped on. And so that trade analysis, the trade grade, I had an Excel spreadsheet that I use for that. And it's just, check, check, check. And what I do right, what I do wrong, what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses in business. They call that SWOT analysis: strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Do the same thing in my trading. Like I said before, trading is a skill. And if you're not focused on developing that skill, what are you developing?
Wow. That's poignant, man. I mean,
that's why
if you're
there's a little pause there. Hopefully,
listen, I said this many times when I was getting golf lessons, and I got golf lessons after playing golf for 15 years. I mean, that should say it all to you, really. And I was a lot of 15 years of bad habits, and I went with the coach, and I hit about 100, 150 balls that day. And it was great. Probably I'm going to say 80% of the balls I hit him great because he was adjusting everything I was doing constantly. And it felt good. It felt awful, but it felt good because my grip, my stance, everything. I ate the next day because I was standing in a different way. And I was psyched. And then he took me out for a round and I hit my best round I ever hit. And he was helping me throughout the whole thing. So you can imagine how I felt after 15 years of misery. I was like, this is great. I said, let's go again next week. And he's like, well, I'm on vacation, with my family for a couple of weeks. He said, so when I get back, and I said, well, it's okay. I'll go to the range and practice. And he said, no, don't do that. He said, don't go to the range without me. And I was like, well, that makes no sense. I said, I need to practice. And he said, you're not good enough to practice.
There you go.
Right. And I heard that and I was like, wow, I'm not good enough to practice. I went, what do you mean? He goes, the problem is, he goes, it hasn't become a routine in your head yet.
Yeah.
You've been doing it badly for so long that you don't know how to do it well. So I was like, I get that. And like, I waited because the next lesson I'd forgotten everything he taught me because it was also new. And that's what happened. I love what you just said there. If you're not focused on doing it right, then what are you focused on doing? Because you create bad habits just so easy. And it does become like muscle memory. I think.
Yeah, we're all learning something, whether you know it or not.
You've got to remain
you better know what you're learning.
You've got to remain a student of the market. Thank you, Ryan. Well, now swing far west. Now here we go out to California, to Los Angeles. Giovanni, my friend. Now, a lot of these guys know you, and the progress you've been making has been phenomenal, and the changes. But when have you found, what's the thing that you found that's really kind of started to get you over that hump, my friend?
Yeah, I was one of those students that started 7.5 years of inconsistency and jumping from school to school, companies out in Europe, here in the States, trying to find someone that can just teach consistency or hold my hand and show me how to do things. And I didn't find it anywhere until the day you called me and you said, I'm doing my own thing. It was like your kid when he grabs your leg and doesn't want to let you go. I was like, wherever you go.
He's in the room next door right now. Yeah. Really.
And I think what's helped me, I think a lot, it's two things. Brian talked about it already, and it is focusing on one or two markets, because in the past, when I'm looking at 17 different things, it's like, we are looking for an opportunity. We're trying to find something. We're like, well, is that it or is that not it? And all that second guessing and alerts going off, it's distracting. But I think to say something different also, and another thing that helped is that everyone at Stockability teaches the same thing. I came from a school that cost $45,000 to my family, and there was a new teacher every day of the week telling me that whoever taught last week, I don't know what they were doing. This is how you do it. Well, I don't know about that. You don't need to go that high of a time frame because this is the time frame. So it was a lot of inconsistency because that's what works for them. But everybody here does the same thing. Graham does the same thing. Ryan, Sam, Dan has his own style. It's unique. You can still apply everything and it still works. And you can do it for stocks. The thing that saves me is the overt system. And if I wanted to apply overt to all 17 markets, I'd have to wake up like an hour and a half earlier, and I'm already up at 5 in the morning. So I like sticking to the 2 or 3. I mainly do the S&P, the Dow, and the Russell, and it's the consistency for my instructors that give the students the consistency to succeed, because we watch what you do and then we emulate that and become robotic more. That's the ultimate goal, is to just like what you talk about, Sam. It's like, you're like, I'm busy, I don't have time for it. And because you have so much and you do your thing, you put your trade and you're on to the next thing. You don't have to look at it. We can go look at other stuff. We can look at Forex stuff. And as opposed to most of the time, what we're also doing is we're staring at the chart, watching it tick up, going down, and now you're second guessing, now you're doing, but the more we see you guys do what you're doing and the consistency, that is what we start to copy. So like now what I'm doing is I go put on my trade and then I go change my daughter, I go get her ready.
So
and
kids are a good distraction, right?
Yeah. Like I don't want to have to sit there and watch it all the time, and I just kind of let it. I'm getting used to now just letting it do its thing. Like what you say, you do all or nothing, and I like it because it does get to where it needs to get, and I think it's great for us that we have instructors that are doing the same thing, and it's like no one's adding anything to the formula, no one's taking away anything.
No. No,
So
and I don't
good.
look, and I'll make it very clear. Anyone listening right now as well, it's like, oh, here they go. Of course, they're going to say this. I'll go on the record and say this right now. You know what? Of course, we want more and more students to join Stockability, but you know what? I would just say is, if you're trading in the market and you're not having success, just go join somebody who knows what they're talking about. That's how far I go on this, right? I don't have an axe to grind. The past is the past, what it is. But I just say to people, I don't care if you join Stockability. I don't care where you want to go. There are good educators out there. Some are very complicated. Some are very simple. I think we're simple and effective. And I think we dig into cracks and corners that other people don't necessarily. And that's fine. But the point is this. What scares me for a lot of people right now is the way these markets have been. If people just go like, it's easy, I'll just buy stuff and it goes up. That's the one thing that scares me. And also what scares me for people is, if they keep trying to figure out how to make it work, but it's not making it work, the clock just keeps ticking, tick, 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 tick. And it's like, if it's just not working, then try and just find something that is. And like I said, I don't care where you go, just go do something. That's how strongly I feel about it, because I don't want this to be just, hey, there's some incredible people out there who really, really know what they're doing. Some incredible options traders I know wipe the floor with me, but you know what? It's impossible to follow what they do. They're just so smart and so clever. So it's about finding your groove. So I would just say to anybody, you got to go somewhere where people are going to help you become the best version of you, because you'll always get it like, oh, we know you guys are always going to say, that you're best. No, actually, what we just done for the last few minutes is talk to you about how all the crap that we've been through. And when we've made mistakes as well, that's part of it. That's part of the process too. So, it's good to hear that, refreshing, side of it and, really try to, break that down. But it is about having the same message. And we've got our set strategies, we've got our set approach, and it's very rare. I say a lot of days I could be doing a GTS and Graham could be doing a GTS, and you probably wouldn't know the difference, because we're both English. So there you go, right? But it's a real nice thing to work with the team who have just got that level of consistency as well. So I appreciate, and it's been really wonderful to see, the results that you're now getting, Giovanni, in your own trading too as well. What I'd love to also talk about, gents, which I think is something, and we're coming into our last 10 minutes here, but I think this is the thing that I want to talk about, if that's okay. And I've done a lot of talking and hosting today, so forgive me if I make this our final question. I get everyone's opinion on it, but let's talk about this market. Let's talk about the market for just a second. And why I want to talk about this market, and I'd love to have Dan's opinion on it, but he's teaching the options class here, is what irritates the crap out of me is everybody wants to be the person to call the top in the market. Now, I don't care that. You can say that going back to the 1920s, right, Brian? Okay, they were saying that then, weren't they? But, okay, you can go to then. And I couldn't help it. At least my joke worked on you, right? But
yeah, I get it.
You can go back, and everyone wants to call the top. Everyone wants to say that it's done, because in 2008, when that happened, everybody was so bearish still on that market. Back in April, I was on a seminar about a year ago, like an online thing like this, a year ago, with 6 other people. And I was the only one saying the market was going to rally. And everyone else was like, no, it's going to go down, because we had COVID happen. I'm not willing to write this. I'm not willing to write this market off yet. I'm really not. I don't, it's just my opinion. I've not seen the technical damage. That's just my opinion. And I've been trying to encourage people to buy it, but be cautious buyers. Let me put it out there. I think this market's too expensive. I think the stocks are a joke price, but I think it all comes from the fact, where else are you going to put your money right now? And there's people with stimulus checks. There's people sitting at home. Things have been locked down. People are scared. And ironically, I think people are so scared about their economy and the job and their future that they're finding something else to do, and the stock market's becoming it, and the money's still getting in there. But I still don't feel like the big boys have unloaded while there's more people coming in. How do you feel about it? What kind of advice could we go for? Graham, let me start with you, my friend.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really. I mean, we could have easily been sitting here and looking at the markets over the last couple of years thinking, I'm sure this has got to be the top. I'm sure this has got to be the top.
Right.
And
the whole time. And you get a couple of down days, or we'll get a nice little sell-off, and you could have like a nice 150 point sell-off, and like, oh, this is it. This is the sell-off. Right? I've seen that.
No, it doesn't. It just comes down to the bigger time frame support zones. Price reacts, and then within the next couple of days, you're sitting at all-time highs again. And it's so easy to just sit there and think, and you can get absorbed by the news. And which is why I always say, the charts tell you everything you need to know. Trade what you see, not what you think. It's such an important thing. You can have some bad news come out into the markets. We had some bad news last week. the markets took a little bit of a turn, but not too much, had a little bit of a pullback. But these markets are going to turn when they're going to turn, and the price charts are going to show you, and once you've marked out on your charts where those key levels are, once they get taken out, yeah, you can then start to change your opinion. But until then, you've just got to keep following this market, but doing it in a really smart way. I hate being a buyer up at the highs. I hate it. It's the most uncomfortable thing. But God, I've been like that for God knows how long now. It's like I don't think it's going to change for a while. I don't know. I've got to keep doing what I'm doing. As uncomfortable as what it is, you've just got to keep following. Just be sensible and look for pullbacks in the market when you can, and look for good areas to join and manage your risk accordingly. You just got to go with these markets until the markets show you a signal otherwise. But we're not seeing anything. I thought we'd have a drop by now with everything with COVID and earnings, and I'm just like, you know what, we're pushing to all-time highs again. And it's like every time I do a GTS, it's like, oh, okay, so the S&P's made a new all-time high, or the Dow's made a new all-time high. You just got to go with it, but you got to have a plan for it. Markets aren't always like this. The markets aren't always making all-time highs. You have to adjust your trading plan slightly to deal with markets that are trading at all-time highs. Just have a plan for it, because we're not going to be doing this forever. We're going to have a correction, and we're going to go sideways for a long time. So you've got to have a plan of action for each and every kind of market cycle that you go through, because the markets go through cycles, and we're just in this bullish phase at the moment. And all you can do is just follow it. Be careful when you're doing it. Just be careful how you do it.
The thing is, you can look at all the stats, can't you? But the fact is, and we're in the longest bull market in history, but none of us know how long it's going to be. And I haven't seen any major technical damage. And I feel uncomfortable every time I buy it. And I've had breakouts of the highs and still done on that as well. It feels wrong, but I've found a lot of the time, the more wrong it feels, it's going less against your gut, which can be a good thing as well. What are you feeling with this market, Brian?
I agree with a lot of things that Graham just said. I mean, if you look at the like I said, I trade the YM, and that's been in an uptrend, a slow, gradual uptrend. So I'm going to the larger time frames and finding those high quality support zones, to look to get long. It's been kind of boring and choppy lately, so you really got to just be careful.
Yeah.
One other thing I'd like to say is I saw somebody earlier on, it feels like it was yesterday, but it was probably around 11 o'clock this morning, that someone posted that they watch the news and then they develop a bias according to what the news is saying. Turn the TV off. Just really read what the market, just read, what the chart is telling you, and trade according to your plan. All right. But it's hard getting long up here, because you're like waiting for that. It's like you're waiting for that shoe to drop, like that big one day of a sell-off, but it's not really coming. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't look like it. It just kind of is still kind of going higher and, slowly but surely. So you just gotta be patient more than anything. Don't feel that urgency or that emotional urge. Well, I got to get in. Or you see a giant red candle and you know what? Well, there's my sell signal. Let me get in short. Now you're chasing price, and all of a sudden, it's in a support zone, and it goes right back up in your mush.
It's hard, isn't it, when it's this high to not be bearish? Like, I sometimes feel like, being an educated trader who understands short selling, in fact, it can be a worse thing that you understand it. Maybe some of the people watching right now couldn't see on that as because then about short selling, you want to be riding it down, so you find yourself pulling towards it. Giovanni, have you had a little bit of that at all, where you get this kind of short bias because that it is so high? Have you experienced that, or have you just kind of stuck to just doing your thing?
Yeah, I've my difficulty is when I look at the candle of the day before, and let's say it's like a big red one, and then of course on smaller time frames they're making it's like on a downtrend. I start thinking, oh, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it.
Maybe this is it. That's how I feel all the time. Maybe this is one. And then it comes down with some real pace, and you're like, oh, here we go. And it's just a pullback.
Yeah, exactly. It'll gap down too. It might gap down, but it gaps right into an area where we're looking to buy, and then the brain goes like, yeah, this is why, we can't. The thing that I'm having a problem with is, like, I'm having family and friends call me, and they're wanting to get into the kind of what we're talking about, because the markets are hot, everything's going up, and there's
they want to buy,
down in sight, and they're talking about I don't know much about it. So I tell them genuinely, like, I honestly, I don't know about Coinbase or Bitcoin and Robinhood. I don't use it. And I'm not going to put my money in Robinhood app that I've worked hard for them to dictate and tell me what I can do and can't do and can trade and cannot trade. So I'm like, you should learn how to trade.
Yeah.
Get into a trading company that will teach you how to trade. I talk to them about us, of course. And then I tell them and learn the charts, man. Learn how to, like, forget about what you're seeing, because they're so excited that one of my cousins put $1,500 into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he texted me yesterday that he lost 500 and he was going to short something today, and I don't know what he's doing. So, but I mean, I think that's the hardest thing, and it's like it can be deceiving, but again, it's like what we're taught. It's like the bigger picture tells you a story. And then the markets start jumping back up again. They hit an area and then they're off to the races. And I'm like, you know, the Russell 2000 is on crack and steroids and just doesn't stop. Just doesn't stop.
I know.
Never stops.
I keep thinking it's gonna fall, and it doesn't.
That's so true.
Never ever stops. Never ever stops. Ryan, what about yourself, my friend? I mean, I want to say I saved you to give it your. I mean, I know you're a technical guy. You've been really a key proponent for just buying these pullbacks as it's going. What about yourself? What do you want to see before you can actually say this thing's coming to an end?
You know, a couple points on that is, number one, there's always going to be news, and there's always going to be people's opinions about news. And one thing I've learned over almost 3 decades now is that none of that matters. In my trade plan, I don't ask someone else's opinion. Should I buy or should I sell? That's not my trade plan. My trade plan is very precise. If this, then that, do it. That's it. I don't watch news. I don't do any of that news stuff, because that's an influencing. That's a temptation for me to have an opinion of the market should be going down. No, that's my opinion. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Time will tell. But in the meantime, I have to stick to the trade plan. I have to. Otherwise, the moment I start deviating from that, who knows what those results will be. I know what my results are when I follow my trade plan. I know what they are, and they are good. And as soon as I start, you know, drifting away from that, now I'm in enemy territory.
In trouble.
Yep. So that's a key thing here. And I guess while you guys were talking, I was thinking, I'm like, you know, there's a solution that has worked for me over the years. And that is, when the markets do turn and become bearish, you will always see it on the lower time frames first. So if you have a short setup on, say, a 4-hour chart or 240, you can use either one. Fine, take that short. But you're still going to have a buy setup on the daily or weekly or monthly. So you have your longer term long positions, but your shorter term short positions.
Right.
And we do that in our GTS sessions too, by the way, you know. And then when the you know, you got the 60 bearish, the 240 bearish, next is the daily. When the daily turns bearish, great. Now I'm bearish for more of an intermediate term, but I'm still long or bullish on those higher time frames, you know.
Right.
So you can kind of balance that out. You're trading with adapting to the market conditions. And I guess that's something that I've learned over the years too, is adapt. Don't be so fixated on the market will do this or it will do that. You don't know. No one does.
I know.
Ask yourself simply, what is the market doing, and adapt to those conditions. We can't tell the market what to do. It tells us what it is doing, and then we go with that. Yeah, exactly. Just listen, you know, and react to what it's telling us. That's all. Keep it
One
simple,
of my very
really.
first mentors always said to me, you've got to live, you know, accept that you know nothing. And I try to live in this world of, I live in what we call a know nothing state. Okay. And I have this thing, and I shared it on one of our wellness sessions. I said, you know, have no expectations and accept everything. You've got to go to the market, whether you're a day trader, weekly trader, income trader, just follow a process until the market tells you otherwise. And at the moment, you look at the charts, you see the areas, the support areas that they're holding, and until everything's broken, you lean on it until don't fix it until it's broken. And those things aren't broken. I see nothing to fix on here. And I think that just because, well, we all know, probably most people in this room know that this ride in equities, in the way things are in the world, the economy, real estate, it's not going to last forever. We know that, you know, and I see what's going on with the housing right now. I'm like, it scares the life out of me of how crazy it's getting out there right now. It's 07, it's 08. It's easy to get money now. and history repeats itself. But who am I to dictate when that's going to happen? And also, why should I? Who cares, right? Just ride both sides. It's like we have even though I don't like buying the market right now, who cares? If it makes us money, maybe we should. That's why we use leverage, right? I just wouldn't want to be a cash buyer. That's the way I always look at it.
It's interesting when you said that. I brought up my trade plan, it's a Word document, and I have principles. We have principles in life, principles in trading, and I have 4 principles in trading. The first principle, I'll read it verbatim.
Please
no
do.
one knows for sure what will happen next. Therefore, plan accordingly.
Beautiful. Hold it loosely. Hold that trade plan loosely.
Yeah, and that's like stop losses and all that. Trade your plan, all that type of stuff. And that's principle number 1.
We don't know what's going to happen next. Long may enjoy. I don't want a bear market to happen, but man, I think we all know it's going to happen for sure. Guys, thank you so much for taking time on it. I can't believe it's already 4:30. What a day we've had. I mean, it's just been like, whew. I'm so grateful. And again, more importantly, thank you guys for being here. Thank you everybody for coming on here. Thank you all the students for being here as well. And anybody, it's been a great day. I'm so proud of this team. Coach Graham, Coach Ryan, Brian, student momentum coach, Giovanni, student ambassador, Dan Bustamante, lead coach as well. And then let me mention like Rosie and Rob and Goose and the whole team behind the scenes as well. And also our current students who've come in to cheer for us as well. It's been great. If you're new to this, you've never heard of us and never seen before, you want to see what we're about, hopefully we've given you a bit of a slice of what we're about. And check your emails. We're going to get into some details with you and show you some really cool things to help you get involved if you want to take your journey a bit further as well. Go reach out to Christy so you can get all of her insights on your performance as well. And also we have Better Legal who can help push you in the direction that you need to be to form your LLC and do this the right way. And thank you finally to Andrea Gillitz, who also just showed us about how she's a champion in her life as a mum, a wife, a business owner, entrepreneur, and realtor and trader. I've had a great day on here. I hope you've had as much of a great day as well. I'm going to officially shut down the proceedings on here right now. If anybody here will have any questions and stuff, don't hesitate to go to stockability.com, type in your questions, pick up the phone, reach out to us. We'll have grown-up conversations on how we can help you as well. And we'd love an opportunity to work with you and get you there when you need to get there sooner, hopefully, rather than a lot later as well. I'm going to officially end this session right now, take all microphones down and all cameras, but we're going to leave things open. If you've got any questions you want to type in the chat box, any of the team will be around for the next 10 minutes or so to answer any questions we've got, and we'll go from there as well. My name's Sam Evans. This is Stockability. Thank you, Brian, Graham, Ryan, Giovanni, Rob, Rosie, Goose, the whole team, Dan. It's been an absolute pleasure, but more importantly, thank you to you guys for taking time out of your precious day to be with us as well. Have a great rest of your trading week as well. I want to say goodbye. I'm sure the guys want to say goodbye, and we'll see you all real soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your
Take
help.
care, everybody.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Take
Have
care.
a great day.
Thank you, guys. All right, guys, so everyone's kind of going down. I will stay around in the room for a little bit to answer any questions that we may have. And if not, we will be signing off in about 5-10 minutes or so. Thank you so much.